A gigantic blue-skinned creature has appeared in the city, and it is now holding a baby captive. Since the local police have already been slain by the creature, the onlookers are frozen in fear. Just as the beast is about to consume the child, its arm is abruptly severed. This unexpected rescue comes from our protagonist, a casually dressed man in a blue t-shirt and shorts, his face obscured by a baseball cap and a black mask. The monster discards the baby and charges at him. With the civilian now safe, the hero focuses entirely on the danger. He counters the creature's attack with a powerful blow that slams the beast into the pavement, forming a large crater. Before the monster can regain its footing, the masked figure delivers a fierce kick that sends it crashing into a nearby structure. The creature attempts one final snap at our hero from the debris, but the unarmed warrior retaliates by driving his heel into the monster's gaping mouth, effectively crushing its skull. To guarantee the threat is eliminated for good, Bro concludes the battle with a flurry of rapid punches. The impact is so intense that the creature is completely disintegrated. As the debris clears, a profound silence envelopes the audience. The spectators are momentarily stunned, but that astonishment swiftly transforms into an eruption of cheers and clapping. In spite of the mother's immense gratitude and the crowd, our hero stays composed. He utters nothing, merely responding to the mother's gratitude with a fleeting look before bending down and propelling himself into the sky. As he vanishes above the Seoul skyline, onlookers are struck by a realization they once deemed unimaginable. Witnessing such strength firsthand validates a regional tale. Superhumans aren't merely fictional. They genuinely exist. Seo Yun High School, located in Incheon, a standard school day is disrupted by a lecture on ethics regarding natural disasters. The instructor clarifies that the term refers to catastrophic occurrences beyond human control. This scholarly definition resonates deeply with the students, as the world is currently overrun by real-life monsters that embody that description. In the rear of the classroom, two students are engrossed in a viral video on a smartphone. They are viewing high-definition footage of the white-capped superhuman from the recent Ryodong event, the same hero who rescued a child from a blue-skinned creature. The students are captivated by his strength, remarking on the rarity of such clear footage since most individuals are too preoccupied with fleeing to record. However, this digital diversion is abruptly interrupted when a crackling emergency alert blares through the school's intercom. The Inhumans alert system declares that a potential danger has been detected near Incheon Port. Due to the urgent threat, classes have been cancelled, and students must return home immediately. While many students are thrilled about the sudden time off, one girl feels an overwhelming sense of unease. She observes that these assaults are increasingly frequent and perilous. She looks over at her classmate, Lim Kong, who remains surprisingly asleep amid the turmoil. Fortunately, Lim Kong isn't as lethargic as he appears. An earpiece concealed in his bag starts to vibrate, prompting him to wake up swiftly to take a call. At the other end, a voice called Ju Ri gives him the precise coordinates of the creature located at the port. Our protagonist remains calm, acting like an ordinary, laid-back student to evade his classmates' suspicion before going to the restroom to change. Incheon Port's situation has now become fatal. A blue creature is frightening the industrial district, halting moving trucks with bare hands and crumpling them like soda cans. Jae-gu and his senior supervisor are cornered behind shipping containers while the monster persistently pursues them, ultimately capturing, lifting and throwing Jae-gu away like a rag doll. As the creature is ready to eliminate them, the boss holds firm with a metal pipe, ready to give his life to allow his younger colleague to flee. As he braces for his last moments, the creature abruptly detects something and looks away. It disregards the humans for a time to seize a huge shipping container, whirling it with immense force before sending it flying through the air like a missile, targeted directly at the workers. Just as the enormous metal container is about to crush them, Lim Kong appears. Clad in his iconic white cap and mask, our hero soars into the air and obliterates the entire shipping container with one powerful punch. Upon landing, he cracks the pavement beneath him and nonchalantly cautions the monster about the hazards of hurling such large items. Lim Kong confronts the blue creature while his handler, Ju Ri, anxiously observes from a remote command center. Amidst the tension, Ju-ri reminds him through his earpiece of a crucial protocol. Always attempt to communicate before engaging in combat. Given that these creatures are usually mindless hunters, encountering one that can speak might reveal crucial insights into their background. With this reasoning, our main character tries to calm things down by inquiring if the monster comprehends him. Regrettably, the creature shows no interest in engaging in dialogue. In reply to the boy's inquiry, the creature's skin shifts to a furious red as it emits a thunderous roar. This change signifies a dramatic increase in its ferocity. The beast charges with such unexpected swiftness that it surprises our protagonist, compelling him to jump and intercept a powerful follow-up kick. The impact's force is so intense that Lim Kong is propelled across the pavement. He soon understands that this adversary is considerably quicker and more powerful than its hefty build implies. As this confrontation takes place, the broader world observes. A news helicopter hovers overhead, capturing the unfolding drama, broadcasting the battle live to an enthralled audience. The Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force has deployed tanks and railguns on the ground. However, they are not entering the conflict at this moment. Their leader understands that traditional weapons are ineffective against such formidable threats. Military analysis indicates that our hero's strength greatly surpasses typical firepower. Thus, if the white cap drops, the city is defenseless. The conflict at the harbor becomes more frantic. The creature chases after him. It employs a lengthy, spear-like tongue to destabilize our hero while airborne. This brief opportunity permits the creature to seize Lim Kong by the ankle and forcefully throw him into a shipping container. The collision is enormous, departing the onlookers and the armed forces in disbelief as dust envelopes the crash location. Nevertheless, the military has developed a contingency plan specifically for this situation. Noticing our hero in peril, the captain permits Plan B, which includes a skilled sniper equipped with a bionic arm. The sharpshooter unleashes a powerful energy round that hits the creature squarely in the head. The impact of the shot sends the beast crashing to the ground, offering a fleeting glimpse of hope. However, as smoke billows from the injury, the monster stays alert, fixing its stare on the sniper with an expression indicating that the battle is far from finished. Tension escalates at Incheon Port as the military officer observes the approaching red monster. To gain precious seconds, the skilled sniper employs his cybernetic arm to swiftly load and shoot powerful energy rounds. Every shot hits the creature with exact precision, targeting its side and the top of its head. Yet the monster continues to stand firm despite the unyielding assault. While the sniper readies another shot, he sees something in his scope that leaves him stunned. Lim Kong is coming out of a nearby shipping container. Our boy manages to brush himself off, casually mentioning that it was fortunate he was thrown into the metal container. It interrupted his momentum, preventing him from being hurled completely into the sea. Noticing that their hero is unharmed, Yuri exhales with relief from his command center. He swiftly resumes his duties, telling Kong that this beast seems to be yet another failure. Since the creature neither communicates nor shows any signs of intelligence, there is no longer any reason to restrain their actions. Having completed the information-gathering phase, Lim Kong resolves to eliminate the threat permanently. He rushes ahead with explosive velocity, causing the ground to fracture below him, jumping into the air for a final strike. The creature appears stunned by this abrupt surge in intensity, yet it lacks the time to respond. The protagonist executes a powerful overhead kick, instantly shattering the creature's skull. He completes the action by seizing the creature's face and driving it into the ground with such intensity that it caused a huge eruption of rubble and a shockwave that shakes nearby helicopters. The aftermath renders everyone, from military personnel to news teams, in a state of shocked silence. The creature seems to have been vanquished. However, the triumph is momentarily halted as the body starts to convulse and emit an unusual, dark fluid. This dark energy ultimately devours the remnants and detonates, departing with only a void black cavity remaining. As Yuri anxiously verifies whether the battle has genuinely concluded, Lim Kong stays composed. He is convinced the danger is eliminated since he sensed the creature's brain break, yet he confidently remarks that he would just kill it again if it came back. He likens the battle to a prior, significantly tougher clash on Anmin Island, implying that this adversary wasn't even his toughest test. Nevertheless, the moment is fleeting. Above the debris, a mysterious individual wearing a military-style hat and a cloaked figure named Dan Yong have been observing the entire confrontation for their amusement. The man wearing the hat is struck by the merciless show of force and understands that the white-capped superhuman has not yet tapped into his complete power. Curious, he informs his friend he'll return shortly and disappears in a swift rush. Within the crater, Lim Kang's instincts ignite as he perceives an unfamiliar presence. Before he has a chance to respond, the stranger zips by him quickly, showing up on the scanners as an unidentified danger. The newcomer is a man with flowing white hair, dark facial markings, and a sinister smile. He confronts our hero, recognizing his status as the white-capped superhuman. The main character encounters a mysterious man with striking white hair. Meanwhile, another figure dressed in a pink cloak observes the unfolding scene from a tall nearby crane. Due to Lim Kang's keen observation skills, he promptly informs Yuri about the existence of this second person. News helicopters transmit the standoff in real time, and as the public and military observe anxiously, the dialogue occurring remains inaudible to all. The military captain instructs his troops to hold their positions and remain vigilant, aware that they cannot interfere in a confrontation of this magnitude. The white-haired figure initiates the exchange by sarcastically complimenting the hero's flamboyant combat technique, even likening him to Ketchup Man, a well-known television superhero. Lim Kang is an enormous admirer of the series. He momentarily lets go of his serious demeanor and shows clear signs of being flattered. This distraction enrages Yuri, who shouts through the earpiece for him to cease blushing and begin interrogating the stranger about his identity and background. As our protagonist attempts to refocus, the stranger dismisses the inquiries with laughter. He discloses that he has been monitoring the white-capped superhuman via social media and news reports for an extended period. Nonetheless, he asserts that his visit to the port wasn't solely for Lim Kang and maintains he has no desire to engage in combat. Yuri is instantly doubtful, recalling a previous event in Samchuk when government agents pretended to be cordial just before assaulting him with tasers. Concerned about another ambush, Yuri insists our hero vacate the vicinity at once. The dialogue shifts dramatically as the stranger reveals shocking information. He sees himself as a superhuman, similar to Lim Kang. He asserts that there are others worldwide who hold abilities that challenge the laws of reason. Although Yuri knows of several confirmed superhumans in America and Europe, the revelation of another in Korea, along with the suggestion of a whole concealed community, alters everything. Eager to, not a member of this enigmatic group, Lim Kang decides to walk away. Yet the stranger halts him with a chilling revelation. He discloses that he is aware of Lim Kang's true identity as a high school student and, even more unsettlingly, he knows about Yuri. The stranger recounts how he once lurked in the shadows of Yuri's workshop, observing him as he crafted the hero's advanced gear. He even taunts Lim Kang with a threat to toy with Yuri while he's at school. Since Yuri is Lim Kang's only family, this menace ignites a cold, dark fury within him. The previously lighthearted mood dissipates as Lim Kang readies himself to neutralize the risk to his friend's well-being. He vows to make certain that the stranger never approaches Yuri again. Realizing his jest has crossed a line, the white-haired man adopts a fighting stance as the hero disappears in a flash of blinding speed. Lim Kang charges forward with a punch aimed to conclude the altercation, yet the stranger catches the strike with one hand. The force of the impact creates a shockwave powerful enough to fracture the pavement beneath them. Despite the sheer strength of the hit, the stranger remains unscathed, sarcastically pointing out that Lim Kang must have held back at the last moment. He ridicules the hero for his leniency in combat, cautioning that if they were to exchange genuine blows, the entire vicinity would be obliterated. With Nanjiai's eyes glowing a threatening red, it becomes evident that he possesses superhuman abilities capable of total annihilation. In the command center, Yuri urgently calls into the earpiece, urging Kang to settle down. Aware that battling an unfamiliar superhuman who is aware of their identities is futile, Yuri persuades the protagonist to withdraw for strategic reasons. Grasping the reasoning, Lim Kang relaxes his defenses, leading the stranger to chuckle and get ready to leave. Just before departing, Lim insists on a name to track him down later. The stranger reveals himself as Nanjiai before disappearing with his partner, Dan Yang. This underwhelming conclusion leaves audiences globally feeling exasperated. In a secluded chamber, a man named Ben complains about the absence of excitement while, in a high-end office, the imposing Bashaloff and a blonde executive observe the broadcast quietly. The executive remarks that the duo likely retreated to prevent the city from becoming a graveyard, yet he still harbors doubts about the intentions of the Whitecap hero. Returned to the harbor, the two individuals Lim Kong rescued try to express their appreciation by presenting him with a steaming bowl of unappetizing stew. Nevertheless, our protagonist remains unmoved and propels himself into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave. As the military initiates the cleanup process, the specialized sniper with the bionic arm voices his resentment to the captain. He contends that even their most advanced armor-piercing ammunition is ineffective against such threats. Given the ineffectiveness of human weaponry, he fears they are all destined for a futile demise. The narrative then shifts to Commander by Echo Jean of the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force, who is overseeing the retrieval of the creature's remains. He instructs the captain to disregard national agencies and concentrate solely on transferring the monster's body onto a mysterious black vehicle designated Transport Vehicle 101. Once the ramp is secured, the craft departs for a classified site known as the Falcon Area. Echo Jean subsequently informs a senior politician, Marcus Gerald, about the incident. Although the report states 14 fatalities, Marcus shows no concern for the victims. He berates the commander for squandering his time on meaningless nonsense and grumbles about addressing the public, whom he secretly regards as filthy ants. As the transport plane ascends with the inhuman body, Marcus Gerald walks onto a well-lit stage. Beneath a banner heralding a new era, he forces a smile and presents himself to an enthusiastic audience as the beacon for a harmonious future. Perched atop a shipping container, Nanjiai and Dan Yang observe the aircraft vanish from sight, verifying that the military and the government are relocating the remains precisely as anticipated. In New York City, a fierce battle erupts between a creature and the renowned American hero, Ketchup Man, far across the globe. Clad in his signature red and yellow outfit, the powerful hero harshly questions an aged inhuman, insisting on the whereabouts of a base associated with someone named Sherlock. The creature struggles to speak due to the hero's iron grip. However, Ketchup Man views the struggle as rebellion. Without hesitation, the American hero unleashes a colossal punch that propels the creature crashing into the streets below like a meteor. He then executes his trademark ketchup smash, generating a tremendous shock wave that fractures the pavement and leaves the inhuman shattered in a crater. Meanwhile, a throng of enthusiastic fans applauds his masculine physique, and news journalists celebrate him as Earth's hope. The truth is somewhat more jaded. Ketchup Man lets the creature go solely to send a message to its leader, though he almost reconsiders out of sheer spite. This exhibition of strength is aired worldwide, concluding with a joyful animated theme tune that emphasizes his position as a commercial symbol. In Korea, Lim Kong is tuning into the premiere of this episode from his cluttered bedroom. His dedication as a fan has him awake just to catch the live broadcast. Despite his handler, Ju-ri, feeling drained from their real-life struggle the day before. While our boy enthusiastically admires the hero's adventures, he remembers Nan Jiai's previous remark likening him to Ketchup Man. This reflection makes our protagonist flush with pride, as he secretly enjoys being compared to his beloved television character. The tranquil morning is shattered when Ju-ri reveals that school has resumed. The swift neutralization of the local inhuman threat led to the lifting of the emergency cancellation. This news plunges our hero into a frenzy of panic. He gets dressed at lightning speed and bolts out the door, leaving a path of discarded clothes in his wake. While heading to Seoyan High School, Lim Kong listens to his classmates discussing the recent altercation at the port. Some students ridicule the Whitecap hero for having his punch thwarted by Nan Jiai. Some people advocate for him as a selfless fighter. The discussion halts when a student unintentionally collides with Choi Tae-ik, a towering and fearsome presence clad in a gray parka. Tae-ik holds a prominent position within the Gundu Gang, an infamous faction of brawlers from Mabong Middle School that now considers the high school their own domain. When Tae-ik spots our protagonist gazing at him, A short yet charged staring match follows. To maintain his disguise, Lim Kong pretends to be an average, unremarkable student and delivers a feeble apology, permitting the bully to leave with menacing remarks. His peers advise him to avoid the group, noting that since the school is new and has no upperclassmen, these troublemakers are unchecked. Within the classroom, we encounter Hong Mu-hee, a boxer with a bandaged face, alongside her friend Yeo Jin-ju. Tension is evident between them, with Mu-hee concerned about Jin-ju associating with a risky group. When our boy finally sinks into his chair, Jin-ju notes that his fly is unzipped, a consequence of his hurried morning. Lim Kong fumbles with his zipper, feeling utterly humiliated. Mu-hee observes with a slight smile, finding his awkwardness charming. Nonetheless, the internal turmoil at school sharply contrasts with an escalating danger in other areas. The center of the Atlantic Ocean, a fisherman notices a huge dark silhouette gliding beneath the surface. The expanse of the ocean is delicate, a truth two fishermen discover far too late. During his shift, a father proudly displays a penguin toy he purchased for his daughter's birthday celebration. He shares that her aspiration to see penguins in Antarctica motivated him to seize the opportunity to purchase the toy. It is a heartfelt instance of family planning. He looks forward to returning home after lunch, worried that his lengthy shifts on the boat could make his daughter forget what he looks like. Regrettably, this touching dialogue is interrupted as a huge shadowy figure rises from the abyss. A massive blue lizard-like creature emerges from the depths and crashes onto the deck, instantly breaking the ship apart. Before the men can fully grasp the magnitude of the danger, the creature, akin to a humanoid chameleon, crushes one of the fishermen beneath its enormous clawed foot. With the boat now a scene of blood and wreckage, the second fisherman remains frozen in fear, gazing at the beast that has just taken his friend's life. At Sion High School, in the meantime, the environment is much less dangerous, yet still bleak. Math instructor Park Chong-sik opts to abandon his standard lesson to present a talk on the inhumane phenomenon. He states that these beings are emerging with alarming regularity, occurring 3 times this year alone, leading to an unprecedented level of public fear. To convey the seriousness of the situation, he explains the immense strength of these creatures. He observes that they have the power to obliterate tanks and the velocity to travel at 125 miles per hour, rendering them instinctual killing machines that humanity can scarcely comprehend. The educator presents a stark overview of the statistics, highlighting 517 fatalities worldwide across 37 documented instances. Shifting attention to Korea, he emphasizes that 7 significant incidents have occurred. Yet he highlights a spark of optimism. Our protagonist, the white-capped superhuman, has emerged in the past 5 consecutive incidents to eliminate the danger. Due to this hero's enduring enigma for both experts and the public, he has emerged as a beacon of hope in a progressively bleak world. To set the stage for the ongoing crisis, the teacher reflects on the 2 events that took place prior to our boy's arrival. Initially, there was the 2015 Ipohang event, where a creature was discovered deceased alongside 15 victims, apparently vanquished by an unidentified group. Even more unsettling was the 2016 Gangnam event, marking the emergence of Heptahorn, the first non-human to endure a confrontation with humans. Witnesses remembered a large man with long hair battling the creature during the tragedy. However, both the man and the creature vanished soon after. The authorities speculate that the man was murdered and the creature is just waiting. At the end of the lecture, the teacher emphasizes that the white cap, Heptahorn, and the long-haired man are essential to grasping the inhuman danger. He questions out loud the origin of these monsters, only to find that many of his students have dozed off. Annoyed, he bangs his hand on the desk to rouse them, reminding them that, as the future of society, they must not be apathetic while humanity's vulnerabilities are revealed. The instructor's enthusiasm for the topic goes beyond academics. It's profoundly personal. While driving away from the school, he starts crying as he talks to his wife on the phone. Today marks the anniversary of their son's passing, a tragedy rooted in a previous monster assault. Having lost his child to such brutality, he dedicates his life to praying for his son's safety from monsters in heaven, a harsh reminder that every statistic hides a family shattered by loss. In the Atlantic Ocean again, The terror aboard the fishing boat escalates as the monstrous being looms over the debris. The sole survivor stands frozen in disbelief, gazing at the lifeless form of his deceased companion. In a bid to escape, the man rushes into the control cabin and hurriedly hits the emergency button. He tries to transmit his coordinates, but before he can complete, the giant hand of the monster breaks the window and crushes his head within its grasp. Now battered and bruised, the fisherman pleads for his survival. With one tear in his eye, sadly, his cries remain unheard. The cabin is filled solely with the static-laden voice of a far-off operator inquiring about the ship's name, oblivious to the fact that the circumstances have already become deadly. In close proximity, the ambience exudes opulence and festivity. Aboard the SS Opera, a large cruise vessel on the deck, thousands of travelers are reveling at a sunlit celebration. Inside the ship's bridge, the atmosphere remains entirely professional. The captain and his crew have noticed the interrupted transmission from the fishing boat. The automated tracking indicates that the vessel is merely 10 nautical miles distant. The captain makes a firm decision. He commands an instant change in direction, aiming to initiate a rescue operation in 25 minutes. As the cruise ship rushes toward the distress signal, the injured fisherman spots the enormous vessel in the distance. He stands beside his friend's lifeless body, observing his sole chance for survival nearing a peril they are not equipped to face. In Korea, Seo Yunhai students prioritize their social interactions over global crises. While waiting in the cafeteria line, Woo Chungryul and Lee Daebang argue about their hunger and poor dating opportunities. Their discussion shifts to the school's social structure. As the institution is newly established, it has fallen under the influence of a notorious faction called the Gundu Gang. Daebang notes that they have a stroke of luck since the gang's leaders and their followers are primarily found in the upper-numbered classes. Nonetheless, Chungryul highlights a student named Gi Duet Gun, a self-satisfied subordinate in their own circle who pretends to be tough due to connections. This prompts them to question whether their peer Quan Chul could confront the bullies. Despite Quan Chul's remarkable strength and a past victory over a middle school aggressor, he is recognized for his reserved nature and avoidance of conflict. Meanwhile, in the bustling lunchroom, our protagonist Lim Kong sits by himself, devouring food to sustain his extraordinary metabolism. He is taken aback when Quan Chul takes a seat across from him, as both are somewhat socially detached. Quan Chul proposes they share meals moving forward. When Chul inquires if Lim Kong participates in sports to keep his physique, our protagonist naively asserts that he is teaching himself Taekwondo, which Chul finds somewhat entertaining. Their developing camaraderie is suddenly disrupted by a loud crash. Choi Tae-ik, a senior figure in the Gunda gang, sends a student flying across the room for being too sluggish. Tae-ik reveals that he is struggling to control his anger and chooses to survey the area to confront 5 individuals solely based on his dislike for their appearance. While the other students shrink back in terror, Lim Kong and Quan Chul observe the unfolding situation quietly, their lunch disrupted by the escalating violence in the schoolyard. As bullies wreak havoc in Incheon, the U.S. government is confronting a significantly greater disaster. In a dimly lit conference room in New York, the Secretary of Defense reveals his despair regarding the escalating fatalities. The atmosphere shifts as 2 influential figures enter. St. Pearl, a fair-haired woman clad in blue armor, and Galen Withrow, James, a senior official, tells them they are confronted with an unimaginable worst-case situation. He discloses that the SS Opera, which is currently transporting 3,000 civilians, is facing an active assault by a monstrous entity in the ocean. With the vessel stranded in the heart of the Atlantic, the passengers find themselves effectively cornered with no means of escape. Pearl, aware of the urgency, abbreviates the briefing to start their journey right away. While approaching a helicopter that awaits, the Secretary of Defense stands in a state of clear shock. Overcome by the powerful, daunting presence of the superhumans, he trembles, grasping the extent to which these beings surpass ordinary humanity. Meanwhile, in Korea, the enigmatic Nanjiai and his ally Dan Yong deliberate on the repercussions of their recent televised meeting with the white-cap superhuman. Due to their faces being shown worldwide, Dan Yong worries about the bounties currently on their heads. Nonetheless, Nanjiai stays unfazed and even finds humor in the situation. He proposes that the world is approaching chaos, and he is merely observing to determine which side of the impending game will offer the most enjoyable experience to join. The seriousness of the ocean crisis is evident. While James proceeds with his briefing on the LC-100, the quickest military helicopter in the U.S. arsenal, he states that they are approximately 500 miles from the vessel, a distance that will require 2 hours to traverse. Regrettably, a previous rescue mission by the military resulted in catastrophe when the Navy and the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force, ISSTF, dispatched 5 specialized squadrons to the location, losing all communication within 20 minutes. It is very probable that all soldiers involved have been eliminated. This setback has compelled the government to resort to a ruthless and desperate contingency plan. Due to the SS, Opera is now on autopilot, moving straight for the Florida coast. Authorities are concerned that the Inhuman will arrive on land and trigger a greater massacre. Consequently, they have deployed fighter jets armed with small nuclear missiles to destroy the vessel and all aboard before it can reach the shore. Galen and Pearl find this solution repulsive, yet Pearl stays concentrated. She orders James to cease shaking, assertively stating that the results will shift with her presence now. The focus moves from the international arena to the local conflicts at Sion High School in Incheon. The lunchroom has become a place of fear, with the bully Choi Tae-ik launching an indiscriminate attack on students just to release his pent-up anger. He targets a student, forcefully seizing him by the hair for the trivial act of obstructing his path. Just as the situation is on the verge of becoming more violent, Hong Moo-hee steps in, boldly confronting the bullies to stop the intimidation. This unexpected act of courage stuns the entire student body, as no one anticipated the girl with the bandaged jaw would challenge the school's most dreaded bully. As the crowd erupts in panic, Lim Kong and his classmate Kwon Chul observe the situation with calm indifference. Choi Tae-ik is taken aback at first, but his astonishment swiftly transforms into fury. He looms over Moo-hee, derisively suggesting that the cafeteria food has driven her insane. He makes it evident that he has no hesitation in resorting to violence against girls and prepares to deliver a powerful backhand to silence her. Just as the strike is about to land, Kwon Chul steps in, grabbing the bully's wrist mid-air. With an indifferent look, Kwon remarks that the rumors about the gang being utterly despicable are evidently accurate. He sarcastically labels Tae-ik a colossal freak, sparking immediate reactions from the spectators who recognize Kwon Chul as a skilled fighter from a competing middle school. The tension escalates rapidly. Furious at the disruption, Tae-ik delivers a fierce kick that propels Kwon Chul across the room, crashing through multiple tables. While the bully's minions think the battle has ended, our hero he challenges the bully to complete his sentence, eliciting a surge of applause from the students eager to witness the gang's long-awaited defeat. Kwon Chul takes the initiative, springing into the air to execute a flying kick, followed by a crushing blow to Tae-ik's jaw. The sound is so shocking that the bully's followers are stunned to witness their leader reeling. Tae-ik ejects a thick spray of blood onto the ground. His muscles tense as he understands he's not up against a low-tier rival. He proclaims that he will offer no mercy. As Kwon Chul quietly assesses the situation, the bully's deep sighs indicate that despite receiving a powerful blow, he remains alert, hinting that the victory won't come easily. As the two get ready for another round, an unexpected presence disrupts the battle. A large student with mint-hued hair and golden teeth, recognized as Nam Gung-moo, positions himself between them. He is acknowledged as one of the free heads of the Gundu gang. His presence is so formidable that Moo-hee questions his humanity. As a teacher nears, the radish head leader calls for a halt. He guides an injured Tae-ik away, but not before issuing a foreboding warning to Kwon Chul, vowing that they will meet again soon for crossing the line. As the group withdraws, a thick silence envelopes the room. While the other students murmur in dread about being trapped in a school with such merciless bullies, Lim Kong stays concentrated on his food. He releases a thunderous, room-shaking belch, nonchalantly grumbling that these maniacs believe they own the establishment. The girls at the adjacent table are left appalled, completely oblivious that the boy they are criticizing for the noise is the most formidable superhuman on Earth. Meanwhile, attention turns to a tempestuous night over the Atlantic. James, the military liaison, informs St. Pearl and Galen Withrow that they have arrived at the SS Oprah. Even at 1,000 feet above ground, Pearl insists on opening the helicopter doors. She puts on a biometric earpiece to maintain communication with James, who will oversee their positions from above. Prior to leaping, Pearl delivers a bold message to the U.S. government. Now that she is here, they can officially call off the nuclear strike. The two superhumans plunge into the stormy sky, hitting the cruise ship's deck with a force that breaks the surface apart. They discover a scene of utter devastation, with corpses strewn all around. On the rain-soaked deck of the SS, Oprah, St. Pearl, and Galen Withrow get ready to depart. Pearl believes the Inhuman is close, having already savagely slaughtered the crew. Unknown to the heroes, they are under surveillance. Hidden within the ship's debris, a colossal blue-scaled beast focuses a solitary reptilian eye on Pearl, observing her every action. From the safety of a helicopter, their technical liaison, James, tries to coordinate the search. Given that the cruise ship is a vast maze with varying layouts on each floor, stumbling upon the creature is improbable. This intricacy compels the team to make a tough tactical decision. To maximize their coverage swiftly, James proposes they separate. While Pearl heads to the lower cargo bays, Galen ascends to the upper levels and the engine room. James cautions them that although this is the quickest method to locate survivors, it also means they will likely confront the threat individually without support. Pearl wastes no time, jumping off the side of the vessel and utilizing her superhuman strength to punch handholds directly into the metal hull as she descends. Upon reaching the lower levels, she kicks through the ship's exterior to gain access. She discovers herself in an expansive, quiet storage bay. The space is packed with untouched cargo and shows no evidence of conflict. Pearl first states that all appears normal. The circumstances are now evident. They are much bleaker for Galen. As he navigates the upper decks, he encounters only a path of corpses. Each crucial location, the bridge, the control room, and the information center, has become a site of death. The stress escalates as the communication connection starts to falter. As the vessel navigates an area akin to the Bermuda Triangle, the electronic disruptions intensify significantly. This situation renders James and the helicopter powerless, as he can monitor their positions but is unable to offer verbal alerts or assistance. In the midst of the noise, Galen perceives a soft groan and finds a solitary survivor. Regrettably, the old man has succumbed to insanity due to the trauma from the assault. Rather than perceiving a savior, the survivor yells at Galen as though he were a fiend, his psyche utterly shattered by the terror he experienced. In the cargo hold, Pearl experiences a significantly more optimistic meeting. A young girl hides behind crates, spotting the renowned hero. Pearl comforts the child, but seizes a brief moment of humor by gently correcting her for referring to her as Mrs. Az. Galen persists in his quest, stepping into the grand event hall, where the smell of blood is nearly overwhelming. He is taken aback to spot a blonde woman in the distance who resembles St. Pearl exactly. Perplexed by how his companion managed to ascend from the ship's bottom to the top in such a short time, Galen moves closer to her. This error becomes almost deadly. As the figure shifts, it unveils a ghostly face and a crimson eye. Before Galen can respond, the creature's torso bursts open into a gigantic, jagged maw. This transforming monstrosity lunges at Galen, biting deeply into his shoulder. He is hurled across the ground, bleeding and utterly stunned. Due to the monster's successful impersonation of his comrade, Galen is left gravely injured and confronting a chillingly treacherous foe without any means to summon aid. His lapse in vigilance when he noticed the resemblance to his ally, St. Pearl, allowed the Inhuman to deliver a devastating initial strike. The predicament is more perilous than it appears. As he crouches in agony, he realizes that had his reflexes not activated at the last moment, he would have lost his life. Regrettably, the harm is already critical. Galen has completely lost his right arm. In spite of the pain and excessive sweating, he stays analytical. He observes the creature's facade falter, exposing a hideous transitional form with a replica of Pearl's head perched on a large blue-skinned neck. Since the beast can undergo physical changes, Galen deduces it is not an illusionist, yet a lethal shapeshifter. To remain in the struggle, Galen demonstrates remarkable determination. He employs his free hand to securely bind his black cloak around the bleeding stump of his shoulder. This makeshift dressing is what prevents him from losing consciousness due to blood loss. Fueled by a chilling, vengeful fury, he orders the beast to return his limb prior to entering a fierce, close-quarters fight. As this conflict occurs in the dining hall, the remaining team members are having a tough time with the surroundings. Far above the vessel, the technical liaison, James, battles a fierce lightning storm. With the ship situated in a high-interference area, his earpieces have malfunctioned, forcing him to depend on flickering radar icons to monitor the team. He observes with increasing anxiety that Galen's movements are unpredictable, indicating he is engaged in a critical life-or-death conflict. Worried about the situation, James instructs the pilot to land on the deck amid the fierce winds. In the meantime, the actual St. Pearl remains in the cargo hold. Fortunately, she discovers a substantial group of survivors concealed behind crates in the lower levels. Upon spotting their renowned hero, the civilians, guided by a young girl and a frantic woman, plead for her aid. With numerous lives in jeopardy, Pearl experiences a heightened urgency to evacuate the vessel and locate her partner. In the dining area, the confrontation has reached a deadlock. The Inhuman has completely transformed back into its authentic form, a massive blue-scaled creature that utilizes its size to trap Galen. Due to the absence of an arm, Galen faces challenges in keeping his balance during a fistfight. Having just escaped a deadly bite, he understands that although the monster's ability to change shape is an effective means of trickery, it doesn't significantly enhance its strength in battle once the confrontation starts. Understanding that he must conclude this swiftly for his survival, Galen resolves to unleash his full potential. He inhales deeply, and in an instant, his left eye radiates a brilliant electric blue glow. As a superhuman capable of manipulating energy and matter, he transforms the very surroundings into a formidable weapon. He breaks a wooden barrel, and rather than the wine pouring out, he suspends the droplets in mid-air. These wine crystals transform into sharp projectiles that strike the monster, taking it entirely by surprise. To complete the task, Galen seizes a glass bottle and shatters it, forming a sharp edge. By cascading the leftover liquid onto the glass, he channels his energy to create an elongated blade of crystal strength. No longer interested in playing around, the one-armed fighter aims his new weapon at the creature, prepared to put an end to the day's frustrations for good. To grasp how a man from East Harlem found himself in a high-stakes role, one must examine his recruitment process. In a secure surveillance room, the technical liaison, James, along with his colleague Ben, once examined the footage from Galen's first interrogation. Initially, Ben expressed doubt, pointing out that although the young man had an intense gaze, he didn't seem particularly menacing. However, James dispelled this notion by sharing Galen's background. He had single-handedly decimated the infamous Bloodstreet gang in an instant and subsequently left the entire Cefario gang incapacitated without a single injury. This was a level of cleanup that even the authorities had found challenging, making Galen a person of significant interest. The interrogation footage further highlighted the nature of his abilities. During a tense exchange with St. Pearl, she remarked that while his physical resilience was remarkable, his most frightening ability was his capacity to halt the bleeding of injured allies instantly. Galen stated that he has the exceptional power to immediately solidify any liquid within a 10-meter radius. Whether it's coffee in a cup or moisture in the air, he can alter its molecular structure at will, transforming it into a material akin to diamond. While this skill challenges scientific principles and demands great stamina and focus, enabling him to transform ordinary liquids into weapons more potent than many firearms. In the present, this ability faces its greatest challenge yet. The blue beast is unyielding, striking with tremendous force, that causes Galen to slide across the dining hall floor. While Galen expels blood, he understands that the absence of his arm has disrupted his balance entirely, leading to missed counterattacks. Even after obliterating half of the creature's head, the monster continues to show no signs of slowing. As the conflict intensifies, St. Pearl dashes through the lower passages of the ship. She observes that the basement areas remain strangely unscathed, indicating the danger lies elsewhere. As she senses a slight rumble overhead, a wave of static suddenly blasts through her earpiece. James, observing the conflict via the helicopter's radar, attempts to direct her to the event hall. A sense of unease overwhelms him. The struggle is dragging on, and he realizes that Pearl must reach the location quickly for Galen to have any chance of survival. Within the dining hall, Galen's sight starts to fade as he approaches his physical threshold. In a last, urgent strategic maneuver, he observes the ceiling's fire sprinklers. He jumps high and thrusts his foot upwards, compelling it to break the pipes. As water erupts forcefully throughout the room, Galen channels the last of his mental strength to unleash his ability. The cascading water swiftly morphs into countless diamond-hard spikes, piercing the creature from all sides and encasing it in a colossal block of solidified liquid. In the observation room, Ben and James deliberated on the possible limitations of such an unusual power. James raised the question of whether the transformation was irreversible or if it had a scientific time limit. Galen's recorded answer indicated that the ability is directly linked to his mental strength. Due to this connection, the effects fluctuate according to his physical state, although the solidified form generally endures for no less than an hour before reverting to liquid. Confident that victory is secured, Galen looms over his immobilized foe, pondering how to conclude the task. Regrettably, his triumph is fleeting. A swift, dark line slices through the air emerging from the shadows. Before, Galen perceives the new danger as a larger, second-inhuman appears and decapitates him with one vicious blow. As his form crumbles and the universe dims to darkness, the warrior's last thought is filled with sheer terror. A second monster had been concealed behind him all along. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the command center shifts from optimistic to frantic. James, desperately typing on his laptop to organize the team's meeting point, observes an abrupt alteration on his radar. Although St. Pearl's signal stays constant, the icon for Galen, marked W, abruptly disappears from the display. Since the earpieces connect directly to the user's biometrics, James realizes this isn't a technical malfunction. The loss of the signal signifies only one conclusion. Galen Withrow is gone. The gravity of this truth sends James into a panic, gripping his head while he stares at the solitary icon still visible on his screen. Meanwhile, within the ship, the quiet of the dining area is broken as St. Pearl forcefully bursts through the thick wooden doors. She shows up prepared for a battle, yet she is instantly frozen by the devastation in front of her. She gazes at a disturbing scene before her, the azure creature, the fresh white being, and the remnants of her companion. As she gazes down, she spots Galen's decapitated head resting in a pool of blood. Her initial astonishment shifts into a chilling, oppressive quiet. This tragedy evokes a touching recollection of a discussion they had while sitting on a park bench. Pearl had previously attempted to instruct Galen on the significance of staying composed and logical in battle. She cautioned him that inhumans can be erratic and, should one of them fall, the remaining individual must manage their feelings and withdraw if needed to safeguard the world. Galen had derisively brushed off her emotional nature, asserting he would abandon her without hesitation if she were to pass away. To illustrate his argument, he utilized his abilities to transform a fountain into a statue for a weeping child before departing Pearl with an understanding grin. Currently, Pearl's own counsel betrays her. As she looms over her friend's lifeless form, the nonsensical words she uttered about maintaining composure dissolve, giving way to overwhelming, unbridled fury. As the red-fleshed beast, the one accountable for the kill, boldly screams at her, Pearl reaches her breaking point. She surges ahead with a sonic blast, fracturing the ground below, feet as she charges at the beast. She yells in rage, wondering what has become of her determination. She drives the monster's face into the ground with such power that it causes the earth to explode. Pearl then delivers a crushing overhead kick to the creature's spine, yet the battle is still ongoing. In spite of her wounds, she briefly halts her attack to demonstrate one last gesture of respect, turning to Galen's remains, and softly holds his detached head, shutting his eyes for the final time. Despite the red creature rising again and sinking its claws into her shoulder, Pearl remains steadfast and won't release. This injury only intensifies her metamorphosis. As she gazes at the monster, her eyes have lost their humanity, shining with a feral gleam. By choosing to forsake her typical tactical restraint, Pearl evolves into a vengeful demon. She seizes the creature's enormous arm with her bare hand and starts to crush the limb, smoothly maneuvering the massive creature past a stone column. Drenched in blood and exuding a chilling presence, Pearl proclaims that today marks the lowest point in her career. She cautions the creature that she will now operate by their rules, vowing that its demise will be more excruciating than anything it could ever conceive. The red creature is still not done, though. It emits a distressed. The creature roars and tries to strike at Pearl with its bladed arm, but she is much quicker. In a flash, she disappears and lands a powerful punch straight into the monster's face, warping its characteristics and causing blood to spatter over the debris. Since the initial blow didn't fulfill her desire for revenge, she delivers a powerful follow-up attack that propels the creature crashing through several steel barriers within the ship's interior. Amidst the wreckage of the ship, Pearl gazes at the twisted mass of flesh with apathy. She informs the creature that it isn't worth the time needed for a complete beating. Instead, she commands it to rise so she can conclude the task. As this ruthless execution takes place, the circumstances in the United States have escalated into sheer chaos. Within a fortified military bunker, officials and generals are yelling over each other, having lost all communication with James and the superhumans present. Some are anxious that the team may have already been vanquished, while others cling to the hope that the silence is merely a result of weather disruptions. The room is filled with opposing views, as some advocate for increased surveillance while others push for a heightened alert status. The turmoil is disrupted by Marcus Gerald, a shrewd politician who perceives the military's reluctance as a flaw. He derisively criticizes the room for their relaxed attitude and unveils a stark truth. The launch sequence for the nuclear missile is set. With the president having authorized the biometric codes, fighter jets are in the air, awaiting the ultimate command to engage. The generals claim that Pearl and Withrow have always succeeded in the past. Marcus brings up the dire statistics. He notes that every specialized unit dispatched to the ship was annihilated immediately, and with no updates from James, they cannot risk eternal peace. Marcus intensifies his pressure on the president by emphasizing the high stakes involved. Given that the SS Opera is just 90 minutes from the Florida coastline, inaction could result in a massacre in Fort Lauderdale, endangering the lives of 20 million individuals. This frigid reasoning causes the generals to quake with exasperation, as they must balance the lives of the 3,000 individuals aboard the vessel against the security of the mainland. Under immense pressure from Marcus, the president ultimately gathers his determination. He remembers a previous occasion when he expressed gratitude to Pearl for her unwavering dedication. He decides to trust her one final time and formally rescinds the strike order, much to Marcus's irritation. Returning to the ship, the triumph Pearl sought takes an odd and repulsive twist. Just as she readies to defeat the Red Beast, she is unexpectedly struck by a burst of sticky webs. To her astonishment, a blue-skinned entity with a reptilian visage emerges from the abdomen of the Red Inhuman. Pearl soon understands that the Red Monster was merely a host or a living prison for this second mutant. This new menace is the real mastermind behind the day's terrors. Pearl's rage hits its climax. She observes that her deceased partner, Withrow, likely wasn't destined for heaven regardless. She instructs the monster to plead for his forgiveness when they encounter each other in the afterlife. With that, Pearl releases a colossal, dazzling beam of energy. The light is incredibly strong, penetrating through the ship, and launches high into the night sky, serving as a fierce signal of her strength against the storm's encroaching darkness. Within the military helicopter stationed on the helipad, the pressure wave jolts the cabin abruptly. James is slammed into his seat, eyes wide with fear as he yells to understand the situation. Noticing the severe destruction outside his window, he desperately gestures for the pilot to unlock the doors. In the midst of the charred debris, Saint Pearl remains solitary. Her form radiates with lingering energy as she gazes through the large opening she has just made in the ship's side. When the helicopter lands, James dashes to the crater's edge on the ship's side, breathless in shock at the extent of the devastation. In the middle of the debris, he spots the weary silhouette of Pearl, her suit ripped and her face stained with blood. The immediate thrill of triumph swiftly transforms into deep anguish as James comprehends the price paid. Devastated by Galen Withrow's passing, James falls to his knees and cries freely on the metallic platform. Although, in the face of tragedy, Saint Pearl stands firm, observing the sorrowful man with a solemn stare. The incident's news reaches top government officials. In a fortified underground bunker, an official answers a panicked call. Clearly disturbed, he storms into a briefing space where the president and military leaders convene. The space bursts into a whirlwind of joy and applause when live images reveal Saint Pearl on the ship's deck. The mood shifts to cold and somber as soon as they discover Galen Withrow has died. On the other side of the globe in Korea, the morning news announces that the SS Opera has safely arrived in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. As the news anchor discusses the damage assessment, Lim Kong is seen in a cluttered living room, fervently slurping from a large pot of ramen, completely absorbed in his meal, resulting in a conflict at home with his handler. Juri storms out of the bathroom, angry since he had clearly instructed our boy to wait for him to eat. Upon discovering Galen Withrow's death, Lim Kong has consumed the entire pot, leaving nothing remaining for Juri. He attempts to redirect his focus to the television to escape his anger. The diversion succeeds, but for a bleak cause. The television shows a black and white tribute image of Galen Withrow, announcing his death to the public. Withrow was a significant superhuman who played a crucial role in addressing many recent global crises. His sacrifice has plunged the world into grief. The location of the memorial instantly dissolves Juri's anger. Shocked by the reality that a superhuman can truly perish, he appears noticeably disturbed. Feeling the weight of the atmosphere, Lim Kong leans over the vacant pot quietly, trying to ease the tension. Juri advises him to lighten up and just go prepare more ramen. High above in a skyscraper, Nanjiai and Danyang observe the memorial broadcast displayed on a massive digital screen. Danyang shows her disbelief at the death, while Nanjiai laughs, pointing out that superhumans are not invincible. Speculates that the heroes likely fought alone, as he finds it difficult to believe anyone could have perished under Pearl's supervision. When Danyang questions Pearl's strength, Nanjiai shares that he once faced her in a previous conflict. He remembers that, despite her fierce demeanor, she showed enough kindness to allow a wary observer like him to escape. He acknowledges that had she chosen differently, he and Danyang probably would have never crossed paths. The mission's aftermath continues to be chaotic for participants. On Interstate 95 in Florida, a frantic James races down the highway in a black sedan. He employs a burner phone to alert his coworker Ben, who is perplexed by the early morning call. James is drenched in sweat and shaking with fear as he reveals a shocking secret. Galen, the body of Rose, has vanished under mysterious circumstances. Since the disappearance happened before the ship docked and while still at sea, James is convinced it wasn't a clerical mistake. Consequently, the Rose funeral has been called off to maintain the confidentiality of the incident. James displays clear disgust at the situation, perceiving the theft of a fallen warrior's remains as a repugnant act of desecration. He assigns Ben to examine the cruise line's data as he readies himself for a high-level briefing. In Korea, Juri is confronting a more intimate crisis after recalling a condescending message from his sister, a self-proclaimed genius based in America. Juri comes to the realization that he has run out of funds. He suspects that Lim Kang's enormous hunger has depleted their joint resources instead of relying on his sister's unpredictable monthly support. The 18-year-old decides to find a way to support himself. He notices a flyer for the Ali Cup arm wrestling tournament featuring a huge 8 million won prize. Recognizing a chance to alleviate his financial troubles, he promptly contacts Lim Kong. A boy is presently at school, surrounded by his classmates during gym class. However, Juri persuades him to call off their weekend arrangements so Kong can take his place in the tournament. During the secure briefing in DC, James, St. Pearl, and Ben examine the official records of the massacre, revealing a significant casualty count. However, James observes that the death toll was lessened since the Inhuman stayed concentrated on the upper decks. This was primarily thanks to the military unit's sacrifice, which drew the monster's focus, enabling civilians to flee safely. Pearl offers her expert evaluation of the two dangers: a spider-like creature with bladed tentacles and a chameleon-like entity that can change its shape. The chameleon type could imitate Galen's companions. She theorizes that Ro was caught off guard and decapitated while fatigued from an intense fight. The briefing wraps up by emphasizing the most urgent enigma: the missing body, as the remains of the monsters and other victims remained undisturbed. The intentional theft of Ro's body indicates a deliberate motive from James. Ben and others concur that since the body couldn't have left by itself, someone aboard the ship must have taken it. Ben has made a request for the retrieval of the vessel's CCTV footage, anticipating that a week of data analysis will uncover the perpetrator. The forthcoming arm wrestling competition in Korea is drawing interest beyond just our main character at an internet cafe. The bully Choi Tae-ik notices the same advertisement. Despite typically considering such tournaments uninteresting, the substantial prize money is irresistible as he aims for complete triumph. He resolves to rally the entire Gun-Do gang to seize control of the competition. This prepares the ground for a brutal clash between our protagonist and the infamous school bullies. The Ali Cup arm wrestling tournament begins on a sunny Sunday in Seoul at the LC Auxiliary Stadium because the event has drawn 3 times the number of competitors compared to last year. Organizers have introduced a preliminary round to swiftly reduce the participants to a final 16. Although the top 3 competitors will receive prize money between 1 and 5 million won, all eyes are on the legendary trophy representing the ultimate champion. In the midst of the large crowd, Jury appears anxious, though not solely due to the competition. Has found out that the Hollywood star Ketchup Man is in Korea today, and he has organized a tight itinerary to guarantee they arrive at the airport by 5:00 p.m. By this reasoning, Lim Kong must swiftly secure victory in the tournament to catch their bus on schedule, enhancing their chances of being noticed. Jury has even arranged matching Ketchup Man outfits for them to don. Our hero is fully committed to the plan, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of finally meeting his idol. As the officials announce number 82, Jury nudges a hesitant Lim Kong toward the registration desk, reminding him of their covert training. Since he is a superhuman, he must pretend to struggle to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny. Unfortunately, the protagonist finds it extremely challenging to assess his own strength. His first opponent is a towering figure who mocks the idea of battling a high school student, but his bravado evaporates the instant they grip hands. Lim Kang's hold is like iron, and the man realizes too late that he is outclassed. A powerful shockwave demolishes the table, scattering debris and causing the opponent to foam at the mouth as he rushes for an ambulance. This scenario unfolds repeatedly throughout the morning. One after another, seasoned rivals such as the Merciful Tiger, Mo Tai-sik, and a cheerful individual in a pink sweatshirt approach Lim Kong with confidence and sportsmanship. Shortly after, both are observed being placed on stretchers into ambulances. The tournament commentators also start to remark on the unusually elevated injury count at table 82. Amid the turmoil, the preliminaries ultimately finish. The announcer discloses the knockout stage bracket, featuring a formidable and varied group of the final 16. Nikolai Chasho, known as Bulgaria's Zeus and currently ranked 4th globally, is prepared to compete against Lee Mungu from the Ice of Mu Academy. The main character, Lim Kong, faces off against Yen Yang, a jogging monk from Jurim Temple, who is supported by a large gathering of fellow monks. The audience is especially thrilled by a local conflict involving 2 members of the infamous Gundu gang, Nam Gung Mu and Choi Tae-ik. Due to the random selection of the bracket, these 2 allies must now battle each other to progress. While the remaining finalists appear fierce and prepared for battle, elevated beyond the clouds, an actor named Matt Dion is flying to Korea in the first-class section of a commercial airline. Despite being the main star of the popular Ketchup Man drama, he is currently dealing with a lingering cold. To meet a particular promotional agreement, his manager, Rose, requires him to don his complete superhero outfit upon arrival. Though Matt feels extremely uncomfortable in the tight suit, his concern for his impact and the fans at the airport leads him to embrace his heroic identity before dozing off again. In the midst of the arm wrestling tournament, a significant betrayal unfolds. Choi Tae-ik and Nam Gung Mu, both from the Gundu gang, compete in a match that was initially planned to be fixed. Taeyik, aiming for his leader to secure the top prize, instructs Gung-mu to lose the match. Nevertheless, Gung-mu declines to follow the orders, opting to take off his glasses, indicating he is entering a critical life-or-death battle. This act of rebellion enrages Taeyik, resulting in a fierce confrontation of power. While the fight progresses, Lim Kong gets ready to confront a monk called Yun Young. Due to the monk's strict discipline, he quickly perceives a tremendous whirlpool-like energy surrounding our boy. He understands he is confronting an individual of extraordinary power and requests to witness that genuine strength. Before they can conclude their match, the audience is drawn away by a surprising upset at a nearby table. A man named Lee Moon-gu has just triumphed over a world-ranked pro. This significant win leads his fans to burst into celebration, solidifying Moon-gu's status as a favorite among the crowd for the finals. Returning to the gang's table, the conflict between the two thugs comes to an end. After an intense battle of stamina, Choi Taeyik successfully forces Gung-mu's hand down to claim victory. At the same time, Lim Kong concludes his match. Despite the monk's attempts, our hero stays utterly steadfast. With a slight grunt, our hero secures the monk's hand with ease, moving on to the next round while appearing more relieved about the time than the win. The tournament bracket narrows even more as gang leader Park Gun-do secures victory in his match by default, as his subordinates abducted and restrained his rival. Instead of feeling pleased, Gun-do is repulsed by the disgraceful actions of his followers. He disrupts the event by violently assaulting his teammates, rendering both Taeyik and Gung-mu unconscious prior to storming off in a burst of anger. As the leader relinquishes his position, the semifinals continue with the other competitors. In the second semifinal, Lim Kong competes against the injured Choi Taeyik. The bully is in a bad mood and warns our protagonist that he will be buried at school if he shows any strength. This danger leads our character to excessively analyze the scenario. The intimidation diverts his focus. He unintentionally exerts excessive pressure. This moment of distraction leads Lim Kong to accidentally crush the bully's hand, forcefully slamming it against the table. As Taeyik falls in pain, the announcer proclaims our boy the champion, advancing him to the final bout against Lee Moon-gu. As the tournament nears its peak, a more significant crisis unfolds. A violent shockwave erupts at Incheon Airport, fracturing the runway surface. A gigantic, pale-skinned creature adorned with fearsome red markings has emerged from the earth, indicating that the tranquil entrance of the beloved TV hero is on the verge of being disrupted by a genuine catastrophe. As the last round of the arm wrestling tournament starts, Ju-ri comes back from the restroom to see that our main character has reached the finals successfully. He feels immense pride for Lim Kong. He considers the excessive cheering from the rival school's martial arts students to be somewhat shameless and motivated by greed. On stage, our boy confronts Lee Moon-gu, the formidable head instructor of the Isub-mu Martial Academy. Moon-gu provides a courteous introduction, ensuring a match without remorse, as our protagonist gives a basic, clumsy nod back. When their hands intertwine, the atmosphere in the stadium grows tense, as the referee demands a fair beginning, leading to a moment of profound silence. Before the cue to engage is announced, the contest ignites with a powerful surge of energy. As the audience cheers for their preferred ones, the neighborhood bullies of the Gundu gang observe from the periphery, scheming to snatch the prize money should our boy emerge victorious. Sadly for Lee Moon-gu, the contest concludes before it even starts. With Lim Kong wielding superhuman strength, Moon-gu experiences pressure akin to an elephant's foot bearing down on a person. Our protagonist emits a feigned cry of exertion and forcefully brings Moon-gu's arm down, ensuring the win appears effortless to safeguard his secret. As jury revels in their alleged financial gain, the referee names number 82 the official champion. The outcome takes a surprising twist when the announcer inquires how our protagonist intends to utilize the prize money. When the speaker proposes that contributing to disaster relief is a worthy endeavor, Lim Kong is inspired by the thought of aiding those in need. To jury's utter shock and fury, our protagonist chooses to give away the full grand prize to charity immediately. As the audience applauds his genuine and selfless nature, The jury is left seething and anxious, understanding their financial troubles are not yet resolved. Following the ceremony, our protagonist and his mentor make their way to the bus stop, both sporting identical Ketchup Man t-shirts for their journey to the airport. On their path, they are confronted by Choi Taek and his crew. The bully, still nursing an arm in a sling from their last encounter, threatens to settle things at school. Fortunately, Lee Moon-gu and his master, Oh Bang-won, step in to show their deference. Moon-gu, highly impressed by the match, hands Lim Kong a business card, inviting him to train at their academy. The mood changes immediately as the elderly master, Oh Bang-won, draws near. He nonchalantly takes the legend trophy from jury to appreciate it. However, the protagonist's instincts kick in. Sensing a strong presence, he instructs jury to step back. In a swift motion, the master shifts several feet away, unveiling that he is the white-capped superhuman concealed beneath the mask. Claiming to be the heir of the martial arts, Subak, Oh Bang-won instructs the boy to seek him at Yompa Mountain for answers before disappearing in a swirl of dust, taking the trophy along with him. Without any prize money or trophy, a vanquished Lim Kong and jury reach Incheon Airport to see their idol. Yet, the terminal is strangely deserted, and they quickly understand the reason. A piercing emergency siren echoes throughout the building, reporting that an inhuman has been seen on the runway. The situation outside has become critical. While the Ketchup Man passenger aircraft approaches the runway, the blue monster blocks its descent directly ahead, issuing a fearsome roar as it readies to charge at the aircraft. The circumstances at Incheon Airport have intensified into a complete emergency. Jury desperately rummages through his possessions for Lim Kang's hero equipment. Sadly, he discovers that in their haste to encounter the star, he only packed a prototype mask and earpiece. He is missing his usual suit, shoes, and iconic hat. Before jury can complete his apology, our protagonist grabs the gear from him and vanishes into the frenzied crowd fleeing the terminal. To address his clothing issue, our son notices a man in the crowd donning a white baseball cap. As he glided past the civilian on a busy escalator, he snatched the hat with incredible speed, leaving the man bewildered as he made his escape. Lim Kong quickly entered a public restroom to complete his transformation. He pauses briefly to observe his reflection, recognizing his Ketchup Man persona before shedding his civilian attire to unveil his impressive physique. Once he peeled off a sticker from the stolen cap and adjusted his mask, our hero was set to go. As this preparation occurs, Flight KC-7744, transporting the renowned Matt Dion, initiates its final approach to Incheon. The atmosphere inside the cabin is light until the pilots notice a gigantic blue-skinned creature blocking their way on the runway ahead. Prior to the flight crew being able to lift the plane back into the sky, the creature propels itself off the ground with such power that it forms a huge crater. The creature hits the plane's engine and wing in flight, triggering a massive blast that propels the aircraft into a frightening slide along the runway. The collision traps the passengers, among them an injured Matt Dion and his manager, within a cabin filled with smoke. With the aircraft now a fixed target, the Inhuman moves toward the wreckage to complete the task. It showcases its immense power by effortlessly demolishing a nearby forklift before hoisting the heavy equipment overhead to throw it at the cockpit. Just as the metallic missile is about to obliterate the survivors, our hero steps in. Jumping from the plane's roof, Lim Kong executes a rapid kick that breaks the forklift into a shower of fragments. Our hero touches down decisively on the pavement, positioning themselves between the frightened passengers and the beast. The blue creature stands frozen in disbelief, understanding that its once vulnerable target is now shielded by the white-capped champion. Lim Kong remains steadfast on the Incheon Airport runway, his intense gaze apparent even through his mask as the debris from the broken forklift settles around him. Inside the wrecked plane, a bloodied passenger stares in shock, immediately identifying our hero as the renowned white-capped superhuman. The blue-skinned creature emits a thunderous roar, yet our hero stays unperturbed. Needing a projectile to counter the beast's aggression, he extends his hand and seizes the forklift debris, nonchalantly raising the enormous machine with one hand. Our hero hurls the forklift at the creature with astonishing power. While the beast is momentarily dazed by the airborne equipment, it successfully jumps into the air right as the forklift crashes onto the pavement, resulting in a huge explosion of debris. As the creature emerges from the smoke with crimson eyes, Lim Kong propels himself upward to confront it. He unleashes a powerful knee strike to the creature's abdomen, quickly following up with an overhead punch that crashes into the monster's head and propels it crashing back onto the runway. The collision forms a large crater in the concrete. As our hero descends and nears the settling dust, he perceives the experience of combat as odd. Even when he strikes the creature with all his strength, it seems like he's hitting pliable clay instead of a firm form. Static disrupts this observation as Yuri successfully establishes a connection through his earpiece. Yuri reveals that he has established a temporary command post close to the airport gate and is infiltrating the control tower's cameras to keep an eye on the battle, particularly since he left in a hurry without his typical action camera hat or even a shirt. The protagonist urges Yuri to find safety, but he insists on staying with his partner. This momentary diversion gives the monster the chance to surprise Lim Kong with a sudden strike to the head, causing him to slide across the pavement. Fortunately, our boy heals quickly, grabbing the monster's upcoming punch and tossing the creature aside into an adjacent terminal structure. He trails the creature indoors, only to discover the monster's visage swelling and warped. Out of nowhere, the creature ejects a dense, ink-like fluid that shrouds the surroundings. This dark mist compels our hero to deflect a powerful blow that thrusts through the gloom. He retaliates with a punch aimed at the monster's swollen visage, observing how the beast's skin undulates like liquid upon impact. As the creature withdraws, it starts to growl. Yuri provides another surprising update. The control tower feed he is utilizing is presently shared with a news network, which means our protagonist is being transmitted live globally. Lim Kong voices his disappointment that Yuri has not escaped the danger zone. Yuri strongly emphasizes that he belongs to the team and declines to leave. Our main character recognizes his allegiance but swiftly redirects his attention to the imminent danger. He depicts the being as a wailing octopus-like figure, its state hard to interpret. Just as Lim Kong prepares to engage with the azure creature at the airport, the scenario evolves from an individual confrontation into a comprehensive tactical chaos. Our protagonist remains concentrated on the danger directly ahead of him. He is surprised when the monster's body starts to swell and pulse in an unnatural way. This bodily change is just the start. Out of nowhere, numerous large, egg-shaped pods fall from the sky, crashing onto the runway and the terminal roofs with brutal impact. The introduction of these pods alters the stakes for all. Within the dimly lit command center, St. Pearl and the team observe the broadcast in shock, recognizing that the Whitecap hero is currently engaged in an unusual multi-front conflict. The magnitude of the danger has escalated swiftly. Ben contemplates whether it's time to bring our protagonist onto their official team, questioning if anyone can manage this task solo. The threat intensifies when the eggs start to hatch. Miniature clods and humans are unleashed, quickly overwhelming the vicinity. Within the terminal, Yuri finds herself in a dire situation. An egg has broken her tablet and harmed the earpiece, severing her technical connection to our hero. As he maneuvers through the debris and smoke, he must leap over railings to evade a stalking hatchling, his predicament growing more desperate as he depletes his defensive resources such as smoke screens. Outside on the tarmac, the primary conflict takes a grotesque twist. The massive blue creature's back bursts, permitting a second, crimson, multi-limbed entity to extract itself from the host body akin to a parasite. Detecting. Amid Yuri's frantic voice crackling over the radio, Lim Kong resolves to rescue his friend first. Yet, the monsters are determined to prevent his escape. As our hero dashes toward the terminal, the blue adult leaps at him. Despite his efforts, he successfully punches the creature aside. The crimson creature halts him midair with dazzling speed, crashing him onto the pavement and trapping him in a large indentation. Once back inside, Yuri feels trapped. Amid his own fear, he notices a civilian woman frozen in terror and understands he must help her, not just himself. Understanding that the hatchling is on the verge of attacking the stranger, Yuri boldly leaps from his hiding spot, hitting the creature with a fire extinguisher. Sadly, the disparity in strength is overwhelming. The creature stays unaffected, grabbing Yuri's leg and hurling him against a wall with bone-crushing power. While Yuri bleeds on the ground, he experiences a fleeting moment of clarity. Gazing at the creature's silhouette, he reflects on Lim Kong and understands the profound loneliness he must have experienced battling these horrors alone for so long. As the beast prepares to strike with its jaws, an unexpected intervention rescues him. A military boot strikes the earth with force and a figure clad in black tactical attire emerges, swiftly pushing the hatchling aside. This individual is identified as B, the expert sniper equipped with a bionic eye. With his team now present to offer assistance, the dynamics of the battle start to change. B quickly communicates with his squad, instructing all units to concentrate on the smaller hatchlings, enabling the white cap hero to conclude the primary confrontation effectively. Close by, Yuri is wounded and struggling to breathe against a wall as a menacing hatchling hovers above him. Recognizing the threat, B gets ready to unleash his actual strength. He unzips a protective cover to expose a sophisticated mechanical arm that starts to whir with deadly purpose. This sophisticated prosthetic aesthetic emerged from extensive modification surgery. While recuperating, a scientist revealed that his arm was engineered to accommodate the Kessler rail, a device with incredible destructive power, yet a disastrous energy depletion. A young prodigy who recently became part of the American division of the ISSTF resolved this power issue. She created the Natum capsule, a glowing blue energy vial that functions as the weapon's power source. Despite remarkable progress, the technology remains unstable, essentially turning our soldier into a human test subject for a weapon that operates for only 2 minutes per charge. In the current moment, a hatchling readies itself to attack the vulnerable Yuri. In response, the soldier summons his tactical dog, a Labrador called C, who dashes through the wreckage, donning a vest filled with energy resources. B grabs a Natum capsule from the dog's vest and strikes it against his forearm. The abrupt wave of energy is so intense that he cries out in pain. Yet the strength enables him to unleash a tremendous explosive blow that propels the creature away. As the fight in the terminal escalates, the runway situation has turned into a massacre. The Inhumans are presently ripping apart the fuselage of the downed aircraft, leading the passengers within to spiral into a complete state of panic. Rose, who manages actor Matt Dion, attempts to motivate the healthy men to gather weapons and retaliate. However, his request is met with an enraged response from a frightened passenger. This individual yells that battling a being impervious to bullets is a death wish, blaming the celebrities for confusing their television roles with a deadly reality. The debate is abruptly halted as the airplane door bursts open and a creature invades the cabin. The frightened man swiftly discards his values, pushing a woman out of the way as he attempts to escape for his life. In the terminal, B persists in his frantic defense, utilizing his bionic eye to monitor the swarming hatchlings. He unleashes a focused shot from the Kessler rail. However, he soon understands that this experimental weapon cannot eliminate these creatures with just one strike. He determines that to be successful, he needs to target the same location twice, indicating he stands no chance of surviving a confrontation with the adult entity. As his sensors identify additional monsters nearing, he inspects his supplies and discovers that only one capsule remains. Confronted with these daunting challenges, the soldier starts to experience a deep sense of bleak acceptance, dreading that this mission might be his final one. Amidst the debris of the downed aircraft, the eerie stillness is shattered as a colossal white fist bursts through the metal shell. Due to the immense force of the collision, the fuselage breaks apart, forming a jagged outline for a dark figure amidst the smoke. The figure turns out to be actor Matt Dion, clad in his complete catch-up man outfit, exuding a threatening intensity that leaves the frightened passengers in shock. Matt Dion swiftly expelled a humanoid Inhuman from the aircraft with a blow so forceful it propelled the being crashing onto the airport runway. Tension within the cabin escalates as a woman frantically gestures toward a second creature lurking down the aisle. Fortunately, Matt Dion stands over the creature, preventing it from endangering the civilians, sarcastically pointing out that it's rather rude for a creature to frighten a woman. Matt seizes the creature by the crown of its head, his fingers penetrating its scalp with an immense, bone-crushing force. Witnessing this show of strength, the passengers are astonished, questioning whether their beloved TV celebrity has truly been a superhuman from the beginning. This discovery is especially startling for Matt's manager, Rose, who remembers a past confrontation in which a passenger ridiculed them for their inability to distinguish between fiction and reality. Confronted with reality, Rose breaks down in tears. Matt Dion turns to his friend with a determined look, realizing that his acting career is probably finished now that his hidden identity is revealed. He offers a sincere goodbye, expressing gratitude to Rose for their shared moments before formally dismissing him to protect the manager from the perilous conflict looming ahead. Having cut ties with his former life, Matt propels himself from the aircraft and onto the tarmac, hitting the ground hard enough to fracture the concrete. He stands surrounded by the grotesque remnants, jokingly remarking that the crimson liquid on the surface is merely ketchup. Yet, beneath the bravado, Matt appears irritated that he must perform his own opening theme song to set the tone. As a monster lunges at him from behind, he effortlessly decapitates it with a swift backhand, maintaining his pace. Matt's focus then turns to the terminal, where he identifies the larger mother entity behind the mayhem. He asserts that he will not show mercy to the threats, vowing to eradicate the monsters. This courageous declaration is aired live, leaving global leaders such as Ben and James utterly stunned. Even St. Pearl is confused. She remembers encountering Matt Dion at previous promotional events, never realizing that the idol was a peer with concealed, tremendous strength. As the world focuses on the runway, the conflict within the terminal reaches a critical climax. The expert sniper, B, utilizes his robotic arm to launch a final, focused energy blast into the head of the Inhuman. The shot hit its mark. The being falls. The soldier collapses to one knee, completely worn out. Regrettably, the triumph is fleeting when he understands. The creature continues to shift, lacking. For the next railgun shot, B summons his tactical dog, C, to fetch him a poisonous dagger. The elite marksman, B, is driven to his utmost physical and mental extremes. Due to the dire circumstances, he resorts to a vicious, close-quarters attack, constantly thrusting his dagger into a blue hatchling, even while bleeding from his own wounds. Fueled by anger and suffering, he persists in the assault until the creature is subdued. At that moment, Point B ultimately succumbs over the monster's remnants, utterly fatigued. Close by, his tactical dog C barks to notify the rest, while the wounded jury remains immobilized on the ground, observing the consequences of the intense battle. On the runway, attention turns to a colossal red, multi-limbed creature towering over the debris. Matt Dion, clad in his Ketchup Man outfit, readies himself to confront the beast, sarcastically vowing to transform the creature into octopus sashimi. Yet, Matt hesitates as a large impact site in the distance draws his attention. He understands that Lim Kong must have endured a significant hit previously, but his worry is fleeting as a formidable figure starts to ascend from the vast chasm. Our hero surfaces from the rubble bare-chested, his muscles taut, appearing more concentrated and intense than ever. This unexpected increase in power is sensed well beyond the airport. In their concealed spot, Nanjiai and Dan Yang observe the live stream, their curiosity steadily increasing. Dan Yang is perplexed by the distortion of air surrounding the screen, questioning whether the hero employs a pressure-based skill. Nanjiai, observing with a sinister smile, clarifies that this is neither a technique nor a special ability. Rather, it is simply the sheer, overpowering energy of the white cap. The density of this spirit is so immense that it is effectively suffocating the surrounding time and space, establishing an artificially tense environment. Nanjiai suspects that our boy could be battling in a subconscious state, propelled by instinct instead of his own volition. Back at the airport, the crimson creature lunges at Lim Kong with a frantic strike. Our hero stands completely motionless until the final moment, then reacts with such incredible swiftness that his counterattacks turn into a haze. In just 1 second, the monster is struck 7 times across its torso and down to its knees. Our protagonist concludes the encounter with a devastating blow to the creature's face, departing with the creature hemorrhaging. Matt Dion observes in astonishment, understanding that the white cap's strength and velocity are challenging to follow, even for someone of his expertise. The creature makes a last counterattack attempt, utilizing its tentacles to ensnare our guy in a firm hold. This turns out to be an error, as Lim Kong unleashes a sudden surge of raw energy that makes the tentacles burst into fragments, leaving the grotesque figure mangled on the ground. Noticing the significant disparity in power, Matt Dion determines the battle has ended and starts to move closer. Yet, the triumph is disrupted by a chilling new voice resonating across the runway. A ghostly, long-haired figure draped in a cloak materializes, accompanied by a gigantic, amorphous creature. This arrival instructs the heroes to release the monster, emphasizing that this is not a suggestion, but rather an ultimatum. Matt Dion is frozen in disbelief as the enormous figure in the red cloak has just spoken. This is a frightening turn of events since, although the being is evidently not human, Matt cannot perceive its presence whatsoever. While grappling with the nature of the monster before him, Lim Kong stays determined and prepared, concealed behind his mask. While the white-haired stranger ridicules their bewilderment, the inhuman expresses complete contempt, admonishing the heroes for their arrogance in fearing those they perceive as lesser creatures. The strength of this emerging threat is immediately evident when he effortlessly pulls the damaged red monster through the air using an unseen force. This show of telekinetic prowess compels our boy and Matt Dion to remain spectators as the speaker proceeds with his lecture. From her elevated position, Dan Yang is filled with dread. She understands that this creature is not only communicating but also dressed and employing sophisticated powers, an unprecedented combination in her experience. Even the typically arrogant Nanjiai has lost his smile, now wearing an expression of serious concern. He acknowledges that the energy emanating from this clothed individual is extraordinarily perilous and surpasses anything he has faced before. Concerned that the two heroes on the runway face imminent danger, Nanjiai instructs an unwilling Dan Yang to get ready to step in. On the tarmac, the white-haired figure towers over the shattered red creature, asking if it recalls him. Matt Dion observes the interaction, perspiring, realizing that this adversary is 3 times larger than an average human and functions at a level far superior to the mindless foes he has faced previously. When the red beast merely replies with a distorted roar, the newcomer runs out of patience. Although he insists he was warned against killing again, the creature's defiance infuriates him. In a disturbing act of violence, he strikes straight into the creature's throat, splattering blood across the runway. He proclaims that the being is unworthy of battle and throws the remains to his hovering ally, a blob-like creature known as Vanisher, which consumes the body entirely. Following the execution, the white-haired creature fixes his icy stare on our protagonist, vowing to rectify all he considers arrogant. This danger prompts our character to spring ahead in a swift flash of movement. Witnessing the reckless action, Matt Dion yells in alarm and rushes to intervene. He positions himself between the creature and Lim Kong, urgently trying to avert an impulsive assault from such an unpredictable force. As he deflects the blow, Matt becomes aware that something is amiss. Our hero fails to react to his words as he is engaged in a battle while unconscious. The two champions engage in a fierce battle of raw power, their clash generating shockwaves that fracture the concrete below. Matt Dion pushes back against the overwhelming force of Lim Kang's punch. Irritated, the two champions start to battle. He is compelled to confront his own teammate while a creature observes from the periphery. Understanding that neither the Inhumans nor his unresponsive ally will relent, Matt Dion ultimately loses his temper. He starts to radiate a fierce purple aura, proclaiming that he will annihilate anyone who stands in his path. He hits the masked hero squarely in the face, generating a horizontal shockwave that reverberates throughout the airport. Consequently, our main character is propelled backward like a missile, smashing through the glass and metal of a terminal structure, before ultimately stopping hundreds of feet distant. Having dealt with the immediate internal danger, Matt Dion refocuses on the main adversary. He stands with his back facing them, emanating purple energy and particles resembling stardust from his body. As he realizes it has been quite a while since he tapped into this level of his true power, he meets the gaze of the white-haired Inhuman, Pan, who has been observing the interaction with detached analytical curiosity. Pan observes that Matt is channeling his energy into both hands, a degree of concentration that intrigues the creature, yet also dismissive of Matt's arrogant demeanor. Their conflict generates a tremendous vertical burst of energy that breaks apart the runway concrete, propelling chunks of pavement skyward. Before the two can engage, a mysterious voice calling out Morel resonates from the shadows. This command prompts a swift change in Pan's expression, revealing immediate compliance. Noticing his targets getting ready to flee, Matt Dion propels himself ahead in a flash of light to strike. Regrettably, a complicated geometric magic circle unexpectedly materializes under Pan. Matt watches in bewilderment as a teleportation sequence initiates. Pan's blob-like friend, Vanisher, starts to float and evolves into a large, see-through portal resembling a jellyfish. As Pan ascends into the heart of the teal energy, he presents a sinister, toothy smile to Matt below. He confesses that he had aimed to eliminate them, but now understands that he misjudged their power. Before vanishing entirely from the ancient skyline, Pan delivers a final, sinister vow. The next encounter will result in everyone's demise. The portal contracts into a singular point of light, plunging the devastated airport into profound silence. The story subsequently transitions from the current turmoil, plunging into the shadowy, unclear abysses of the sea, where the white-haired Pan floats aimlessly in the water. The narrative shifts to October 2nd, 2012. Brilliant, high-tech lights cut through the darkness as the submersible Drew Hill MKT-2 starts its downward plunge into the depths. Within the cockpit, the team nonchalantly chats about the debut of the catch-up drama featuring Matt Dion, oblivious to the groundbreaking discovery awaiting them. Upon reaching the 340-meter depth, the chief engineer contemplates the essence of exploration, asserting that its true significance resides in the journey and viewpoint rather than solely in the outcome. The contemplative atmosphere is disrupted as a red alert flashes on the radar. The assistant indicates a reflective wave from the ocean, signaling their proximity to the ground. Due to the sonar's unusual behavior, the chief engineer commands an increase in light output to its highest level. The illuminating floodlights expose a chilling graveyard of submerged aircraft, war vessels, and contemporary wreckage scattered across the ocean floor. Interestingly, the technician observes that the sonar retrieval value is significantly low, merely 1/9 of the expected amount. This prompts the chief engineer to a shocking conclusion. The sound waves aren't reflecting back due to the ground absorbing them or letting them pass through. Fueled by a profound scientific curiosity, the chief instructs the team to initiate a drilling operation at the ground's most permeable location. The crew observes in astonishment as the submarine's lights reveal a colossal metallic formation set into the ocean floor. It appears to be an enormous ancient hatch, convincing the chief engineer that they have at last discovered the fabled Pandora's box. Following the ancient airport crisis, the recovery efforts continue as the city confronts unprecedented destruction. While the airport transformed into a battleground for 4 harrowing hours, reports indicate that a far greater catastrophe was averted due to the swift action of the ISSTF and the surprising involvement of 2 influential figures. The community remains in disbelief after learning that Matt Dion, the lead in the Unyielding Ketchup Man series, is, in fact, a genuine superhuman. Since his talent agency asserted they were oblivious to his skills, global scrutiny is now directed at his upcoming actions as he makes his way back to his homeland. Meanwhile, in a nearby medical facility, the skilled sniper jolts awake, still confused from his wounds. His commander is right next to him, insisting he remains still due to his significant weakness. Inquiring about his tactical dog C, B is directed to the ground where the dog lies soundly asleep. Fortunately, C sustained only minor scrapes, although he ultimately succumbed to fatigue after steadfastly staying by his partner's side. The chief delivers a grim report on the situation, stating that 50 individuals sustained injuries and 6 fatalities occurred, including 4 ISSTF members who perished battling the unleashed monsters. He discloses that B was also near death as a result, due to significant blood loss and a punctured lung from his mechanical suit collapsing into his internal organs. Oddly, B survived solely because a young civilian rendered awkward yet successful first aid by ensuring his airways were clear and bandaging his torso with clothing. When the marksman inquires about the child's location, The chief reveals that the child was in critical condition and needed to be transferred to another hospital. He finally shuts his eyes in relief, grateful that they both survived. At the same time, Yuri awakens in his hospital bed, haunted by a haze of traumatic memories. He is taken aback to see Lim Kong sitting beside him, keeping watch. With bandages covering his body and his arm in a sling, Yuri winces in pain as our boy inadvertently bumps the bed. Once the confusion subsides, their discussion shifts to the recent battle. The main character acknowledges a shocking reality. He may have truly been defeated by a non-human. He describes how, in his haste to rescue Yuri, he was unexpectedly struck by the octopus-like creature while airborne. Due to the immense force with which the monster crushed his head, Lim Kong has no recollection of the fight's middle portion. All he knows is that when he finally awoke, it was on an airport rooftop. He witnessed Yuri being placed into an ambulance and accompanied him to the hospital to guarantee his safety. While viewing the hospital TV, the news showcases visuals of the latest advanced Inhumans, similar to Pan and the blob-like being. Specialists are now cautioning that these clothed, articulate entities pose a greater threat than anything humanity has encountered previously, rekindling worldwide anxieties about a potential second or third wave of monsters that are difficult to eliminate. Lim Kong observes with a serious demeanor, recognizing that it was Ketchup Man who ultimately repelled these new dangers. For him, witnessing his idol demonstrate genuine superhuman abilities is a deeply significant moment. Attention turns to a U.S. government facility, where an official conference is unfolding in a state of chaos. Different agencies are arguing fiercely, vying for authority over the questioning of the renowned actor. The standoff is interrupted when St. Pearl disregards the squabbling men and confidently enters the interrogation room. She meets Matt Dion with a focused, intense look, recognizing their previous connection. Given the unusual circumstances, even the typically self-assured Matt Dion feels uncomfortable during the meeting, as he did not anticipate a peer of her expertise to spearhead the investigation. In a secure interrogation room, St. Pearl disregards official procedures to challenge the renowned actor, Matt Dion. Aware of his actual capabilities, she expresses her lack of interest in his reasons for concealing his identity, but she is intrigued by the soft idol image he has presented. The persona of Ketchup Man has been overshadowed by a tough, irritable reality. He irritably informs her that he isn't in the mood for foolishness and insists on knowing her purpose. Government officials observe this interaction intently through a one-way mirror. Although some find Pearl's rebellious actions frustrating, James justifies her actions, stating that because Matt Dion is a superhuman, only another superhuman like Pearl can genuinely comprehend and engage with him. The discussion shifts dramatically when Matt confesses he has never experienced guilt for concealing his identity or felt a personal obligation to rescue the world. The officials are stunned by this honesty, and Pearl understands she misjudged him. As she gets ready to depart, sensing the conversation has hit a standstill, Matt halts her by referring to her deceased colleague, Withrow. The remark triggers a fierce wave of energy to emanate from Pearl, disrupting the tranquility of the room, making a nearby glass of water tremble. She cautions him to select his following words wisely, but Matt stays composed. He shares that in the airport confrontation, he communicated with the colossal inhuman, Pan, and learned that the being had significant intelligence and a considerable ego. Matt notes that although he has faced Inhumans previously, these emerging dangers are of a completely different caliber. As the White Cap hero was battling in a frenzied state, the Inhumans ultimately withdrew. The situation concluded, yet a chilling message was conveyed beforehand. Matt tells Pearl that the Inhumans didn't merely give a warning. They implied that the demise of all superhumans was an inevitable reality. James and the other witnesses are shocked by this disclosure. Matt observes that although monsters once emerged randomly, the existence of a clever leader indicates they are now operating in a coordinated manner. Should these organized Inhumans manage to eliminate the world's dispersed superhumans, it will signify the certain demise of Earth. Even aware of the risks, Matt stays independent. When Pearl inquires if he continues to decline fighting, he makes it clear that he will battle, but he has no desire to join a team or adhere to a government timetable. Standing tall above her, he asserts his preference for solitude and advises her not to seek him out again. Their isolation is broken when Ben glances into the room, humorously remarking that being a certified superhuman is a challenging job that needs a manager. To Matt's utter astonishment, Ben brings in a recognizable figure, Rose, the manager Matt had once dismissed for his own protection. As the heroes in America strive to coordinate, attention turns to a snow-blanketed cathedral in Russia. Kirilov leads the massive Maxim Basilov through the icy desolation. Bishalov is irritable, swearing at the creature they are pursuing for forcing him to trek through the snow without any food. Upon nearing the cathedral, they discover a gigantic, unnatural footprint frozen in the ice. Fueled by fury and hunger, the Russian giant strides toward the structure, vowing to eliminate the beast as soon as he locates it. Meanwhile, Matt Dion is caught in dense nighttime traffic, contemplating the extensive history he has with his manager, Rose. He remembers a sentimental moment when they enjoyed drinks together, celebrating their friendship and vowing to remain in touch regardless of circumstances. Currently, the actor's tone has shifted to a much harsher one. He emphasizes to Rose that their moments of sentimentality have ended, as the global circumstances have grown too urgent for trivial distractions. When Rose inquires whether they are officially becoming part of the team led by St. Pearl and James, Matt stays wary. He clarifies that it's not about choosing sides. He just cherishes his independence too greatly to be constrained by bureaucracy. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that as Inhumans start to expose themselves while humanity remains unready, superhumans must unite to prevail in the impending conflict. Simultaneously, the probe in Russia directs Kirilov and Maxim Basilov to a vast, snow-laden cathedral. It seems odd to them that the front doors remain completely undamaged, given the height of an Inhuman's trail, as most creatures would have easily broken through. As Basilov swings the heavy doors open, the two men step into a dim, quiet hall that smells of blood. Kirilov observes that there is an unsettling sensation, as the energy of a non-human entity appears to permeate the entire four-story structure instead of emanating from one location. The tension dissolves when they understand. The pews are occupied by pale-skinned beings with crimson eyes. As these beings charge at them with a shriek, Kirilov notes that they are not typical Inhumans. While they are 3 to 4 times quicker than an average individual, they are still considerably slower than the creatures the heroes typically battle. As Kirilov jumps onto a stone pillar to assess the danger, Basilov adopts a more straightforward method. He seizes one of the beings by the throat, understanding that the being is solely intent on sinking its teeth into his neck. As Kirilov attempts to caution him, these beings may still possess humanity. Basilov delivers a devastating punch that completely annihilates the assailant. He contends that they must not be naive or indecisive, as these entities no longer possess a human scent and are already deceased. The reasoning behind his partner's cruelty, Kirilov expresses regret and enters the battle. They traverse the cathedral to guide the last innocent souls to heaven, convinced that a genuine Inhuman mastermind lurks close by, manipulating events from the shadows. At a hospital in Korea, Yuri awakens to discover Lim Kong soundly asleep, slumped against his bed. While Yuri tunes into the news, he encounters alarming reports of high death tolls and missing persons in northeastern Russia, with military authorities linking these events to inhumane actions. As the world seems to be disintegrating gradually, Yuri is engulfed by a profound sense of foreboding, apprehensive that an unstoppable force of devastation is approaching. At the Russian cathedral, the conflict reaches its climax. Basilov looms over the twisted remnants of the pale beings, exasperated by the battle's circumstances. He glances upward and notices a tall, cloaked silhouette dangling upside down from a wooden beam high above the floor. Identifying this individual as the orchestrator who compelled them to eliminate the altered humans, Basilov insists the creature must crawl down or endure a beating. The figure quietly loosens its hold and falls to the ground, landing with a menacing elegance. Rising to confront the two heroes, it unveils a fearsome, red-armored visage embellished with horns and white spikes, signaling the onset of a significantly more perilous clash. Kirilov is next to Maxim Basilov, quietly examining the unusual creature on the altar. Kirilov observes that although the Inhuman's body isn't notably large, even seeming smaller than Basilov, its look is remarkably strange. Draped in a dark cloak and a crimson mask, The being is adorned with wing-like appendages. This made Kirilov question whether he was encountering a bat-like creature or a contemporary Dracula figure. This belief is strengthened by the gruesome, bloody bite marks discovered on the victims previously, leading him to conclude that this creature is responsible for the local vampire epidemic. Due to the significant risks involved, Basilov advances and cautions his partner to remain behind. He understands that if one of them gets bitten, the change into a monster could be permanent, turning this into a dangerous battle. As he gets ready, Basilov seizes his wrist and tightens his fists, bracing his large body for the blow. He propels himself ahead in a swift burst of speed, barreling through the wooden benches to hit the creature. Nonetheless, the creature demonstrates its superior reflexes. By seizing Basilov's enormous fist with its clawed hand, the creature swiftly ascends, spreading its massive wings to float close to the ceiling before returning to the altar below. Kirilov is struck by the creature's agility, observing how it adeptly defends itself with its feet while staying completely composed. Unlike other Inhumans who succumb to panic and act purely on instinct, this one demonstrates clear control over its movements. The tension escalates as the monster's body starts to ripple and fracture, initiating a secondary transformation phase where it shifts its wings into its arms. The scenario shifts from perilous to transformative when the entity starts to communicate. It reveals itself as a fighter under a leader called Pan, noting that their faction was struck by the abilities of those who defeated another non-human known as Ophir. The acknowledgement of a structured, thoughtful hierarchy leaves both individuals completely stunned. Basilov is perplexed by the name Ophir. As Kirilov starts to realize, they are confronting a significantly larger organization than they had initially believed. The dialogue concludes suddenly as the creature emits a piercing scream and leaps from the altar. In spite of Basilov's effort to retaliate by seizing the creature's facial spikes, the beast proves to be exceedingly swift. It unleashes a rapid series of blows to Basilov's jaw, causing him to bleed and ultimately propelling the Russian powerhouse into a heap of broken debris. Towering over the downed Basilov, the creature derisively asserts that these men were incapable of slaying Ophir. It trivializes their existence, asserting that soon, everyone will meet their demise, but opts to create an exception by transforming Basilov into a puppet. Just as the creature readies to inflict this ultimate humiliation, a sudden burst of radiant energy cuts through the atmosphere. Fortunately, Kirilov acts swiftly. He releases a focus blast that hits the creature in the chest and shoulder, compelling it to withdraw. Though he laments not hitting the monster's head, Kirilov radiates with electric energy at his fingertips. Angered by the beast's attempt to harm his partner, he asserts that he will take control of the situation, marking the beginning of a formidable counteroffensive. Kirilov looms above his unconscious companion, Basilov, while confronting the masked creature. The creature appears visibly disturbed, fixating on a new, bleeding wound on its chest that it did not anticipate. Kirilov's strike was executed with such speed and stealth that the beast comprehends it is confronted with a force that transcends ordinary understanding. Yet, the tide turns as the Inhuman's injury starts to mend. Dense, crimson strands of flesh intertwine to seal the gash, prompting Kirilov to understand that his adversary has an extraordinary capacity for regeneration. He has never faced a being exhibiting such a high degree of biological durability. Kirilov chooses to stop restraining himself. He casts off his brown cloak, displaying a poised demeanor and a chilling resolve. He nonchalantly expresses his intense disdain for filthy creatures such as bats, indicating his desire to conclude the battle swiftly. The monstrous being lunges ahead like a shadow, yet Kirilov remains steadfast. As the entity swipes with its claws, Kirilov launches crescent-shaped energy blades. To the creature's astonishment, Kirilov starts conjuring tangible items from thin air for his defense. A semi-transparent sword emerges to deflect an attack, succeeded by a barrage of ethereal fists that hit the creature from various directions. This sequence concludes with a gigantic, ghostly fist crashing down on the being, sending it crashing into the stone ground and generating a cloud of dust and rubble. As the dust clears, Kirilov reminisces about his initial encounter with Basilov. In a snowy glade years prior, he had rescued the powerhouse by flawlessly cleaving a blue-skinned creature in two from the darkness. When the bewildered Basilov asked who he was, Kirilov merely presented himself as a traveling artist and a superhuman. In the present, the inhuman rises again, bloodied yet still a threat. It recognizes Kirilov's prowess, admitting that although it has slain superhumans previously, it didn't anticipate encountering one so formidable. The creature vanishes once more, delivering a fierce kick that propels Kirilov backwards. Fortunately, he quickly regains his footing, employing a transparent blue shield adorned with a fleur-de-lis to deflect the subsequent attack. The two fighters gaze at each other through the radiant shield. The essence of Kirilov's strength is unveiled in a prior dialogue with Basilov. Kirilov shares that he doesn't merely engage in battle. He paints in the air. By harnessing his imagination to bring his drawings to life, he can conjure axes, swords, or shields at will. With his thoughts manifesting into reality, the roaming artist emerges as one of the most erratic and adaptable dangers the inhuman hierarchy has encountered. In a previous discussion, Basilov remembers witnessing a creature being cut into pieces by an object thrown and understands that Kirilov was responsible. Kirilov affirms this, stating that he had conjured and hurled a ghostly axe. He emphasizes that the primary advantage of his power lies in the incredible velocity of his projectiles, rendering them almost untraceable by the human eye. By intensifying his mental focus, he can elevate the speed of these objects, making them exceptionally challenging for any adversary to evade. Yet, this strength demands a significant cost. Kirilov discloses that with each use of his power, his sight diminishes. Although he hasn't lost all vision yet, the threat of lasting blindness hangs over every fight he engages in. In the current conflict at the cathedral, a blue shield floats between the fighters. Aiming to conclude the battle, the artist channels his power to create a massive spectral spiked mace. He launches the Morning Star with immense strength, surprising the inhuman unexpectedly. The creature is struck by the spiked ball, propelling it through the aisle past wooden pews and crashing into a stone column. Despite the force being strong enough to shatter the masonry and make the creature spit blood, it remains aware. Kirilov shows clear frustration at the monster's resilience, as his effort to crush its skull did not eliminate the danger. The pressure of the conflict starts to wear on Kirilov. With his eyes radiating blue energy, blood begins to seep from the edges of his eyelids, causing his sight to become alarmingly unclear. Awareness of his diminishing sight sets in, and he struggles to maintain his focus. Yet a misty white fog starts to envelop his view. This fleeting distraction nearly costs him his life. Upon blinking, the area where the creature was now appears vacant. The being leaps out from darkness, emerging from behind for a deadly claw attack. A spray of blood arcs through the air as Kirilov is struck and sent tumbling to the ground. The beast looms above the downed Kirilov, mockingly pressing its weighty foot onto his head. It recognizes Kirilov as a strong adversary, yet readies itself to overpower him anyway. Unexpectedly, the being observes blue energy particles swirling near its foot, and understands it has been positioned above a decoy. From the higher balcony, the true Kirilov emerges, having summoned his last reserves of strength to create and reveal a grand, intricate energy bow. Even with blood streaming from his eyes and vision entirely lost, the artist stretches the string to its maximum and lets go of a spear-like arrow. The missile impales the creature's chest, driving it to the ground with immense power. The monster howls in pain. Kirilov struggles to breathe, questioning whether he has ever exerted his power so forcefully. Regrettably, the creature's endurance is beyond human. In a terrifying show of determination, the creature seizes the energy spear and tears it from its chest, resulting in a new burst of blood. It gazes up at the balcony with a distorted face, vowing to eliminate the archer. Kirilov stands in disbelief, understanding that his strongest blows have not been able to halt the creature. Fortunately, Kirilov has company. In a recollection, he remembers trailing Basilov during a snowstorm, confessing that he opted to remain with the man because he viewed Basilov as a powerful leader who exceeded his own capabilities. In the current moment, this belief pays off. As the monster gets ready to attack, a shadow appears behind it. Basilov has regained his strength and stands confidently behind the beast, poised to change the course of the fight. Kirilov looks down at his ally with a blend of worry and focus, observing that it's been quite a while since he last encountered Basilov in such a damaged condition. As the situation escalates, Basilov demands to know if the Inhuman is finally finished with its games. His head jerks up, eyes shining with a bright light, and his expression twists into a visage of pure, murderous fury. The intensity of this shift in energy is so overwhelming that the red-masked Inhuman flinches in disbelief, realizing that the nature of the battle has irrevocably altered. As the Russian hero stands up with slow, purposeful motions, the monster fights to keep its stability, spewing dark blood onto the stone ground. The creature shows clear signs of confusion, as its adversary's outline now seems slimmer and more compact than it did earlier, while the Inhuman ridicules the warrior for rising once more while secretly concentrating on its own healing. Due to the slow healing of wounds from Kirilov's energy blades, the beast emits deep, anguished cries, as it harnesses dark energy to reconstruct its flesh anew. Kirilov understands the creature is solely concentrating on healing and urgently advises his partner to attack before it recovers completely. Fortunately, Basilov disregards the warning with icy indifference, asserting the monster's recovery is irrelevant. This assurance arises from his exceptional and fearsome skill, rapid digestion. In a previous recollection, the two friends talked about how this ability enables Basilov to significantly enhance his physical strength, dynamic eyesight, and muscle speed while his body metabolizes fat. Since this skill cannot be activated at will, it necessitates a formidable adversary to serve as a catalyst. This indicates the man grows stronger when he is overpowered or challenged to his physical limits. Until today, no one had ever challenged him to unleash his full combat potential. In the present, the Inhuman senses its power coming back and charges at Basilov with a rapid, erratic speed. Yet, the creature's heightened pace proves ineffective against the now solidified warrior. Basilov easily follows its movements and seizes the monster by its head horn, sarcastically praising it for being the first adversary to test his limits this intensely. Basilov towers over the beast, his body radiating heat and his muscles stretched to their utmost capacity. Basilov strikes with an unimaginable level of power. The ensuing shock wave shatters everything in the chamber, leaving the Inhuman crumpled against a stone column. Fearful and bleeding heavily, the creature understands it will perish if it remains on the ground. In a frantic bid for freedom, the monster unfurls two enormous leathery wings from its shoulders and crashes through the cathedral's tall windows, ascending into the tempestuous night sky. Kirilov stands in disbelief as the creature tries to escape into the sky, but the pursuit is brief. Basilov propels himself from the ground with immense power, fracturing the stone beneath him to chase after the fleeing beast. In a swift motion, the Russian champion catches up to the monster mid-flight. Looming over the frightened creature, he lands a final, crushing blow to its grotesque head, voicing his disdain for the filthy beings as the impact reverberates throughout the structure. Fortunately, Kirilov manages to protect himself from the ensuing shock wave, although the force nearly knocks him off balance. As Basilov strikes down with a powerful overhead swing, the heat emanating from his enlarged muscles makes the whole structure creak under pressure. This intense force is overwhelming for the architecture. Blood seeps onto the remains of the vanquished creature. The roof starts to cave in. This compels Kirilov to urgently call for their immediate evacuation from the collapsing church. As they step into the dazzling Russian snowstorm, the two fighters move away while the descending snow starts to conceal their footprints. Kirilov concedes that the adversary was certainly formidable, yet he is still worried about the dangers of the clash. He inspects his companion for bite marks, aware that the creature's fangs represented a potential threat of transformation. Basilov, on the other hand, prioritizes his hunger over his injuries. After 2 days of fasting to enhance his powers, he is extremely irritable and demands they find food right away. Meanwhile, the heroes search for a meal. The scene transitions to a dimly lit room with a lofty ceiling, where a fresh assembly of advanced Inhumans convenes. A pale-headed figure called Morel tells their leader Pan that the Inhuman referred to as Grab has probably been slain by a superhuman. Pan shows clear irritation at this information, having explicitly instructed his followers to steer clear of conflict while looking for the remnants of Ophir. Regardless of this setback, the Inhumans appear unfazed, indicating that the demise of a single foolish bat won't disrupt their broader strategic objectives. In Korea, attention shifts back to Lim Kang's home life. Yuri has left the hospital and limps back to his apartment on crutches, his legs still confined in a substantial cast. While he is glad to be back home, a sense of lingering trauma from the airport conflict remains. He discovers a sticky note from Lim Kang affixed to a frying pan, notifying him that our protagonist prepared fried rice for him prior to school. Although Yuri is initially moved by the gesture, the truth about the meal is sadly quite bleak. With just one bite, Yuri understands the food is spoiled, causing him to sweat and turn pale as his complexion shifts to a ghastly hue. Seo Yun Secondary School. Lim Kang is occupied with the social challenges of being an ordinary student. His peers, Dae Bang and Chong Ryul, attempt to coerce him into purchasing lunch for them at the cafeteria, but he remains unfazed, insisting he has no cash. As they stroll through the corridors, fellow students chatter about the recent happenings at Incheon Airport. Chong Ryul voices his anxiety, mentioning that the Inhumans seemed so formidable that even Ketchup Man was powerless. Since the monsters withdrew voluntarily instead of being vanquished, the students are apprehensive that the world may be approaching its end. Nonetheless, Chong Ryul finds solace in the presence of the White Cap hero, reminding his friends that there are guardians watching over Korea. Lim Kang remains silent, his face inscrutable as he absorbs his classmates' desperate faith in him during the conversation. Returning to the apartment, Yuri continues to struggle, his thoughts tormented by nightmares and the mental scars from witnessing the inhuman creature up close. He contemplates how Lim Kang manages to lead a regular life while bearing the weight of battling such terrors at any moment and place. Our protagonist gazes through a school window at the radiant sky, pondering his identity and true purpose in this evolving world. In his quest for answers, Lim Kang retrieves a small, crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, unveiling the business card for the Submu Martial Academy. Gazing at the name Lee Mun-gu, he reflects. He is drawn back to a memory of the tournament when the aged Oh Bang-won insisted he had numerous questions to address. After the old man absconded with the champion's trophy, our protagonist remembers the enigmatic direction to find him at Mount Yongpa. His introspection is interrupted as classmates Dae Bang and Chong Ryul come near. To prevent raising any eyebrows, the protagonist swiftly conceals the card and engages with them, dismissing his distraction as merely a fleeting notion. Later that night, the focus moves to the apartment where Yuri is healing from his wounds. As they share pizza, our guy talks about his intention to go to the dojo. This choice stems from a quest for clarity, particularly as Lim Kang has discovered that the grandpa thief is, in fact, a superhuman. When his handler inquires about his certainty, the protagonist reveals that it stems from an instinctive feeling, akin to the disquieting vibe he perceives from Inhumans, such as the enigmatic man in the black hat he met at the port. Their discussion is cut short by a special news segment showcasing a superhuman analyst, Chief Kim Hyun-young. With Inhuman assaults on the rise, the public is eager for updates. The analyst points out that, despite the awareness of 3 official heroes, Matt Dion and the late Galen Withrow likely represent many more concealed guardians. He cites the vast quantity of vanquished Inhuman bodies discovered in locations such as Russia as proof. Nonetheless, he cautions that not every superhuman aligns with humanity's interests. He identifies the Black Hat and his ally in the Red Cloak as possible threats, categorizing them as a perilous adversary to global security. The transmission takes an unexpected twist when Chief Kim discloses that a new superhuman has officially stepped forward to collaborate with the government. The newcomer is Jane Sonata, a Scottish woman who asserts that she single-handedly defended the United Kingdom and is already familiar with St. Pearl. Yuri displays clear shock and trembling upon encountering yet another formidable powerhouse. The interviewer shifts focus to the identity of Korea's White Cap. This makes Lim Kang and Yuri both break out in a cold sweat. The analyst asserts they have uncovered the hero's true identity. Fortunately, the stress dissipates into humor as the chief boldly claims that the individual in the white cap is probably a woman in her late 40s or a foreigner. With every aspect of the analysis flawed, the two remain in shocked silence, understanding that the experts are genuinely unaware of the boy's real existence. The following morning, our main character gets ready to leave for Mount Yongpa in a tracksuit. Despite Lim Kang's offer to go solo to avoid burdening his injured friend, Yuri insists on accompanying him. He contends that the young hero lacks the experience to deal with a veteran con artist like Oh Bang-won. Equipped with his crutches and a strong sense of justice, the handler asserts that it requires a scammer to confront a scammer. Having established their plan, the pair embarks on a journey to the mountain to retrieve their prize and unveil the mysteries of the old martial artist. Lim Kang reclines on a bench at a secluded rural bus stop, his expression marked by fatigue from their lengthy trip. After traveling for an extended period, our boy is already inquiring about the remaining distance to their destination. Yuri glances at his phone while readjusting his leg cast and crutch, realizing they are close to their destination if they can catch this last bus. The protagonist feels especially fatigued since he skipped breakfast, which is a major issue for someone who usually consumes 4 meals daily. While waiting, Yuri gazes at the vast fields and mountains, feeling increasingly irritated. Noticing the absence of stores or supermarkets in the area, he quips that they may need to catch mudfish just to make it through the afternoon. Lim Kang expresses doubt, noting that they have been waiting for 40 minutes already. Fortunately, Yuri stays optimistic based on a blog he encountered, asserting that this is the sole feasible path to MT Yongpa. The journey has challenged my endurance, featuring packed trains, navigating cities on crutches, and countless bus rides across the countryside. A distant mechanical hum eventually disrupts the quietude of the farmland. To Yuri's delight, a bus eventually comes into view on the road. After they get on, the amiable driver reassures them that they are en route to MT Yongpa. He guarantees to notify them upon reaching the final destination, enabling the two travelers to relax for the remainder of their journey. While the bus shakes by rice fields and tractors, the tone of the discussion shifts. Yuri cautions Lim Kang that they are approaching a possibly hazardous person. Believing the elderly man possesses superhuman abilities and is aware of his thievery, Yuri cautions our protagonist to remain vigilant. Nonetheless, the main character remains unexpectedly composed. He confesses that despite the grandpa being unfamiliar, he has an innate sense that the elderly man isn't truly malevolent. As they converse, a news segment on the bus television draws their focus. The report highlights Jane Sanada, who has delivered a serious caution to the paparazzi. Since she is now officially working with the government, she warns of dire consequences for any surveillance devices employed to stalk her. Soon after, the driver announces they have reached the mountain and the pair jumps off to start the last ascent. They swiftly find a wooden signpost hidden among the trees indicating the path ahead. The perspective changes to America, where the vibrant city skyline thrives under the night. In a dimly lit bedroom, St. Pearl is startled awake by a buzzing smartphone. James urgently calls from the laboratory, apologizing for disturbing her despite the importance of the message he needs to convey. James announces a significant development. They have successfully retrieved the restored CCTV footage from the Opera cruise ship. With the technicians pinpointing the precise location of the clash with the Inhumans, Pearl is unwilling to wait until dawn. She tosses aside her blankets and readies herself to depart right away, resolute in her desire to review the footage with the team. She understands that time is crucial in grasping the tragedy that unfolded at sea. In Korea, the climb up the mountain grows progressively harder. Yuri has started maintaining a journal, inspired by his sister's practice of documenting everything. He remarks that the route to the Submu Martial Academy resembles an animal path rather than one for people, characterizing the mountain as the most challenging terrain he has ever faced. The trip includes traversing shallow streams and traversing unstable suspension bridges. Due to his injury, Yuri perceives himself as a liability, yet he confesses in his notes that he couldn't allow our boy to venture out alone. He has begun to experience a profound anxiety whenever Lim Kang is out of view, haunted by dreadful thoughts of potential dangers. Upon traversing a shadowy cavern reminiscent of a tale from a ghost story, their determination ultimately rewards them. The Academy's classic gates stand tall ahead, indicating that they have arrived at their goal. At the American ISSTF lab, the doors part as St. Pearl enters. James and Ben glance up from their screens, their faces somber. James tells her that during her journey, they managed to find 2 camera angles that recorded the scene of Galen Withrow's body. However, He cautions her that the footage reveals something unsettling, suggesting a troubling finding within the digital evidence. St. Pearl stares in disbelief as James hastily instructs Ben to display the retrieved data on the main screen. With Pearl finally present, Ben quickly summarizes while his fingers move rapidly over the keyboard. He accesses the CCTV recordings from the banquet hall of the Opera cruise ship, where the fierce confrontation with the Inhumans occurred. The display shows 6 distinct views, but Ben concentrates on angles 2 and 5, the only ones that recorded the downed figure of Galen Withrow. James shifts his sunglasses while sweat trickles down his face, clearly nervous about what lies ahead. Due to the low quality of the second angle, the team concentrates on the 5th camera instead. Ben observes that the flickering in the video isn't due to a technical error. Instead, it results from a physical phenomenon stemming from the intense energy of Pearl's nearby battle. He points out the digital timestamp located at the bottom of the display. At 01-17-48, the body of Galen Withrow abruptly disappears from the ground. The 3 analysts gaze at the blank screens in total disbelief. Pearl squints, understanding that this was more than a mere vanishing. The video appears blurred. To gain a clearer view, she instructs Ben to replay the video at the slowest speed available. At 0.1x speed, the enigma starts to unfold. Once the timestamp hits 47 seconds, a subtle, indistinct afterimage seems to rush past the body. Pearl quickly identifies the anomaly and commands a halt. Ben magnifies the image to the maximum resolution possible, unveiling a warped, rapidly shifting silhouette looming over the corpse. James highlights a unique bucket hat, while Ben observes what seems to be vividly colored long hair paired with a lengthy coat. Pearl comes to a chilling realization that this is the person who took their fallen partner. She feels unsettled by the thief's astonishing speed, understanding that someone was quick enough to almost evade high-speed surveillance. James swiftly redirects the investigation, instructing a review of all boarding and disembarking footage to identify anyone with these distinct characteristics. In Korea, the focus transitions to the serene slopes of Mount Yongpa. Lim Kong and a jury member, who is still using crutches, approach a traditional home. Our boy questions if anyone is actually home, yet jury's keen ears detect a faint noise. Out of nowhere, they encounter Lee Moon-gu, the tournament's instructor. Fortunately, the welcome is warm, as Moon-gu believes our main character has chosen to enroll in the Academy for Martial Arts training. The pair promptly clarifies that their sole purpose is to recover the stolen Ali Cup trophy. At that moment, the aged Oh Bang-won arrives, nonchalantly holding the trophy. He returns it to them willingly, surprising the boy greatly. Yuri, feeling exasperated, chastises the elderly man for putting them through a challenging mountain hike merely to retrieve their belongings. Oh Bang-won appears unfazed. He gives a lackluster apology, stating that he has tendencies of a kleptomaniac, and informs them they can depart. As the elderly man heads toward a steep cliff, our protagonist senses a stronger urge for understanding. He trails the master to the brink of the cliff. When the elder inquires why he is being followed, Lim Kong expresses himself with a sincere and intense look. He confesses that even though others label him as a superhuman, he is uncertain about what that truly signifies or his own identity. The master hears quietly, before bending down to grab a sharp stone. Bang-won presents a mysterious challenge, inquiring whether our guy could intercept the rock before it lands if it were tossed. Before our son can even grasp the question, the master throws the stone with great force. As the boys remain stunned by the throw, the old man unexpectedly turns around. In a frightening exhibition of rapid aggression, he unleashes a forceful kick at the vulnerable Yuri. The handler is sent hurtling backward over the cliff's edge. Our boy responds with extraordinary speed as soon as he witnesses Yuri being thrown off the cliffside. As the handler descends into the void, our hero propels himself off the edge with such strength that the rock below shatters. He plunges into the chasm, speeding downward to reach his friend who is falling. To counter the drop, our protagonist presses against the sheer wall, embedding his fingers into the rock for grip. Due to the effectiveness of this slowing move, he manages to catch the unconscious Yuri midair. Clutching his friend firmly, the young hero stops their fall by driving his free hand into the cliff, bringing them to a standstill. While suspended from the rock, our main character sees that Yuri has collapsed in fear. This compels a swift recovery, and our boy hauls the limp handler back up the steep wall to the security of the grassy glade. Lim Kong is engulfed by rage as he stares at the old master, insists on understanding the old man's thoughts. Yet, Oh Bang-won shows no sign of being affected by the hero's fury, icily questioning if he wishes to engage in combat. Upon the protagonist's pause, the master labels him as both arrogant and naive. He admonishes the boy, clarifying that having compassion for an elderly man while a friend is at risk indicates a lack of strength. The master states this reflects a lack of accountability. He asserts that our hero's heart is as vacant as a tin can, as he exerts false pressure on those he has no real intention of confronting. He delivers a stern, final warning. With such a cruel and uncertain mindset, our hero will meet his end sooner than expected. The tension dissipates as the protagonist understands that Yuri has truly ceased to breathe. Unexpected emergency shocks the elderly man, who quickly sheds his tough demeanor and hurries back to assist. With emergency services unable to access this isolated area, they collaborate on the grass to massage the handler's legs and bring him back to consciousness. Fortunately, the endeavor proves fruitful, and the narrative transitions to the stillness of the academy after dark. Lee Moon-gu tries to greet the new arrivals by offering them official academy uniforms, yet Yuri shows little enthusiasm while seated. On the porch, sporting a bandaged head and a mask, the handler sadly states he has no desire to learn martial arts. The instructor then inquires about Lim Kong. Yuri observes that our boy tends to ignore instructions and has already ventured off in search of wild boars. Perceiving the unease, Moon-gu attempts to justify the master's approach. He clarifies that although the elder's techniques may appear perilous, he has remarkable insight and consistently understands what is secure. The instructor shares a gentler perspective of the academy, noting that many individuals present are outcasts who have been separated from their homes and families. Moon-gu sees the master as a genuinely good individual, as he welcomed them when they had no other options, despite the master's kleptomaniac behaviors. He brushes off the present quiet of the academy by stating that the other 10 students are on a 2-day field training excursion. Despite this, Yuri stays doubtful and preoccupied with his wounds. The instructor stays passionate, assuring a training routine that blends intensity with enjoyment. Despite, Yuri notes in his journal that the master is terrible, yet oddly acknowledges that the day's trauma makes the situation somewhat intriguing. In a serene cafe, the renowned Scottish superhuman Jane Sonata encounters St. Pearl, at first concealing the gravity of her visit with light-hearted chatter and over-the-top charm. Jane's status as a prominent public figure creates quite a buzz with the waitress. However, Pearl swiftly navigates the distractions to insist on the true purpose of their gathering. This compelled Jane to recall a moment right before the unfortunate Opera Cruise ship event. A moment when she had failed to present Pearl to another superhuman she holds dear as a younger sister, a girl called Sway. Jane discloses that Sway recently encountered a shocking sight on a European street that alters everything they understand about their species. While out at night, Sway encountered a towering blue-haired man mercilessly choking a victim to death. With her extensive experience in combat against humans, she quickly realized that this assailant was a superhuman. She was not only troubled by the murder but also by the sheer grip strength the man exhibited, capable of crushing human neck bones with one hand, something a regular person could never achieve. Fortunately, Sway sprang into action, leaping from a balcony to execute a surprise flying kick, but the killer managed to deflect her strike with his forearm, confirming his immense strength. During the brief confrontation, Sway observed something even more disturbing. Despite being attacked, the man clung to the lifeless body without hesitation. Instead of remaining to battle, the murderer ultimately grabbed the corpse and jumped into the air to flee. Consequently, Sway understood she was facing more than just a solitary killer. She observed another figure moving alongside the murderer on the rooftops, indicating the presence of a coordinated group of superhumans who are involved in homicides. Regrettably, the scenario has shifted from an enigma to a calamity. Ignoring Jane's cautions, the determined Sway ventured out solo to find the group. As this new threat casts a shadow over Europe, Attention turns once more to the early morning at Mount Yongpa in Korea. Oh Bang-won strolls through the foggy fields as our main character nears him. The dynamic between them has transformed from the previous night's tumultuous resurgence to one of deadly tension. Since he has lost interest in games, the elderly master gives our boy a threatening look. He states that he will pose a few last questions and delivers a terrifying ultimatum. If our hero fails to respond with complete honesty, the master will eliminate him immediately. Lim Kong stands in apparent disbelief as the aged Oh Bang-won faces him in the clearing amidst the mountains. The master acknowledges that, despite being nearly unfamiliar, he has already pinpointed a significant problem with our boy. Due to the protagonist's apparent lack of comprehension regarding his situation, the old man is uncertain whether the young man is merely foolish, seeking danger, or genuinely brave. Instead of prolonging a futile dialogue, the master resolves to witness the reality firsthand. Suddenly, the surroundings are obscured by a blast of motion as Oh Bang-won disappears and reappears immediately before our protagonist. This compelled the young man to withstand a rapid upward strike right beneath his chin, followed by a powerful straight punch directly to his face's center. The impact of the strike propels Lim Kong backward, causing him to smash forcefully into a heap of large boulders. Even after being asked multiple times if the strikes were painful, our guy rises from the debris with a serious look and coolly remarks that they did not. The master's astonishment is palpable. Gazing at the protagonist, he notices that, despite enduring a savage attack, the boy's face and hands remain unscathed. This peculiarity leads the old man to inquire whether the boy has ever experienced bloodshed or felt fatigued in the midst of a battle. Reflecting on his past confrontations as the White Cap, our protagonist confesses he has never experienced bleeding or fatigue. Even when faced with a hypothetical situation of battling continuously for a whole year, our main character nonchalantly consents, indicating that the idea of physical boundaries is absent from his thoughts. Due to this understanding, the master's demeanor shifts to a more serious tone as he starts an ethics lecture regarding the essence of their gifts. He clarifies that each superhuman has a fundamental ability referred to as incensed, regardless of the names assigned. This energy is responsible for knives breaking and bullets deforming upon contact with a superhuman's skin. It infiltrates their bones and muscles, resulting in a power disparity that differs among individuals. Meanwhile, other heroes such as Saint Pearl and Basilov have flourished, discovering their own distinct abilities. The master indicates that there is something inherently amiss with our protagonist. An elderly man issues a final, sharp judgment while gesturing straight at our hero's chest. He clarifies that although every superhuman ultimately recognizes their unique ability, Lim Kong remains an exception at this time. As his anger has not yet blossomed, the boy serves as an endless source of energy that has yet to discover its genuine form. Master Oh Bang-won contemplates the harsh blows he inflicted on Lim Kong, acknowledging that the match ended in an unexpected and ironic manner. He notes that, unlike other heroes who battle with seemingly limitless physical power, they engage without the accompaniment of incense. Given our boy's current condition, the master understands that the young hero still possesses ample time to achieve his full potential. He recognizes that our main character is a skilled and powerful superhuman, characterized as a being who surpasses human boundaries to confront inhumans in direct combat. The master clarifies that although many superhumans possess incensed within their bodies to different extents, influencing their resilience and combat techniques, this phenomenon has not yet been observed in Lim Kong. He observes that our protagonist is an exceptional individual who has been competing at an extraordinary level solely as a human, without any apparent enhancements. This disclosure leaves the elderly man stunned and perplexed, as the living witness in front of him implies that the boy began at an advanced level right from the start. As the protagonist reflects on his previous failure and his blackout at the airport, the master discloses that he witnessed the superhuman in the White Cap on the news. He clarifies that following the hero's collapse, his inherent abilities experienced a sudden awakening. The boy's inner strength overwhelmed his mind, leading to his fainting not from the monster's strike, but rather from his mind succumbing to the immense force of his own burgeoning power. The master likens our boy's unexploited potential to a colossal iceberg, stating that his power is genuinely limitless. The tone shifts to seriousness as the master reflects on the emergence of the colossal inhuman Pan. He depicts the robed figure as an extraordinary beast of immense strength and speculates that this being has come forth with the intent to confront our hero. The master is convinced that Lim Kong represents the sole barrier preventing these clever inhumans from dominating the planet. Cautioning that the Earth is on the brink of a battle for its existence, the master extends a fatherly gesture and vows to assist in unlocking the boy's true potential, expressing regret for the previous aggression before taking him to dine. In the meantime, Jury documents his experiences in his journal as the remaining Academy members come back from their off-season training. Even with his leg in a cast, the athletic students quickly had the newcomer chopping firewood as part of his recovery process. Jury recounts a taxing few days filled with excruciating acupuncture sessions from the master, whom he humorously likens to becoming a hedgehog. In spite of the challenges, he starts practicing on a wooden dummy, discovering an unusual feeling of belonging, even while pondering if the others recognize his friend as the renowned As. As time goes by, Lim Kong and the master frequently vanish together for what Jury believes is specialized training, only returning when it's mealtime. Although our boy often faces punishment for unintentionally damaging training gear, the group's connection strengthens. That evening, the aged master softly covers the two slumbering boys with a blanket, keeping a watchful eye as they recuperate from their efforts. At Quiet Mountain Academy, Jury encounters a significant challenge. The protagonist must go back to school, as the shift from the tumultuous training on the mountain to a conventional academic environment is so drastic that the handler is ready to confront the aged master Obang Wan should he deny the boy's departure. Unexpectedly, the master urges Lim Kong to return right away, surprising both of them. He proposes that if our boy runs the whole distance, he can utilize the long run as a beneficial component of his endurance training. Lim Kong starts getting ready for the trip, lacing up his sneakers as Jury hands him a list of tasks to complete at home. With the handler not coming back soon, he requests the hero to include a charger, game console, and laptop in his packing. Upon getting precise instructions on the direction to run, our boy gives a slight smile and reassures his friend not to fret. In a moment, the tranquil courtyard erupts in a cloud of dust as our protagonist propels himself skyward. Obang Wan observes from the tiled rooftop, as white lines streak through the sky, signaling the protagonist's rapid exit before nonchalantly asking Jury to join fishing. At the same time, the focus moves to the advanced setting of Ben's lab. Ben is carefully reviewing security footage from an X-ray checkpoint that every passenger on the Opera cruise ship was required to go through. He concentrates on the warped silhouette in the bucket hat, seeking a corresponding hint that links to the criminal who took Galen Withrow's remains. To uphold the fallen hero's honor, James urges Ben to maximize the technology's capabilities to uncover the identity of the thief. James has a hunch that the person might not have embarked on the ship through standard procedures, heightening the importance of the digital probe. The intensity of the lab work is disrupted by a call from St. Pearl, who discloses that she is now in Northern Ireland. James is taken aback by her abrupt move, but Pearl clarifies that she is partnered with Jane Sonata to search for Jane's sister, a superhuman called Sway. Regrettably, Sway vanished after observing a string of swift killings and vanishings that Pearl suspects were perpetrated by other superhumans. This results in a disturbing understanding. A possible link exists between these European offenses and the removal of Withrow's remains. Pearl recognizes the threat posed by aggressive superhumans but is determined to solve the case to rescue Sway. Knowing the investigation could last several days, she directs James to uphold a strong sense of vigilance throughout the process. If a new inhuman alert arises while she is gone, Pearl instructs James to reach out to Matt Dionne. As the renowned actor is presently in the United States, he stands as the sole influential figure capable of protecting the area during her absence. James feels reassured that Jane Sonata is supporting Pearl, despite acknowledging that an unprecedented task to track down rogue superhumans seems extremely foreboding. As the dialogue concludes, Pearl's eyes shine with a fierce determination, indicating her unwavering commitment to complete the mission. Watching the interaction, Jane Sonata remarks that Pearl is lucky to have such committed co-workers, as they get ready to enter the core of a highly perilous conflict. In a dilapidated stone plaza, A superhuman with blue hair pulls a bloodied corpse along the pavement before tossing it aside effortlessly with one hand. The victim, wearing a green shirt, strikes the ground face down with a loud thud, rendering him immobile and drenched in blood. An unseen observer takes in the devastation, remarking that the body lies utterly annihilated and that their mission has encountered a significant obstacle. From the dim corners of the decaying chamber, a man with flowing white hair in a chair takes charge, directing a new assignment to the gathered individuals. 3 days earlier in Northern Ireland, a local called Hershey rests wearily at David's pub, requesting an additional beverage. The tattooed, muscular bartender David Joshua attempts to stop him. The inebriated man grows defensive and requests a cup of Balkan from a new employee in the back. Due to a series of murders and disappearances haunting the area, Hershey is frightened to walk home alone at night and pleads with David to stay and drink until dawn. Their argument is cut short when the pub door bursts open, and a man in a gray coat, Matthew McCurry, walks in, playfully aiming a handgun at the group. Despite the bartender's indifference to the detective's risky humor, Matthew ultimately puts down the weapon and orders a beer. The atmosphere shifts to a serious tone as Matthew, a seasoned police officer, talks about the community's crisis. He mentions that 13 individuals are unaccounted for, and the victims lack any connections. Even more unsettling is the finding of a disfigured blue inhuman corpse discovered in the street, lacking its upper body and limbs. The death is so peculiar and precise that Matthew questions whether a standard superhuman could be accountable. During the briefing, the new bartender, Pabo, proposes that the murders and the brutal killings could potentially be attributed to a single individual. As the evening comes to a close, David instructs his employees, Evan and Gasvidal, to start shutting down the shop. Gasvidal drags the unconscious Hershey through the doorway. Matthew understands it's time to depart and assures the team he will take back their community from the offenders. He comically sidesteps the tip by saying he forgot his wallet in the car. The detective departs from the pub. Evan observes him with admiration, convinced that a noble figure like Matthew represents the city's greatest chance for justice. The next morning at sunrise, the tranquil vibe of the pub is disrupted by Matthew McCurry's return, but his intensity feels genuine this time. He bursts through the door, aiming his handgun at the customers, which includes a blonde woman and the employees. Due to the revelation of a shocking new crime, the detective's demeanor shifts. He displays his police badge and instructs everyone to lift their hands for alibi verification. A stunned David Joshua attempts to soothe him, but Matthew discloses the dark cause of his rage. The previous night, the inebriated Hershey was discovered dead, his body so severely mangled that the detective now considers everyone nearby as a possible suspect. In the charged environment of David's pub, Detective Matthew keeps a serious demeanor as he steadies his firearm. He provides a disturbing update regarding the local emergency, detailing that the remains discovered in the forest were without a head and torso, with only the limbs remaining. Due to the severe dismemberment, David Joshua initially entertains the hope that the victim is not Hershey. However, Matthew is convinced of the identity, having spotted an expensive Fastek Philippe watch on the body, identical to the one he noticed Hershey wearing during his drunken episode the night before. This identification is corroborated by a call to Hershey's spouse, who verified that he did not return home. The detective observes that the absence of the costly watch indicates the murder was not driven by theft. Rather, the precise and savage technique of dismemberment aligns with the characteristics of the serial killer haunting the area. This insight transforms the pub into a place of interrogation. Matthew starts probing the staff's alibis, compelling Joshua to detail his timeline. The bartender shares that after the detective departed, he and Gasvidal remained late to tidy up before enjoying a beer and playing cards, while their colleague Evan dozed off in the store. As per Joshua, they stayed out until dawn, with Evan at the pub the whole time. Matthew continues to doubt, particularly as he directs his attention to the newcomer, Pabo. The surge of disappearances and killings in the neighborhood started nearly 2 months ago, coinciding with Pabo's arrival in the area. The detective considers him a key suspect. Although Joshua tries to defend his employee, Matthew opts to detain Pabo for additional questioning. He holsters his weapon and guides the silent bartender outside, leaving Joshua, Gasvidal, and Evan in a condition of shocked disbelief. The burden of the situation weighs heavily. Joshua chooses to shut down the business early for the evening. Evan goes home as Gasvidal stays behind, voicing concern for Pabo. Joshua strives to stay hopeful, acknowledging his letdown over Matthew's hostility while believing in Pabo's innocence. Nonetheless, the silence is broken as Matthew abruptly re-enters the pub. Hysterical and soaked in sweat, he yells that the police vehicle transporting Pabo was wrecked, resulting in the loss of 2 officers and Pabo's vanishing. In a panic, Matthew insists on getting Pabo's resume to track down his home address, but the scenario shifts dramatically. Joshua observes that Matthew is surprisingly unscathed and probes into why the detective wasn't present in the vehicle during the incident. When Matthew fumbles through a feeble alibi regarding another location, Joshua's skepticism transforms into outright disbelief. This prompts the detective to lose his composure. His eyes redden as he pulls out his revolver, aiming it at his companions, alleging that they are all plotting against him. The confrontation escalates as Matthew starts to unravel. Upon seeing Joshua conceal a hand behind his back, he dreads a counterattack and fires. A thunderous gunshot echoes, and blood sprays onto the ground. In the midst of the chaos, a person in a white bucket hat strolls through the bloodshed, observing with humor that the group succeeded in self-destruction with minimal external assistance. The intruder gazes at a bloodied, barely aware Joshua. When the man gazes upward, he is shocked to discover that the figure is not the Evan he remembers. The man discloses himself as Jamal Evan, a sinister superhuman who has been lurking in plain view. Crouching over the fading bartender, Jamal Evan nonchalantly grips a severed head and delivers a chilling vow. He will recount one last, humorous tale from their shared past before he completes his task. David Joshua leans against a wall, his body irreparably damaged. Jamal Evan, the renegade superhuman, squats in front of him, nonchalantly gripping the decapitated head of their ex-colleague. As he gazes at a creature he once believed in, Joshua gasps out a question, inquiring if Jamal played a role in the murder of the inebriated Hershey. Evan stays composed, confessing to Hershey's death, though he insists it wasn't his initial aim. He recounts via a flashback that the evening started with Hershey encountering a shadowy stairway, where 2 enormous superhuman figures obstructed his way. Hershey's drunken and rude behavior led him to unleash his fury on Jamal. This disrespect compelled the killer to take the man's life, viewing Hershey's demeanor as utterly absurd. When Joshua inquires about the other staff members, Jamal responds with a sarcastic grin. He discloses that he still views himself as part of a team. The majority of individuals Joshua was acquainted with now lie lifeless on the ground. He gazes at Gaspadal's corpse with insincere emotion, referring to him as a good friend. Before raising the severed head of Pabo, Jamal confesses he was especially intrigued by Pabo, the attractive new bartender who had joined the team just a few months earlier. Jamal describes the instant he ambushed the police vehicle transporting Pabo. After colliding with the car and eliminating the officers, Jamal faced Pabo amidst a pool of blood. Pabo's unusually calm and indifferent demeanor remained unchanged, even when confronted with mortality. Jamal was eager to uncover his real identity. He believed the bartender might be a concealed force or another deranged killer. To evaluate this, Jamal proposed a malevolent bargain. He assured he would save Pabo and Joshua if the bartender would just plead for his life using both hands. Regrettably, the outcome of the test repulsed the murderer. Pabo gazed up with a frenzied, fearful smile, exposing that one of his hands was already cut off. Unable to truly beg with both hands, he nonetheless pitifully implored for mercy. This unforeseen cowardice diminished Jamal's enthusiasm. He found the display pathetic. He harshly seized the man by his hair and ended his life, feeling disgusted by the whole encounter. In the current moment, Joshua yells defiantly, accusing Jamal of possessing a demonic gift and asking why he kills without discrimination. Evan ponders, citing boredom, vengeance, and curiosity as his main driving forces. Yet, he maintains that he isn't a terrible person. As a blue flame ignites above a magical circle, Jamal shares his warped ideology, claiming he revives deserving souls by offering up those he deems worthless. He perceives himself not as a demon, but as a divine creator defying the rigid rules of fate. With the first rays of dawn illuminating the town, Jamal presents Joshua with one last opportunity to embrace life. Overwhelmed by intense hatred for the man who deceived his friends, Joshua bluntly tells him to go to hell. Jamal lets out a dry chuckle and exits the pub, allowing the bartender to draw his last breath. While standing on the street, Jamal contemplates that the world may already be a hell, as it remains unchanged. A buzzing phone disrupts the serene morning. Jamal picks up a call from a person named Carol and hears a startling update that shifts his expression to a predatory one. This information compels him to go back to an old, dilapidated temple where his followers await. He tells his fighters that their last mission encountered a setback since one of their key targets, an individual of considerable importance, successfully evaded capture. Because the escape occurred recently, and Jamal believes the target remains close by. He rises and displays a picture of the person, instructing his team to track them down without delay. He cautions them that due to the target's fame, they need to act with complete accuracy to capture him before he vanishes permanently. Evan's team leaps into action to execute his command to track down the person depicted in the image. Jamal Evans perches on a stone column, observing the turmoil with an indifferent demeanor. Although he appears composed, he privately acknowledges his discomfort with the circumstances. He thinks that when surprises happen, bad luck is likely to ensue, leading him to decide that it's time for him to take action as well. As Jamal Evans descends the stone steps to exit the hideout, he tells a young girl named Carol to remain behind. This command quickly ignites a clash. Carol rises and yells at him in exasperation. She's fed up with being abandoned and feeling bored, even going as far as to label Jamal an idiot. Evan keeps walking without glancing back, trying to convey that they will soon take everything and relocate their activities to America. Nonetheless, the argument stays one-dimensional. Carol persists in sulking and hurling insults at him, causing him to question what she is even rambling about as he walks away. Simultaneously, attention turns to Londonderry, a major city in Northern Ireland. On a balcony with a view of the city, Jane Sonata delivers a bleak update to St. Pearl. With 2 additional individuals vanishing right before their arrival, Jane notes that the local devastation seems unending. Although the city turns into a ghost town after dark, the cases of disappearance continue to rise, leaving officials unable to unravel the enigma. Jane observes that the final location where they could contact their missing friend, Sway, was in Londonderry. She speculates that the perpetrator is probably inexperienced since he hasn't changed locations despite the increasing pressure. St. Pearl listens intently, understanding that if the murderer flees once the government publicly launches an investigation, they will miss their opportunity to capture him. Just as the 2 superhumans start to strategize an ambush, an urgent alert appears on their devices. A Li Injong alert, indicating an inhuman danger, has been activated in Campsie, the neighboring village. The alert details multiple fatalities along the path from the Derry airport. This unexpected emergency compels St. Pearl to alter her strategy without delay. She understands that the capture of an inhuman signifies that their presence is deliberate. The region will become vulnerable to adversaries. Gazing at the horizon, Pearl asserts that she cannot overlook an inhuman threat, regardless of whether it arises in America or locally, and the pair readies themselves for swift action. The report of the increasing death toll and the finding of a grotesque body in Northern Ireland circulates worldwide through television coverage. In a serene space, Russian heroes Maxim Basilov and Kirillov observe the report while continuing their training. Meanwhile, Nanjiai and Danyang observe the developments from their secret location, learning that England is dispatching a specialized counterterrorism unit to address the murder incidents. Even at the Mountain Academy located in Korea, Master Oh Bang-won and his pupils, such as Ju Ri, observe the broadcast in quiet reverence. In Europe, bright white streaks of light curve through the sky, as St. Pearl soars through the sky above the rooftops. Pearl crashes into the street, startling the nearby civilians, and dashes toward the middle of the road. Suddenly, she halts, her eyes growing wide with sheer terror. In the middle of the road stands a superhuman with red hair and a scarred neck. Pearl's shock reveals the man she believed was deceased. Galen Withrow stands above the remnants of a blue-skinned creature, partially enveloped in an unusual golden material. His presence evokes a painful recollection for Pearl, reminding her of James, who sat with his head in his hands, weeping over Withrow's demise. James expressed his admiration for the man's concealed compassion and how he had ultimately managed to bring a smile to the stoic warrior's face. Currently, Saint Pearl is engulfed in a blend of despair, sorrow, and icy rage. She utters the initial part of his name, prompting the red-haired figure to pivot toward her. The man resembling Withrow gazes at Pearl with startled eyes for a fleeting, quiet instant, before he abruptly propels himself into the sky with a ground-shaking shockwave. However, a large, gray-skinned figure quickly blocks his path. This brute intercepts the strike and lands a powerful counterpunch, sending the red-haired warrior flying through the air. Saint Pearl observes in shock as the impact generates a colossal shockwave, propelling red-haired through the skyline and between numerous stone structures. Since, due to the severe impact, debris cascades onto the streets, compelling frightened civilians to seek shelter. Once the dust clears, Pearl remains steadfast, gazing at the gray-skinned intruder with a penetrating expression of scrutiny. She insists on discovering what type of being he is, yet the towering figure merely replies with a chilling, emotionless stare. Fortunately, Jane Sonata comes to support her partner, her eyes starting to shine with a threatening glow. Jane appears noticeably pale and bewildered by the image of the scarred man kneeling before her. However, she swiftly adopts a combat position, demanding that the intruders provide immediate answers about their identities and the reason behind the chaos they are creating. The atmosphere shifts as a blue-haired man with a scarred visage finally utters words. He asserts that he and the Grey Giant exist solely to serve a leader named Evan. This revelation astonishes both superhumans, particularly when the man clarifies that they are merely reclaiming the red-haired warrior, as he originally belonged to Evan. Saint Pearl has had enough of what she deems foolishness. She emanates a strong presence and asserts that she will reclaim her friend, no matter their assertions. A new, detached voice suddenly interrupts the standoff, resonating from a nearby bridge. Jamal Evan, donning his iconic white bucket hat, is seated on a stone railing, observing the scene below with intrigue. He confesses he never expected to encounter the planet's mightiest superhumans in this location, mentioning that he hasn't received any news from his assistant, Carol. Even with the tension in the air, Evan stays calm and even delivers a sarcastic compliment about Pearl's looks without her hero suit. This disrespect only ignites Pearl's fury, prompting her to threaten to eliminate everyone present if she doesn't receive a clear response regarding Evan's role. Evan leans in, trying to defuse the situation by proposing they discuss rather than engage in conflict. He recognizes that confronting both Saint Pearl and Jane Sonata simultaneously could deplete nearly 80% of his strength, a gamble he is not prepared to make with his ongoing project nearing its final stages. Nonetheless, Pearl disregards the strategic conversation and concentrates on her friend's well-being. She insists on understanding what occurred with Withrow, prompting Evan to disclose a shocking reality. Displaying a distorted sense of pride, the antagonist boasts about having resurrected the warrior by reattaching his severed head with glue. Evan, visibly unimpressed, points out that once Withrow regained consciousness, he selfishly fled, leading the group to pursue him. This acknowledgement of defilement is the breaking point for Pearl. While Evan remains composed, he discusses Pearl's strength. She disregards his cautions and rushes at the huge gray-skinned man. With one powerful strike, she slices straight through the brute's torso, asserting that the discussion has ended and commanding the monsters to clear a path for her. Once Saint Pearl entirely vanquishes the gray-skinned giant, the cobblestone road descends into a profound quiet. This is due to the colossal form being torn asunder in one strike. The warrior with red hair, observing from the ground, is clearly in a state of shock. From the bridge, Jamal Evan observes the loss, his eyes growing wide as he comprehends that his main muscle has been eliminated in an instant. Evan Jane Sonata stands frozen, her stare locked on the destruction Pearl has just unleashed. Recognizing that the immediate threat has passed for now, Pearl extends her hand toward the scarred man with red hair. He gazes at her with an empty, vacant expression, appearing unable to comprehend the rescue. The tranquility is fleeting as the blue-haired fighter initiates a frantic ambush, lunging with a forceful punch directed at Pearl's head. However, Supergirl responds with remarkable accuracy. She is much more powerful than her assailants understand, effortlessly stopping his enormous fist with her forearm, showing no signs of fear. The blue-haired individual gazes at her in utter disbelief, clenching his jaw as he attempts to break free. Pearl holds firmly onto his wrist, stopping him from getting away before, landing a crushing counter blow to his wrist. The ensuing energy explosion is so forceful that it propels the warrior backward, causing a nearby structure to collapse on impact. Observing from the bridge, Jamal Evans' demeanor shifts to serious. He sees the swirling golden particles encircling Pearl's fist and realizes she has yet to tap into her full strength. Pearl fixes her eyes on the bridge and delivers a chilling challenge. She taunts Evan to summon his remaining friends, vowing to demonstrate that his initial assessment of her abilities was a significant miscalculation. Evan squints, launching into a rapid mental evaluation of her fighting technique. He discerns that her strikes are distinctive. They aren't distant projectiles. Instead, they are focused flashes of light that appear precisely when she engages physically. This celestial, golden glow grants her both extraordinary power and an inexplicable resilience. He remembers the blue-haired girl landing a precise hit on her chin earlier, which didn't cause her to flinch. Evan determines that Pearl is probably the sole individual on Earth to receive a celestial favor from the sun, as indicated by the noticeable increase in temperature throughout the region due to her mere presence. Instead of feeling intimidated, Jamal Evans laughs mockingly, admiring her boundless charm. Yet, the scene on the battlefield becomes grotesque behind them. The vanquished blue-haired attempts to stand, expelling thick clots of blood as his body starts to transform unnaturally. He emits a chilling scream as his muscles swell and rip through his garments. To St. Pearl's shock, a scorpion tail bursts forth from the warrior's back. This transformed version is swifter and deadlier. The mutated blue-haired strikes with his tail, hitting the ground with such power that the pavement fractures. Pearl is compelled to jump back, observing a dark toxin oozing from the stinger's tip. She swiftly understands this change is eerily reminiscent of the Inhumans they typically battle. The blue-haired fighter launches a coordinated assault of punches and tail strikes, compelling Pearl to navigate through a whirlwind of rapid attacks that transforms the street into a desolate scene of dust and debris. Noticing his subordinate's choice to battle to the death, Jamal Evans opts to leave. He pivots and starts to walk over the bridge, tipping his hat in a final sign of respect for Blue-haired's resolve. Regrettably for the antagonist, a shadow interrupts his departure. A massive rock plummets from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the bridge collapses. Evans disappears in a flash to escape being flattened, reappearing on the pavement below as the stone edifice crumbles. Before he can regain his footing, another enormous boulder crashes onto the cobblestones beside him. Amidst the settling dust, Jane Sonata emerges, suspended in the air, encircled by a dozen floating boulders. As Evan tries to disregard her and move on, Jane locks eyes with him, delivering a frosty, critical stare and asserting that he must be reprimanded for acting as if she were invisible. As tensions rise in Londonderry, Jamal Evans watches Jane Sonata with a shrewd eye, acknowledging her with a dark familiarity. Having previously gone after her allies, Jane is filled with a chilling resolve, insisting that the antagonist refrain from harming her friends. She shows a strong contempt for the opposing group, struggling to accept that such perilous individuals are guided by a leader she deems worthless. In close proximity, the turmoil of combat rages on as St. Pearl violently breaks the mutated blue-haired fighter mid-flight. Jamal Evans stays surprisingly composed in the face of his men's loss, stating that retreat was never his plan. He discloses that his main objective was to retrieve the battered, red-haired Galen Withrow. Gazing at the bewildered man on the ground, Jamal likens Withrow's mental condition to that of a fawn suddenly confronted with an unpredictable and chaotic environment. Withrow's resurrection through Jamal's gruesome techniques leads the villain to claim sole responsibility for the warrior's return to life. This warped reasoning only angers Jane Sonata more. She will not hear another word, Her eyes shimmer with energy as the stones nearby start to tremble in reaction to her fury. Aware that Jamal's incessant chatter won't cease, Jane leaps off a bridge to chase him down. She plans to capture and question him regarding the chaos he has caused, but Jamal finds it difficult to match her pace. At the same time, a drone broadcasts the crisis worldwide. In South Korea, Master Oh Bang-won and his pupils at the Submu Martial Academy assemble around a television, observing the live broadcast of the monstrous alarm in Northern Ireland. Although the heroes' identities remain somewhat hidden, Yuri is astonished to find Jane Sanada entangled in such a massive conflict. In the midst of tension, Lim Kong finally makes his return to the academy, welcomed by his peers just as the transmission transitions to the frantic struggle occurring on the opposite side of town. In Ben's lab, the atmosphere is just as tense. James and Ben scrutinize the footage with increasing anxiety, swiftly recognizing both Jane Sanada and St. Pearl. James becomes immobilized upon seeing the unique white bucket hat that Jamal Evan wears. This aligns with the information from the cruise ship security footage, leading James to understand they have at last identified the person who defiled the Rose remains. Meanwhile, Ben desperately attempts to comprehend how their quest to locate their friend Sui escalated into chaos. The conflict in Ireland escalates dramatically as Jamal Evans races through the streets of Londonderry, caught in a defensive battle while rocks cascade around him. He soon understands that these are not mere stones. They move with an unsettling organic fluidity, suggesting they have a will of their own. With increasing dread, he observes that there are no apparent triggers to control them. Instead, they seem to pursue him like predators, making it nearly impossible for him to approach her. This unexpected assault compels the villain to acknowledge that Jane is far more formidable than he had ever expected. Despite his rapid movements, Jamal finds himself trapped. He jumps to evade one rock, but is taken by surprise when a second stone halts abruptly in midair. Before he can respond, Jane Sanada stands right in front of him, labeling him a rat as she confronts him, strikes a crushing blow to the antagonist's face. The force is so intense that it propels Jamal Evan crashing through multiple stone structures, leaving a trail of blood. Shocked by the blow, he swiftly gathers himself again. Across the street, Jane Sanada looms over a sea of levitating rocks, observing him with focused intent. She mentally assesses the encounter, acknowledging that although she landed a strike to his face in an instant, Jamal was adept enough to deliver a kick to her abdomen at the moment of impact, mitigating the force. Despite his impressive reflexes, Jane remains assured, knowing the hit was substantial. She concedes that she initially misjudged him but now sees her opponent's extensive combat experience. Jamal retorts with a sneering grin, brushing off her compliments despite his bruised visage. His demeanor quickly shifts to one of predatory focus as he discloses that he has unraveled the mystery of the floating stones, expresses that he senses numerous souls emanating from her. That sparks a memory for Jane. Years prior, she clarified to young Sui that she doesn't just manipulate objects. Instead, she is part of a group known as Henge. These comprise 80 distinct stones, each with its unique pure soul and independent will. As they express their thoughts and feelings, Jane stands as the final Stonehenge, the main physical embodiment of this shared energy. In the present, Jamal feels a sense of pride for figuring out the algorithm of her abilities and their exact figures. During the battle, he confesses that facing 80 opponents makes his own predicament seem rather bleak. Yet he swiftly redirects his attention to St. Pearl, whom he refers to as a supreme entity. The pressure of the situation leads Jamal to laugh uncontrollably, while his hair starts to turn white from the stress of being pushed to the edge of death. Jamal sarcastically questions Pearl about her well-being, highlighting the injuries on her face inflicted by his subordinate Costa. He discloses that Costa was a chimera formed from components of an emperor scorpion, explaining the creature's highly toxic venom. Pearl realizes she has been poisoned, but fortunately, her golden aura makes the toxins dissipate from her skin almost immediately. Witnessing this, Jamal is compelled to recognize her extraordinary healing abilities. Jane Sanada advances to confront Pearl, appalled by Jamal's manipulation of human and animal remains to forge his minions. She insists on discovering the location of her sister Sway, yet Jamal remains apathetic to the pain he has inflicted. He sarcastically suggests he could have killed her, mentioning that he struggles to remember those he puts to death. This icy rejection plunges Jane into a deep fury. She instructs Pearl to hold back as she prepares to unleash a formidable foundation, but just as the conflict intensifies, the confrontation is abruptly interrupted by sudden flashes of white light cutting through the atmosphere. These energy beams narrowly avoid Jamal, who remains motionless as the dust clears. A new group of figures steps out from the shadows, acknowledging the newcomers. Jamal observes that his reinforcements have at last arrived, altering the dynamics of the conflict once more. This assembly is a varied and intimidating mix of elites, featuring a man in a checkered visor, a red-skinned horned being, and a blonde woman who looks weary from a prior battle. The unexpected appearance surprises Jane Sonata, while St. Pearl remains composed, inquiring if the entire enemy roster has indeed convened in one location. Jamal Evan, watching from the sidelines, sarcastically warns Pearl that her self-assurance could lead to her downfall now that his entire team is here because, due to the immense scale of this conflict, the battle is being aired worldwide, although capturing footage is becoming more challenging. In Korea, at the Submu Martial Academy, the master and his students gaze at a television screen filled with static. Reports indicate that a drone dispatched to capture footage of the crisis was obliterated midair by an unidentified flying stone, forcing the reporter to find alternative means to record the situation. Protagonist Lim Kong gazes intently at the flickering screen, absorbing the news that Great Britain has banned all military forces from entering the city to prevent being ensnared in the conflict involving the superhumans. In the streets of Londonderry, Jane Sonata's focus moves to. She suddenly recognizes that this is the same formidable beast she had battled and injured during a tumultuous clash. The creature's exceptional skill to shred and mislead allowed it to evade her months ago, even when it was on the brink of death. Oddly, the Inhuman now squats on the street with an expressionless face, appearing to have forgotten the woman who almost ended his life. The standoff is disrupted by an internal issue within Jamal Evans' team. A gray-haired subordinate tells the villain that their youngest member, Carol, has been abducted. This revelation leaves Jamal visibly stunned. He promptly highlights the reasoning behind it, questioning why the group chose to arrive at the battlefield rather than looking for their lost companion. The subordinate clarifies that they were in pursuit of the kidnapper when they accidentally arrived at this precise spot, implying that Carol might be concealed nearby. Despite his fatigue, Jamal Evans is determined to locate her, but prioritizes securing Galen Withrow first. The conflict reignites as a colossal red-skinned creature with an enormous mutated arm appears, lunges down the street to grab the stunned Withrow. Fortunately, Jane Sonata steps in, summoning a colossal boulder from above to crush the creature's outstretched hand against the ground. Amidst the ensuing dust cloud, a subordinate with orange hair rushes toward Withrow, landing a strong kick to send Jane Stone flying. Standing above the bewildered warrior, the man urges Withrow to awaken, while secretly acknowledging that the levitating stones Jane wields are significantly more perilous and unnatural than they seem. Recognizing the surge of new adversaries, Jane Sonata resolves to tap into her true potential. She acknowledges that the thrill of battle is becoming overwhelming, and a colossal surge of energy bursts forth as she initiates her foundational technique. The force generated is so powerful that even Jamal Evans must steady himself against the gust. In a whirlwind of energy, the suspended rocks in the atmosphere fracture and transform into sharp, rectangular formations. As Jane Sonata ascends, encircled by countless deadly stone shards aimed at the elites, she delivers a final, chilling caution for them to brace for their demise. Just as she prepares to attack, a recognizable voice echoes from afar, pleading with her to hold on. Jane and Pearl react with astonishment to find Sway, who had been absent for several days. Sway greets St. Pearl with a cheerful wave, indicating she has been anticipating assistance. To everyone's astonishment, Sway is securely holding the small child Carol in her arms, effectively possessing the enemy's lost piece. This reunion offers a brief moment of relief to the heroes, as Jane Sonata envelopes Sway in a tight hug while St. Pearl takes hold of the young Carol. Nonetheless, Pearl's keen observation leads her to quickly sense something off. The girl exhibits dazed, swirling eyes, indicating she is in an unusual mental condition. This finding piques the interest of Jamal Evans, who observes the interaction with a blend of astonishment and predatory curiosity. Understood that Sway had successfully followed him without being noticed. The moment is disrupted as the red-skinned being named Del Opir crashes onto the ground, breaking the pavement under his immense weight. This creature is significantly more perilous than a mindless animal due to its capacity for speech and strategy. Del Opir advocates for a brutal solution, proposing to eliminate the superhumans to retrieve the child. However, Jamal Evans stays vigilant. Aware that Pearl and Jane are formidable threats, he concludes that facing them head-on is too perilous. Instead, he plans to withdraw with Alexander Kalin and his team, placing Carol's safety above engaging in a violent clash. Sway, though weary, asserts dominance in the negotiation. She directs a finger at the antagonists and delivers a chilling ultimatum. Any movement, and she will take the child's life. This danger causes Jamal and his team to halt, recognizing that Sway comprehends precisely how crucial Carol is to their strategy. Jamal Evans is truly amazed, wondering if Sway played a role in the release of the revived Kalin Withrow. While Sway refutes any connection to Withrow's liberation, Jamal is captivated by the enigma instead of feeling annoyed. He redirects his attention to the deal, cautioning Pearl that his tolerance has worn thin and that he is ready to engage in full-scale conflict if they fail to return Carol. Sway discreetly encourages St. Pearl and Jane to agree to the trade and end the conflict at once, having closely monitored the opposing group. She cautions her allies that the adversaries hold concealed reservoirs of strength that remain undisclosed. She contends that an all-out war would result in devastation unlike anything the world has ever seen. Acknowledging the validity of Sway's caution, Pearl shifts her focus to Jamal's abilities. She inquires whether the souls he revives are eternally under his control, aiming to grasp the real condition of her deceased companion. Jamal Evans delivers a haunting account of how he brings them back. He reveals that those he resurrects are generally tied by an indissoluble vow, behaving like infants devoid of memories from their previous existences while adhering to his orders. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that Withrow is a distinct failure. For reasons that even Jamal can't grasp, Withrow succeeded in breaking free from his restraints and reclaiming a sense of independent awareness, which motivated his initial escape. As Pearl understands that Withrow is now catatonic and in a delicate condition, she consents to the trade, offering the child in exchange for the red-haired warrior. Jamal Evans agrees to the deal without protest. The trade unfolds with meticulous accuracy as Alexander Kalin propels Galen Withrow toward the heroes, while Pearl sends Carol back to the villains. After the swap, Jamal is alarmed to discover Carol unconscious and questions what the heroes have done to her. Sway insists on her innocence, asserting that the girl merely fainted from the pressure of being captured. Before the villains leave, Jane Sonata issues a grave warning. She informs Jamal that regardless of his extraordinary abilities, he must cease endangering innocent lives, or she will ultimately have to pursue him. Jamal Evan gives a relaxed goodbye prior to. His group ascends rapidly into the sky, 5 figures, including Del Opir, fleeing the area. St. Pearl stands alone in the devastated street, her eyes locked on the one who lingers, Alexander Kalin. For a fleeting moment, he meets her gaze, his red eyes piercing through the chaos surrounding them. Before she can respond, he disappears into the sky to reunite with his team. The danger has subsided, but Sui appears shaken, contemplating whether to assign someone to watch the brat who just got away. Meanwhile, St. Pearl, holding the catatonic Galen with Ro in her arms, determines that the focus has changed. She informs her friends that it's time to return, leaving the shattered city walls in their wake. A day later, the focus turns to the consequences of what the media refers to as the Camp City riot. The English government has sent in specialized units to address the crisis. However, due to the rapid actions of the superhumans, the soldiers discover only remnants of a massive conflict. Even in the absence of tangible proof, the event captures global attention, with news outlets worldwide airing footage of Jane Sonata and St. Pearl. The true surprise arises from eyewitness accounts, as multiple elderly individuals enthusiastically claim to have spotted a man with long red hair and dark skin, the famed Galen, despite Ro being officially declared deceased months prior. This announcement brings a surge of uncertainty and optimism in. Jury, the handler of our protagonists in Korea, watches the report incredulously. As the enigmatic Nanji reflects on the unlikelihood of resurrection, public pressure intensifies, compelling the American government and St. Pearl's representative, James De Niro, to respond to speculation regarding Rose's reincarnation. Notably, the well-known actor Matt Dillon is spotted observing the news with a grave demeanor. Remarkably, despite the fierce battle, the casualties were confined to just one fatality. At their headquarters, James and Ben analyzed the data, recognizing that Jane Sonata's megalith power probably shielded the citizens from the crossfire. The lab doors slide open, and Pearl arrives with Jane and Sui. Their long absence makes the reunion a blend of relief and awkwardness. Ben, flustered by the lively Sui, inadvertently expresses his thoughts on her attractiveness, leading to his own embarrassment. Meanwhile, James greets Jane Sonata with a handshake, marking a moment of connection amidst the tension, experiencing an awe-inspiring energy radiating from her, reminiscent of Pearl's unique presence. The professional environment resumes as Ben poses the burning question. Is Galen with Ro truly alive? St. Pearl affirms that he has returned, but he is not quite himself and is currently recuperating in a secure lab. Sui steps up to lead a briefing, volunteering to disclose all she has noted about Jamal, Evan, and the young girl, Carol. An intercom announcement cuts into the meeting, informing James that a visitor has evaded security and is approaching the conference room directly. To everyone's astonishment, the intruder is identified as Matt Dillon, who disregards the guards and turnstiles to push his way into the conversation while the heroes of the world assemble in America, while a subtle tension rises in Korea. Lim Kong is positioned by a river in the woods, gazing at the sky with a concerned look when Master Oh Bang-won inquires whether he has any concerns. Our boy confesses he can't shake a strange sensation, as our protagonist has senses that are significantly more acute than those of an average individual. The master understands this isn't merely teenage angst. Oh Bang becomes earnest, sensing that the boy's intuition is detecting a genuine danger. His instincts are validated as the scene uncovers a massive, moss-covered, humanoid figure quietly lurking in the forest shadows, observing them intently. Master Oh Bang-won is positioned on a substantial rock beside the river, when he abruptly perceives an unusual presence. This compelled the elderly master to carefully glance around a rock to explore the origin of his instinct. Fortunately, the perceived danger reveals itself to be merely a rabbit gazing at him after the master, as the hero chastises the creature and it bounds off. He gazes at the sky, pondering whether rain is approaching, as he senses an unusual weight in the atmosphere. Their meditation is disrupted as Yuri yells from the academy walls, gesturing excitedly to signal that the food is ready. Due to the invitation, the master and our boy rise to return indoors, oblivious to the enormous moss-covered entity concealed behind a rock just a few feet away. The heroes walk on while the creature observes them with a deep, rumbling groan. Our main character appears to feel the lingering stare, turning back with a solemn look as he departs from the riverbank. In a shadowy hideout, Leader Pan confronts a quivering blob-like entity known as Vanisher. Due to the mission's high stakes, Pan is enraged and demands to know if the scout was detected by the white-capped hero. His fury is interrupted when the horned, inhuman Morel steps in to soothe him. Morel clarifies that although the hero is exceptionally cautious, Vanisher managed to track his position without being fully exposed. He asserts that they are now ahead of their timeline. Clenching his fist, Pan declares that surveillance is over and it's time to launch a direct attack. He instructs Vanisher to summon Venomous and the rest of their elite team, officially commencing the hunt for the white-capped superhuman across the ocean. Meanwhile, in the ISSTF conference room, tension fills the air as Matt Dillon pushes the doors open, entering with a relaxed demeanor. Observing the stern looks on James and the team's faces makes him feel like an intruder in their presence. Jane Sonata feels especially irritated, wondering how the actor was able to evade top-tier security merely out of boredom. Fortunately, the young Sway alleviates the mood by proposing that Ketchup Man just couldn't cope with being excluded from the action. The mood shifts when Matt discloses his real motive for being there. He has a particular inquiry regarding the man in the bucket hat, Jamal Evan, whom he met years prior during a crisis in the Netherlands. Matt recounts that while he was covertly managing a significant incident near a film set, Evan showed up and instantly recognized him despite his disguise. After the villain dismissed the secret and disappeared into the darkness, Matt has been on edge ever since. St. Pearl listens closely, affirming that the individual Dion encountered is likely the same Evan they dealt with in Ireland. Acknowledging that the danger is now both global and personal for everyone present, Pearl turns to the actor and his manager. Given their common past and the increasing threat, she formally extends an invitation to Matt and Rose to join their alliance. The advanced, clinical atmosphere of Dr. Oldman's lab, a woman with pink hair, named Joo-hee, stands isolated, her gaze darting around the room in a state of frantic bewilderment. She is looking for someone, but her focus ultimately lands on a vertical medical tank containing a luminous cyan fluid. Inside, the scarred, red-haired Galen Withrow is submerged. Despite her defiant nature, Joo-hee pauses, aware that tampering with the doctor's intricate equipment would lead to serious consequences. The quiet is shattered as Dr. Oldman bursts into the room, perspiring and clearly taken aback to see his former student in his lab. He quickly starts to scold her for the unexpected interruption. Joo-hee merely smirks. She observes that the doctor remains unchanged before meeting his gaze with confidence, teasingly mentioning that she hasn't inflicted any harm so far. As they relax with coffee mugs, their discussion shifts to the worldwide crisis. Dr. Oldman is intrigued by Joo-hee's motives. However, the young woman discloses her intention to remain for now. She feels the doctor would face significant difficulties without her assistance, particularly with the escalating danger posed by the Inhumans. Joo-hee articulates that as ordinary humans, they cannot rely solely on the enigmatic abilities of superhumans for salvation. Since Inhumans surpass human capabilities in both speed and strength, she contends that humanity's sole chance rests in rapid scientific advancement and the development of advanced weaponry. Joo-hee is exceptionally intelligent, considering many top researchers as foolish individuals in a bubble, too at ease in their monotonous, conventional careers. She prioritizes tangible outcomes over appearances, which is why she enjoys her role as an. When talking about intelligence, she affectionately references her brother in Korea. Despite being a minor, she views him as a fellow genius who is significantly more valuable than the global academic elite. Attention turns to the screen showing Withrow's schematics. Joo-hee feels puzzled about why a formidable fighter like Withrow is inside a recovery capsule. Dr. Oldman shares that St. Pearl brought him here following the turmoil in Northern Ireland. Yet the circumstances are dire. Because of the brutal experiments, Withrow's mental condition is dire, leaving him unable to recall his own identity. Dr. Oldman discloses a shocking reality. Withrow has actually perished, and Evan managed to revive him as an infant, devoid of any history. This shocking news leaves Joo-hee in disbelief, as the notion of one individual having the ability to bring the dead back to life contradicts all scientific reasoning. At the ISSTF headquarters, an unexpected wave of shock spreads among the team. James is left shaking as she suddenly disappears before his eyes. Fortunately, she reappears immediately, clarifying that she isn't invisible, but is utilizing a special skill known as Secret Hidden Room. By using her own blood to mark the ground, Joo-hee can form a spatial fold that entirely conceals anyone within the barrier. Since the barrier functions in both directions, it serves as an ideal instrument for surveillance, but it can be breached if an unintended individual enters the concealed space. Joo-hee utilizes a whiteboard to update the team on Jamal Evans' activities. She reveals a shocking truth that Evans' hideout isn't physically real. Although she traced them to a secluded spot in Northern Ireland, there were no structures. Instead, she discovered merely a black portal that the group utilized for their journeys. St. Pearl hypothesizes that a subordinate of Evans likely has spatial skills, causing their base to shift with him. More disturbingly, Joo-hee claims to have witnessed human corpses being transported into the portal. Jane Sonata deduces that Evans' talent for reviving the deceased probably necessitates a steady influx of new corpses, which accounts for his recent series of indiscriminate murders. Joo-hee subsequently points out another important aspect: a young girl named Carol who appears to be safeguarded by the gang. Though Carol seems like an ordinary, complaining child, Joo-hee caught a conversation indicating she is the most valuable member of the group. Carol foresaw a significant conflict in Korea that could result in numerous casualties, including the White Cap hero. St. Pearl understands this isn't by chance. She recalls encountering Carol on the Opera cruise vessel. Based on this reasoning, the team determines that Jamal Evans is leveraging Carol's foresight to inform his strategic choices. This indicates that the antagonist is not merely responding to circumstances. He is proactively altering the future to align with his objectives. A call from Dr. Goldman interrupts the briefing. He tells St. Pearl that Witherow has finally regained consciousness, though he expresses regret for the delay in notifying her. Before ending the call, the doctor notes that his former student, a devoted admirer of Pearl, is present at the lab and has important information to convey. Dr. Oldman passes the smartphone to his student. He introduces herself to St. Pearl. She begins the conversation by jokingly stating that she is a big fan of the iconic hero, but the tone quickly becomes serious. He reveals to a shocked Pearl that her colleague Galen Withrow has awakened. Since the doctor has already indicated that Withrow lacks memories of his past, he candidly addresses the uncertainty surrounding his recovery. She cautions Pearl that there are no assurances he will recall his past identity. However, she emphasizes that moving forward, the hero needs to adhere to her precise directions if they desire the most favorable result. At Seo Yun High School, a typical day is in progress. In the school store, a cluster of students surrounds a heap of snacks. Lee Dae-bang shows clear irritation over the price, but Chung Reel brushes off his concern, insisting the larger boy should pay since he'll probably consume most of the snacks anyway. The group's atmosphere shifts when Hong teasingly grabs a piece of bread from Lim Kang's hand. The protagonist attempts to reclaim it, reminding her that they took his food the day before, but the girl merely squishes his face and dashes away with her prize. With Moo behaving especially mean lately, the boys can only watch her leave, feeling helpless. Dae-bang finds the entire exchange adorable, while the rest argue about who truly covered the cost of the meal. In the classroom, the tranquil environment is disrupted when Choi Taek bursts through the door, challenging Lim Kang to a fight. Given that Taek's arm was injured just the day before, our protagonist attempts to refuse, suggesting that Taek should be recuperating. This moment of reluctance provokes a dismissive taunt from Kwon Chul, nearly igniting a second confrontation right there. Amid the arguing between the bullies and students, the classroom's turmoil is interrupted by a girl who informs our hero that the faculty office is looking for him. The urgency of the message compels him to rush. Once in the faculty office, a teacher is addressing Lim Kang's inconsistent attendance and low grades with a visitor. Master Oh Bang-won, dressed sharply in a black suit and white cap, bows respectfully to the teacher. Acknowledging his sense of responsibility for the boy's lack of direction, the master takes full accountability for Lim Kang's actions. The teacher quickly reassures him, mentioning that although our hero is frequently tardy or absent, he is undoubtedly a kind-hearted individual who interacts well with his peers. Their discussion is abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, revealing Lim Kang standing in the entrance, utterly amazed to find Grandpa wearing a formal suit. While the teacher assures him of support for his academic future, the master guides our hero out of the office and onto the school grounds. Typically accustomed to seeing the old man in tattered clothes, our protagonist is struck by his fresh appearance. Oh Bang-won shares that Yuri assisted him in getting dressed today, emphasizing that the elderly man ought to wear something presentable if he plans to be seen in public. While walking, the master inquires about the boy, asking if he is genuinely enjoying his experience at school. The protagonist contemplates the kindness of his peers, confessing that attending Seo Yun High gives him the sense of belonging to a large family. Upon hearing this, the master feels pleased and instructs our boy to return to class to avoid missing any further lessons. Before the elderly man departs, our main character expresses sincere gratitude, indicating that he regards the master as a member of that family too. After a last wave and a vow to meet again, the master vanishes into the city, allowing our hero to focus on his studies once more. At the Submu Academy located on Mount Yongpa, a sudden and unsettling shift in the atmosphere disrupts the students' previously tranquil routine. With their friend Yuri back in the city, the courtyard seems strangely silent as the disciples perform their morning tasks. Instructor Lee Moon-gu assists them in raking the scattered leaves, but the light chatter about the strong winds abruptly ceases when he perceives a chilling presence looming overhead. This instinct is validated as a vast, dark shadow starts engulfing the entire academy courtyard. As he gazes upward, Moon-gu is frozen in awe at the sight of a massive, pale head emerging from the clouds. This is the creature called Vanisher, and it emits a thunderous roar that unleashes a fierce shockwave, shattering the glass and launching debris and students in all directions. As the dust clears, four exceptional inhumans remain at the heart of the devastation. Rafa, a light-skinned figure featuring a vertical slit for a mouth, observes the frightened students and realizes that their objective, the white cap, is absent. Vanisher verifies they are indeed at the right coordinates. With the hero missing, the powerful ape proposes a violent solution: to eliminate everyone present. Confronted with imminent demise, Lee Moon-gu undergoes a moment of deep insight. He remembers the lessons imparted by Master Oh Bangwon, who saved him from a troubled history and guided him toward a life free of regrets. As this academy represents the sole home for his students, Moon-gu and his followers are determined not to back down. They assume their fighting positions, determined to hold their ground despite the daunting odds. The crisis swiftly prompts a nationwide reaction. At Yen High School, the emergency alert system sounds loudly through the intercom. Students are alerted that enormous inhumans have emerged at Mount Yangpa. The announcement triggers chaos in the classroom, but for Lim Kong, this news hits close to home. With his friends and mentors in imminent danger, he doesn't wait for evacuation instructions. He leaps over his desk and dashes out of the school at extraordinary speed. At the same time, Master Oh Bangwon strolls down a city street as the public sirens signal the calamity. Master. When he learns his home is under attack, the master's composure disappears. He propels himself upward, generating a sonic boom that astonishes the nearby civilians, leaving them in disbelief. Regrettably, the circumstances at the academy have escalated into a massacre. Simeon operates with a ferocity that the students cannot follow, striking with a brutal blow that pierces through a disciple's chest. Witnessing his student on the brink of death, Lee Moon-gu is overwhelmed by fear and obligation. This compelled him to make a risky move. He leaps at Simeon, gripping the monster's face to divert its attention. Moon-gu realizes they have no hope in a fair confrontation and shouts at his surviving students to scatter and flee for their safety. Even though the disciples yearn to remain and battle alongside him, the instructor's stern order makes them understand that their survival is his utmost concern. Attention returns to the sky. Master Oh Bangwon and our protagonist maintain their rapid dash, their gaze locked on the horizon as they brace for impact with the alien assailants. During a rapid dash across the city rooftops, the quiet is interrupted as Master Oh Bangwon's phone vibrates. With a crisis unfolding, he swiftly picks up the call from his foremost disciple, Lee Moon-gu. Regrettably, the information from the other side is heartbreaking. A wounded and breathless Moon-gu pleads with his master to avoid the academy, indicating that the location is now a charred wreck. In spite of the elderly man's frantic objections, Moon-gu emphasizes that avoiding the situation is the sole choice, as the danger exceeds their expectations significantly. Amidst the crackling connection, Lee Moon-gu delivers a grim account of the massacre unfolding. He discloses that multiple disciples have already been slain at the scene, while some have been dispersed into the nearby woods. Fortunately, a few students evaded the initial massacre by concealing themselves near the river during a laundry duty. Aware that his time is limited, Moon-gu utilizes his last moments to share crucial information. He tells the master that the merciless invaders are already aware that Lim Kong is the superhuman with the white cap, because our protagonist was absent from the academy, and the monsters have now redirected their focus to the high school to draw him out. The dialogue shifts to a sorrowful moment as Moon-gu readies for his conclusion. He bids an emotional goodbye, expressing gratitude to the master for a life free of regrets and addressing him as father for the first time. As memories of their wintry history and familial affection surge in the master's thoughts, a blast detonates on the opposite end of the call. With the signal cut and the phone shattered in his shaking grasp, Master Oh Bangwon is overtaken by a chilling, vengeful determination. He faces Lim Kong and orders our protagonist to rush to the school at full speed. his own gaze aflame with the burden of his grief. Meanwhile, at Seo Yun High School, an ordinary afternoon swiftly morphs into a horrifying ordeal. While packing their bags, students Dae Bang and Chong Ryul are startled by the enormous pale head of the monstrous vanisher emerging from the clouds. Due to the creature's thunderous, bone-rattling roar, the school descends into a sudden frenzy. The scenario intensifies as 4 monstrous pods crash into the schoolyard with tremendous impact, unleashing the elite invaders right onto the campus. A blue monster called Pyongoid is one of them, starts to melt and spread over the pavement, serving as a vibrant gateway for numerous smaller, pale hatchlings. The distinguished leaders, Rafa and Simeon, find themselves surrounded by the bustling army, observing that the white cap remains absent. With no desire to delay, Rafa commands his troops to initiate a magnificent feast of devastation. Authoritative, the school barriers and breaking through classroom windows. The students are ensnared and rushing to the upper levels, engulfed in sheer panic. As the merciless army gets ready to storm the building, a shadowy figure hurtles down from the sky above Seo Yun High School, resembling a dark silhouette diving toward the ground. This is Lim Kong, our main character, who crashes into the schoolyard like a meteor. The power of his landing creates a tremendous explosion of concrete and debris, unleashing fierce shockwaves throughout the campus. On the ground, the elite Inhumans, Simeon and Rafa, gaze at the impact crater in disbelief, recognizing that their objective has come. As the Inhumans hover at the rooftop's edge, our hero remains solitary in the lingering dust. A blue, multi-limbed beast positioned on the side of the structure emits a roar and leaps at him, leaving a trail of white energy. Lim Kong stands completely motionless as the creature descends with its claws outstretched. Just before the attack lands, our hero disappears and suddenly reappears in the air to execute a crushing upward blow. This propelled the creature upward, and the hero then unleashed a fierce punch that sent the monster crashing into the school's brick wall, creating a cloud of dust and blood. Meanwhile, other dangers do not hesitate. Another blue creature leaps in from the side, yet our boy tilts his head a bit and seizes the monster's face in midair, driving it into the ground to incapacitate it immediately. Even with blood splattering across his face, our hero presses on with his fierce counteroffensive. He seizes another monster by the head while gripping the building with one hand, throwing the creature with such power that it generates a sonic boom. This immense strength sends the monster crashing through the terminal windows in a blast that shakes the whole structure. From their vantage point on the ground, Simeon and Rafa see that each part of their subordinate's body is being methodically crushed. Rafa ultimately reveals the hero's identity, emphasizing that even without his iconic hat, the warrior is unmistakably the white cap. As the elite strategize beyond the school, fear infiltrates the hallways. An emotionless blue creature traps a girl named So-hee, causing a surge of students, including Dae Bang and Chong Ryul, to sprint toward the chaos in sheer terror. They realize they are caught between the beasts descending the staircase and the one menacing their peer. As the monstrous entity gapes wide to consume So-hee, a swift rush of movement darts down the corridor. Lim Kong materializes, unleashing a fierce kick that propels the creature through a brick wall. Amidst the rubble, our hero stands, his white shirt smeared with blood, and his face obscured by debris. His classmates gaze at him in utter disbelief and bewilderment, struggling to identify their once quiet friend transformed into this blood-drenched fighter. Regrettably, the elite Inhuman Rafa chooses to alter the battle's dynamics. His body starts to throb with intense red energy, and he emits a thunderous roar that unleashes a colossal crimson shockwave. This energy envelopes the whole school and city skyline, serving as a mental disruption. Consequently, every student, along with Lim Kong and the incoming master Oh Bang-won, is struck by the wave. The students stand motionless in a trance, their faces taking on a vacant, glassy look. Due to this psychological attack, Lim Kong undergoes a terrifying hallucination, gazing at his hands as the environment shifts, merely to witness a vision of his peers being violently killed. In this nightmare, Dae Bang is seized by the neck. A clawed appendage stabs through Moo-hee's chest. Our protagonist gazes at the lifeless forms of his companions, his face reflecting a vacant, somber look, his thoughts briefly shrouded by the illusion of their death. Fortunately, Master Obang Wan remains undeterred. He races toward the schoolyard, his motion resembling a streak of rapid white energy. The master commands the two elites, moving with such speed that Simeon is unable to see him approaching. He lands a hit that brushes past Rafa, narrowly avoiding a lethal impact by a millisecond. While suspended in the air with a new injury, Rafa sarcastically confesses that nothing excites him more than probing into another person's thoughts. Master Obang Wan remains resolute, his expression dark and menacing as he straightens his tie. He critically assesses the creature responsible for the mass hallucinations and inquires whether these are the entities that injured his sons at the academy. Consumed by a frigid rage, Obang Wan loosens his tie and tosses it away. Fixing his stare on the elite, inhuman Rafa, the master delivers a last warning, pledging to repay the monster double for the havoc they've wreaked. With grim resolve, he extends a finger ahead, vowing to slice the scoundrels in two. The conflict ignites as the powerful Simeon vaults into the sky with a raw roar. Master stays entirely composed as the creature falls. Due to the master's exceptional counterstrikes, a powerful shock wave is unleashed, propelling the Simeon backward with a mangled, bloodied visage. Shifting like a flash of white light, the master reemerges below the descending Simeon to execute a powerful overhead blow. He drives the creature's head into the pavement hard enough to splatter blood onto the surface. While maintaining his rapid attack, the master redirects his attention to the red, sharp-toothed Hachi. The creature charges forward, its enormous jaws wide open. The master narrowly shifts to evade the bite. In a brief moment of rapid uncertainty, the Hachi almost throws him off balance, but the master retaliates with a deadly kick, shredding the creature in a spray of blood. Simeon attacks once more, yet our hero intercepts the blow with his bare hands, his face darkened with fury. Within the school corridor, the horrifying vision of carnage finally dissipates. Lim Kong is seen calling out for his classmate, Hong Mu-hee, who is slumped against a wall, emerging from her daze. He reaches out to her, imploring her to focus on him. Disoriented and drenched in sweat, Mu-hee struggles to comprehend that the images of her classmates being slaughtered were illusions. Their peers, Wu Chongrui and Li Debang, observe in utter disbelief. They realize that our protagonist moved like a white blur to rescue the class president, prompting them to pose a question they once deemed impossible. Are you superhuman? Lim Kong maintains a serious demeanor, shrouded in shadows as he prepares to don his iconic white cap. A scream reverberates in the corridor as students claim the upper levels are being overwhelmed. With the situation dire, Lim Kong addresses his friends with calm authority, stating he can't afford to linger. He dons his cap and readies himself to return to the fray. He reassures his weeping classmates that he's pleased they've come to their senses and encourages them to remain where they are. With a determined expression, our hero vows to safeguard them, leaving the students astonished as they discover that the White Cap legend is one of their own. In the schoolyard, Master Obang Wan assesses his challengers. He observes that the primate is more resilient than any creature he has defeated thus far and is effectively adjusting to his pace. As the creature understands his strategies, the master becomes aware that his speed no longer provides him an advantage. In the meantime, Rafa taunts in a twisted voice, pointing out that the master is utilizing a standard prosthetic leg. He shows a distorted fascination with the way the elderly man conveys energy to a prosthetic limb, yet proclaims that the master's nightmare has only started. Obang Wan gazes at the creature with utter contempt, finding the monster's words tedious and uninteresting. The scene transitions to a conference room in the USA, where St. Pearl is conducting an urgent meeting. With the crisis in Korea escalating globally, she declares her plan to assemble an unprecedented international team. This announcement surprises Ben, as a hero intervening in another nation marks a historic first. Matt Dion backs the initiative, pointing out that the White Cap student is presently at a disadvantage compared to Jamal Evans' forces at St. Pearl starts giving her commands with military precision. She directs James to go to Dr. Oldman's lab since a developer named Juhee is actively seeking him. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, which includes Sway, Rose, Ben, and Dion, is instructed to remain in America. The necessity for the mission to have the utmost level of power at Pearl indicates that she and Jane Sonata will be traveling to Korea together. Two strong women journey across a dark, stormy sky, approaching Saoyon High School to engage in the chaos within a ruined classroom. A frightened student cowers against filing cabinets as a gray, monstrous figure with elongated blue tongues towers above him. Just as the beast prepares to attack, a forceful punch lands on the side of its head, resulting in a spray of blood. The fist's power is so intense that it instantly shatters the monster's skull, eliminating the danger before it can hurt the boy. The savior is unveiled as Lim Kong, standing over the defeated creature with his white cap pulled down low. Having just observed his classmates' astonishing abilities, the student finds himself completely stunned and in disbelief, ultimately collapsing to his knees upon the realization that the white cap legend and the quiet boy from his school are one and the same. Our protagonist swiftly forgoes conversation and dashes out of the room. As he navigates the school corridors in a white flash, he assesses the seriousness of the circumstances. He detects the heat signatures of 30 to 40 Inhumans assaulting from various angles. Understanding that the building is being methodically overwhelmed, he concludes that his sole option is to move toward the zone with the highest concentration of danger, directing his focus to the school basketball court. Within the courtroom, the environment is utter turmoil as a teacher desperately attempts to corral students at the rear of the classroom while numerous blue Inhumans stalk through the strewn bodies because the emergency exits are obstructed by additional monsters outside, leaving the students feeling trapped and despairing. The horror escalates as the smaller Inhumans start to combine into one throbbing mass of flesh. This combination leads to the creation of a colossal multi-limbed being called Peon Goid, characterized by grotesque mushrooms protruding from its back. The creature reveals a central mouth and unleashes numerous long blue tentacles that whip through the gym, compelling everyone to seek shelter. Just as a tentacle is about to grab a student, Lim Kong bursts through the high windows, shattering the glass. He lands solidly on the court floor and seizes the creature's extending limbs with his bare hands. Driven by a deep sense of personal duty, our hero swings the tentacles with enough force to topple the enormous Peon Goid off its feet. He delivers a powerful, energy-charged punch straight to the creature's face, crushing its skull inward. The impact of the blow generates a fierce shockwave that propels the Peon Goid through the building's wall and into the school grounds, leaving the creature destroyed. As the dust clears, a profound silence envelopes the onlookers. A student, recognizing the boy in the white cap, is overwhelmed with emotion upon realizing who has been watching over them. Lim Kong stands in the smoldering crater, his shirt marked with blood as he directs his glowing gaze at the remaining smaller Inhumans. The beings are so consumed by his lethal intent that they start to retreat in terror. The protagonist shows no signs of mercy. He accelerates with a fierce intensity, methodically taking apart the last of the monsters through a relentless barrage of kicks and punches after smashing two Inhuman heads together. He stands resolute as blood pours down around him. With a menacing vow to the trembling creatures, he proclaims that none will flee, for he plans to eliminate every last one of them today. As the massacre unfolds at the school, Jamal Evan reaches an empty Incheon airport. Attired, wearing his white bucket hat, he casually remarks that the weather is far too pleasant for such brutal combat, before concluding that South Korea is truly a delightful location on the third level of Shao Yen High School. A terrifying sight unfolds as a blue-skinned creature has pinned Park Chong-sik against a window, impaling the teacher's shoulder with its prehensile tongue. While students look on in paralyzed fear, the educator overlooks his own pain to ensure their safety because he perceives his students as his own offspring. Utilizing his last ounce of strength, he clutches the monster's face, urgently yelling for the teens to escape while he stands firm. In what he perceives as his last moments, he implores the younger generation to take charge of the future, delivering a heartfelt apology for any severity he displayed towards them previously. As the creature readies to land a final strike, Park Gundu races down the corridor with incredible speed, utilizing his blue gym shirt to obscure the monster's vision. Our hero's classmate executes a strong flying kick that makes the beast release the injured teacher. Gundu is quickly joined by Choi Tae-ik, and together the two gang leaders unite their power to push the creature toward a window. However, The monster's solidity resembles that of an immovable tree, causing the boys to struggle for progress, prompting. Gundu yelled at the spectators to cease watching and begin pushing. Spurred by this order, a group of students charges ahead to engage in battle. Their combined strength ultimately breaks the glass, causing the monstrous being to fall into the schoolyard. However, this triumph carries a horrifying price, as while one creature falls, another ensnares Gundu's hand with its tongue, pulling him into the hallway. In the air, the beast constricts its suffocating tentacles around Gundu, crushing his ribs, and allowing his peers to observe in shock. Confronting the truth of his impending death, the young fighter's thoughts wander to a distant sunset. He remembers his childhood spent with his father, a man who urged him to express his emotions openly rather than conceal them behind a stoic facade. The sorrow of Gundu's existence stems from the death of his father, a courageous firefighter who perished while rushing into a blazing structure to rescue others. Because, as a result of this trauma, Gundu matured into a cynical welfare child, loathing the idea of heroes due to the emptiness his father's heroism created. He recalls a serene instance on the school rooftop right before the ongoing crisis, during which he had disregarded an emergency alert only, to see Lim Kong positioned there as a superhuman. At that moment, he had doubted the value of being a hero. Yet, as the Inhuman's hold constricts around his throat now, his sole lingering thought is the deep longing for his father. Fortunately, the pattern of sacrifice halts just in time to save Gundu from being lost. As the boy's gaze turns vacant, a swift surge of energy slices through the atmosphere, breaking the monster's grip and letting the student land safely on the ground. The specialized sniper bee has appeared, executing a powerful kick that fractures the air surrounding the creature. With his cybernetic eye and fully charged mechanical limb, the soldier commands the nearby students to shield their ears. As the impact's shockwave spreads across the schoolyard, Gundu observes the intervention in a stupor. After years of harboring resentment, the term hero finally resonates as he comprehends that he has been rescued. Within a shattered classroom, the atmosphere is heavy with falling glass and the labored breaths of students. Choi Tae-ik and Nam Gung-mu huddle in fear, their eyes wide as they behold a blood-stained mechanical arm slicing through the air. Before them stands specialized sniper B, who has just neutralized a deadly inhuman threat. While some students erupt in relief at the sight of a guardian, Park Gundu lies battered on the ground, his body pushed to its absolute limits. The arrival of a tactical unit instills a sense of order amidst the chaos. Soldiers ascend the stairwell with precision, focusing on evacuating students while B remains the frontline defense. Given the situation's volatility, the sniper instructs the students to remain still. However, Gundu, driven by an urgent desire to validate himself, reaches out to grasp the soldier's leg. Despite his crushed torso and severe internal injuries, he begs to join the fight, finally confessing that he has always aspired to be a hero like those he once despised. B presents a stark, clinical truth. If the boy shifts now, he might never be able to stand again. In a different section of the school, the enigma of the white cap is at last revealed to the students. Lim Kong stands among the debris of a classroom, his hands stained with otherworldly blood. His classmates, Quan Chul among them, gaze in shocked silence as they comprehend that the mild-mannered boy they know is, in fact, the renowned superhuman. Our hero does not linger for applause. He concentrates on the lingering dangers, detecting 10 additional monsters hiding around the downtown campus. The confrontation in the schoolyard involving Master Oh Bang Wan and the elite Inhumans has hit a deadlock. The red-skinned Hechi launches a flurry of rapid-fire spikes, compelling the Master to navigate with meticulous accuracy. While he successfully evades many of the projectiles, he is compelled to extract a sharp spike from his own shoulder. Recognizing that Hechi serves as a long-range deterrent while the powerful Simian engages in close combat, it becomes evident that Simian's remarkable durability prevents the Master's counterattacks from inflicting sufficient damage to conclude the battle. Master Oh Bang Wan perceives a tingling purple energy in the atmosphere, identifying it as a spell unleashed by the shell-dwelling Rafa. To evade the monster's tracking skills, the protagonist's mentor starts moving in a way that creates no air displacement, appearing as a blur that eludes Rafa's visual detection systems. This strange action unsettles the elite Inhuman, prompting him to abandon the games and unleash his full strength. Rafa is truly amazed that the old man has stayed unscathed, in spite of a three-pronged attack from some of the most powerful entities in their ranks. From a nearby rooftop, Jamal, Evan, and his subordinate watch the devastation of the school below. Jamal observes how rapidly the stunning landscape has been destroyed, given the airport's proximity to the campus. Though his subordinate proposes revealing their hideout, Evan stays wary. He perceives that the strength of these Inhumans is significantly greater than usual, but he harbors a foreboding sense that engaging with them could result in their inevitable demise. As the sky grows darker, the man in the bucket hat delivers a chilling forecast. A second wave is approaching, promising a degree of horror and anguish that the land has never experienced before. Master O Bangwan is engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous simian. His face contorts as he deflects a huge pale arm reaching for his head. The master firmly clasps the monster's forearm with both hands, keeping the heavy appendage just inches from his face. In a swift, bloody motion, he unleashes such immense power that the creature's arm is entirely ripped off. The monster howls in pain, arching its head back as its limb is detached, splattering blood into the air. From a vantage point, the elite Inhuman Rafa surveys the destruction with a detached, analytical stare. The master looms large, his ragged attire and bloodied hands contrasting with his demeanor, as he sarcastically remarks on the absurdity of a monster's scream. He gazes at his foe, pondering whether these beings truly experience pain akin to humans. Nevertheless, the master's assurance is abruptly broken. Upon witnessing a vision of his disciple, Li Mungu, kneeling on the ground and grasping a twisted arm, the master, taken aback by the sight of his injured student, is momentarily distracted. Simeon capitalizes on this chance, delivering a powerful punch to the master's face. Before sending him sprawling onto the pavement, our hero's mentor slides across the yard, struggling to breathe while completely worn out. While he fights to heal, the echoes of his deceased followers start to reach him through a swirling, purple-tinged mist. He perceives the hazy, tear-streaked faces of his students gazing at him through the mist, and his gaze becomes vacant, turning completely white. As he becomes entirely engulfed in this illusion, he finds himself vulnerable in the actual world. Simeon thrusts ahead with its last limb, executing a deadly slash that slices through the master, leaving the master shattered and lifeless in a pool of blood. Rafa floats above, gazing down at the remnants with a cold sense of pity. The elite determines that although the master displayed remarkable mental resilience by fending off multiple adversaries simultaneously, even the most formidable mind ultimately succumbs to the five senses deception. Convinced the battle has concluded, Rafa faces the school structure, realizing he hadn't anticipated sustaining this much harm prior to encountering the white cap hero. Perched on a nearby rooftop, the antagonist Jamal Evan observes with dismay. He thinks it's astonishing that such a strong human lived. Still, he feels frustrated that the master passed away before he could see the battle's complete scope. Unexpectedly, Simeon is surprised by an unfamiliar presence. The beast responds as a huge white fist crashes through the air, hitting the creature with tremendous impact. The simian is launched across the yard, its jaw broken from the collision. Master O Bangwan stands in the yard, his clear gaze indicating that the monsters were not as knowledgeable as they believed. Panic overwhelms Rafa as he spots a hole in Simeon's chest from a blow that should have been unthinkable. The master directs his piercing stare at the last elite, labeling him a novice as a purple energy shield bursts around him. Rafa starts to whirl uncontrollably through the air, his sight fading as he understands he is losing all five of his senses. The master states that Rafa can no longer distinguish between what is real and what is illusion. The creature will remain ensnared in its own deception forever. As the creature yells that this is a trivial ruse, the master explains that he merely borrowed the skill. He discloses that in their first encounter, he hit Rafa's forehead to create a mark, enabling him to temporarily absorb the enemy's power. The mentor of our hero confesses that his earlier defeat was simply an act to lure the monster into a false sense of security. As he readies for the decisive strike, the master shares a philosophical insight about purpose. He likens superhumans to ordinary individuals, stating that they are all merely in pursuit of a reason to exist in their lives. He reminisces about a cherished moment with his students at the academy, filled with laughter and playful arguments as they got ready for a group photo. They desired the picture solely because Jury was having his cast removed, a trivial yet meaningful cause for their happiness. In the present, tears flow from the master's eyes as he contemplates the life these creatures have ravaged. He vows to reveal to them the real price of crushing another's existence. With one last devastating blow, a vertical beam of light abruptly cleaves the elite inhuman Rafa into two bloody sections. Master Oh Bang-won remains resolute among the debris, having conclusively eliminated the danger. Due to this intense counteroffensive, the other elite creature, Simeon, can only manage a final breath before its life force completely diminishes. In his final moments, Rafa speaks the name Behemoth, indicating the emergence of a far greater threat. Oddly, the mood in the abandoned schoolyard changes abruptly. The master and the rogue superhuman Jamal Evan, observing from a nearby rooftop, both feel an overwhelming pressure cutting through the sky. Jamal Evan understands that the present quiet is just the calm preceding a catastrophic storm. The tension is so palpable it feels like a knife at his neck, leading him to believe that an absurdly formidable force is about to emerge. This instinct is validated when the colossal, blob-like entity referred to as Babylon Vanisher gradually descends upon the campus. The being opens its mouth, unleashing a roar so powerful that it shakes the nearby structures. Within the school, the expert sniper B hears the scream and swiftly directs his tactical team to the rooftop. At the same time, the students cower in fear, absorbing the noises from the playground and fervently wishing this nightmare would transform into a mere dream. The earth trembles as a colossal, powerful foot crashes onto the pavement. A colossal creature with numerous eyes and tusks, known as Behemoth, looms above the bodies of the defeated elites. He derisively chastises his forerunners for losing to an elderly man, disclosing that he has been observing the whole battle via the Vanisher's portal. After witnessing the master take Rafa's power, Behemoth acknowledges the old man as a formidable foe, but he remains completely unfazed. Accompanying him are two other elites, the three-faced Harper and the horned Galterin, who have come together with the sole purpose of eradicating the Whitecap. Master Obangwon squints, sensing a heavy burden he hasn't felt in years. Recognizing that the newcomers are ready for a deadly confrontation, he braces himself for the impending clash. Behemoth charges with astonishing speed, derisively observing that the master appears distracted. Despite the elderly man's effort for a swift kick, Behemoth halts it with just one hand. The monster recognizes the master's ability to conquer the prior elite but regards him as a minor hindrance. With a strong blow, Behemoth hurls the master into the school structure, leaving him battered and struggling to breathe. Behemoth announces that their focus is solely on the Whitecap, but they must eliminate anyone else who obstructs them. Fortunately, a rapid white streak races toward the school rooftop at that precise moment. Lim Kong descends and gazes down at his incapacitated mentor, his face shifting to one of sheer fury. With his target now visible, Behemoth readies himself for the main event. As the master rests on the ground gazing at the sky, he contemplates his deteriorating body and his struggle to keep fighting. He silently apologizes to our boy, convinced that, even in his absence, the young hero will ultimately prevail. Unexpectedly, a blue portal appears in the center of the yard, altering the situation dramatically. The enigmatic Nanjiai emerges from the light, cackling wildly. He speaks to the monsters with a sarcastic tone, pointing out that the human realm has a particular rule about honoring the elderly. Nanjiai strolls nonchalantly into the Soyeon High. His arrival swiftly provokes the Behemoth's anger. The inhuman elite shows clear irritation at the disruption and questions the reason behind the stranger's interference. Instead of confronting the situation head-on, Nanjiai looks at his ally, Dan Yong, and firmly orders her to avoid the conflict this time. He tells her to quickly take the wounded master Oh Bang-won and withdraw to safety. As the master bleeds on the ground, he observes the pair with intense suspicion. He identifies Nanjiai as the infamous Black Hat and worries that he could be a threat to humanity. Despite these apprehensions, Dan Yong disregards the master's unease and kneels to assist him. assuring Nanjiai that she will avoid the upcoming confrontation. Nanjiai dismisses her worry with a broad, wicked smile, pushing her to move quickly as he detects another danger nearing. In an instant, Dan Yang ascends into the sky, taking the master with him and leaving Nanjiai to confront the massive figure of Behemoth. Behemoth towers over the man in the black hat, inquiring about his connection to the white cap hero. Nanjiai delivers a teasing, playful retort, humorously referring to the hero as his forbidden love, just to provoke the beast. This insolence incites Behemoth to swing a colossal hand downward in a swift motion, aiming to crush the human. Yet, Nanjiai disappears before the impact devastates the concrete. Before the creature has a chance to respond, dark tendrils of energy encircle Behemoth's powerful arm, immobilizing him. Nanjiai reemerges with a menacing smile, taunting the creature for being as irritable and predictable as the other beasts he has encountered. The conflict escalates as Nanjiai employs a dark enchanted rope to launch the enormous Behemoth high into the air. As the beast slams down, a dark figure called Black Mirror rises from the earth behind Nanjiai. The shadow remarks on how long it has been since it was called forth into the world, and Nanjiai greets his ally, indicating that their activities are about to intensify. While Black Mirror wonders why they should even engage in battle, Nanjiai cautions the shadow to maintain its concentration. He characterizes Behemoth as a creature among creatures, stating that even one error against such a being would result in immediate death. Behemoth steadies himself, his numerous eyes focused on the fresh challenger. He boldly announces his intention to eliminate every superhuman on the planet after he deals with the white cap. He finds it somewhat entertaining that a wild character like Nanjiai wishes to challenge him and inquires about the motive. Nanjiai's eyes shine with a fierce red hue as he laughs in response. He declares that he is a superhuman while his adversary is an inhuman. He requires no further reason to eliminate him. In a secure area distant from the combat zones, Master Obang-Wan contemplates the immense force he has just faced. He understands that the solitary blow Behemoth delivered to his chin was so powerful that the shockwave reverberated through his entire face, and the following hit to his ribs inflicted extraordinary harm. He gazes at Dan Yang, feeling a blend of skepticism and intrigue, pressing her for the reason behind her rescue and whether her group truly fights for humanity. Dan Yang ultimately takes off her cloak, unveiling her blue hair and face. She confesses her uncertainty about revealing herself after such a long time but formally presents herself to the master, affirming that her actions are indeed for the benefit of mankind. Across the sea, St. Pearl and Jane Sonata race towards Korea on top of floating stones. Jane estimates that they remain roughly 2 hours from their destination, even with the hinges operating at full speed. Meanwhile, Pearl gazes at the horizon alongside Jane, considers the villain Jamal Evans' steadfast faith in the child, Carol. She worries that if Carol's foresight is correct, the demise of the white cap hero could be inevitable. Jane decides to take action to prevent this foretold loss at all costs, but their discussion is interrupted when Pearl's eyes grow wide. She senses a presence up ahead in the distance, indicating that their return home may not be as straightforward as anticipated. Enormous, ghostly, grotesque hands rise from the farthest corners of the earth, rushing toward the humans at alarming speed. Due to the significant danger, Jane Sonata promptly instructs Pearl to remain near her floating hinged stones. Yet, the precaution proves insufficient. The massive limbs strike with earth-shattering power, unleashing a fierce shockwave that hurls the heroes like ragdolls, reducing numerous defensive hinges to mere rubble. As violet energy rises through the atmosphere, Pearl understands the damaging essence of the assault. She squints, reminiscing about her past meeting with the cunning inhuman leader, Pan. His arrogance and skill in manipulating dimensions linger in her memory. She suddenly understands that the white-haired opponent has unexpectedly intercepted them deep in the ocean. In the distance, Pan stands on a radiant magic circle floating above the water, alongside the blob-like Vanisher. The ruthless leader commends his scout before revealing a heavenly display of magical circles in the sky. He commands Vanisher to go back to a person called Morel, before transforming the being into a flash of white energy. Within, in an instant, Pan utilizes his remarkable speed to position himself right in front of Pearl and Jane. Pan towers over the two heroes, tauntingly questioning their rush. Before they can react to his unexpected arrival, Pan charges ahead with a fierce welcome, landing a strong kick that hits both women at once. Due to the intense force, Saint Pearl is propelled downward rapidly, plunging into the sea and submerging far below the surface. Jane Sonata cries out in terror as her companion vanishes into the deep blue. Beneath the water, Pearl fights to recover her awareness amid the wreckage. She observes that despite the henge stones being shattered, the pieces respond to her presence, gripping her joints firmly. With this unforeseen assistance, Saint Pearl bursts back to the surface in a tremendous water explosion. Pan observes her rise with a sneering smile, remarking on her poor flying abilities. To overcome this setback, Jane Sonata decides to assist her partner by merging the remaining hinges with Pearl's body. This tactical maneuver enables the blonde hero to stay grounded in the sky, preparing her for an intense confrontation. Pan watches the stones with indifferent intrigue, observing that they appear to continue moving indefinitely until their controller is eliminated. Jane Sonata frowns, recognizing Pan as the creature who once battled Matt Dion at Incheon Airport. Pan simply chuckles, asserting that the meeting was purely for amusement. Pearl then insists on understanding how he predicted their arrival. Pan takes a moment to deliver a talk on the certainty of their cause. He states that the Inhumans aim to consume the planet, and that the superhumans' belief in safeguarding humanity is a presumptuous notion. He discloses that the Inhuman leaders are divided over the white cap hero, Lim Kong. The Inhumans have made the mission in Korea a priority, believing that removing Lim Kong will secure their triumph. Pan acknowledges that he initially considered Jane and Pearl his main challenges, but the rise of the white cap has altered the order of their worries. When Pearl inquires whether he holds the title of the Inhumans leader, Pan provides a hollow, chilling gaze that acts as affirmation. Emitting a powerful presence, Saint Pearl proclaims her determination to conclude the senseless conflict by eliminating him on the spot. Pan stays unfazed, drifting among a cosmos of enchanted symbols as he regards her threat as yet another overconfident presumption. Meanwhile, this battle of giants rages above the sea. Attention returns to the rooftop of Seo-Yun High School, where the distinguished Inhumans Galtron and Harper observe Lim Kong from afar. Galtron confesses that he considers the boy in the white cap to be dull and unremarkable. As he misjudges our hero's real strength, the monster readies himself to spring into action for the execution, oblivious to how his arrogance could spell his demise. On the rooftop of Seo-Yun High School, Master Oh Bang-won leans weakly against a wall, his energy almost depleted, as Dan Yong stands watch over him. His tired eyes are focused on the horizon, where Lim Kong is engaged in a fierce battle with the Inhumans Galtron and Harper. Noticing the boy's bloodied visage and ripped shirt, the master remembers an essential instruction, encouraging his pupil to shut his eyes and seek his center. This crisis moment evokes a profound memory for the master, transporting him to the mountain academy where life felt easier. He recalls his students encircling a wild boar, amazed by its size and playfully discussing the havoc it wreaked on the fermenting food jars. In those tranquil moments, the master devoted time to watching a bewildered Lim Kong, looking for any trace of the aroma that signifies a superhuman's strength. Since the boy displayed no visible signs of this energy, the old man experienced a deep sense of enigma, pondering whether his own skills were incapable of understanding the boy's true potential. While the other students concentrated on trivial activities such as purchasing tangerines, the master's gaze stayed fixed on our hero. He ultimately summoned the boy for specialized training, to the jealousy of the other disciples who understood the master's unwavering dedication. Because our main character was perpetually famished, hesitating at the prospect of additional labor, while Li Menggu and the others merely observed as their companion was guided toward the jagged cliffs and the thundering waterfalls of the mountain. Positioned near the tumultuous water, Master Oh Bang once stated that the aroma of a superhuman originates from an exceptionally high degree of mental fortitude. He observed that since Lim Kong had already perfected 12 techniques of subactu, along with skills in archery and capturing, there was nothing further to instruct him regarding physical martial arts. Instead, the master instructed our boy to remove his shirt and sit cross-legged directly beneath the powerful cascade of the waterfall. The objective was for the hero to clear his thoughts until he could perceive each drop of water resonating clearly, keeping a steady heartbeat despite the distractions surrounding him. The master decided to observe from the concealed leaves of a nearby tree, desiring to observe when the boy's scent finally appeared without disruption. Regrettably, the first training did not proceed as intended. Instead of achieving a profound meditative state, our boy was found drinking from the waterfall to satisfy his ongoing hunger. Master Obang experienced a surge of compassion for the famished student, observing that despite numerous efforts at mental training, no notable progress appeared to take place. Yet, the master's pride increased as he observed the boy's growing dedication over time. One evening, a shirtless Lim Kong strolled leisurely through the forest. The master observed the unthinkable. A pair of tiny sparrows perched on the boy's shoulders. A cautious wild rabbit started trailing him, as though he belonged to the very forest. As animals usually fear humans, the elderly man noticed a change in the environment surrounding the boy. The master observed in astonishment as the whole forest appeared to respond to our protagonist's arrival. The wind swirled around him. With each step the boy made, the puddles appeared to part, steering clear of his feet. The observer experienced a jarring, disquieting sensation, as if the boy instinctively drew in the life force from his environment. When Lim Kong noticed a big snake, as the child innocently called for his grandpa, the master began to sweat, aware he had been detected despite his stealth. He noticed a subtle glimmer in the boy's eyes and understood that although the environment had turned discordant, nature was, in fact, selecting our hero. The master determined that Lim Kong holds the abilities of a savior, a figure capable of safeguarding humanity even when the world teeters on the brink of disaster. In the present, this hidden strength finally surfaces. Bursting with energy, our hero unleashes a rapid, powerful punch at the Galteran. The impact of the strike leaves the monster struggling for breath on the rooftop of Seoyin High School, blood splattering on the concrete as he struggles to rise. Our hero approaches his foe with calm determination, his aura so powerful that it generates a dense, oppressive weight in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is so charged that even the elite flyer, Harper, struggles to catch their breath. Suddenly understanding that this frightening ability originates from just an ordinary high school student. Determined to change the situation, Harper inhales deeply and fires a rapid, acidic projectile aimed at the roof's center. Fortunately, Lim Kong stays completely motionless as the strike misses. The energy merely swirls around instead, him and disappears into the atmosphere without ever contacting his skin. Harper is in complete shock, as his strongest weapon was rendered ineffective without the hero lifting a finger. Realizing they are utterly overpowered, Galteran calls for Harper to fetch their fallen comrades, particularly the elite Rafa, to activate his power enhancement. Meanwhile, the creatures scramble. The bloodied Master Obang observes the unfolding scene, feeling a blend of pride and paternal anxiety. He understands that our boy is reaching a pivotal moment of growth that evokes a recollection of their prior training in the woods. The master remembers how the hero's thoughts once faltered at Incheon Airport, as his body struggled with the enormity of his own strength. Master O reveals the protagonist's concealed energy is akin to a brimming cup. Without complete mental control, his own power could ignite an explosion leading to a worldwide catastrophe. As the hero's aroma now flourishes darker and more intensely than it ever has, the master worries that Lim Kong is a ticking time bomb, battling to maintain awareness within his own mental abyss. The turmoil on the ground becomes horrific as Harper descends to collect Rafa, only to discover a pool of blood in place of the body. Galteran's patience wanes due to his companion's disappearance. He commands Harper to cease hesitating, and instead hurl the twisted remains of the other vanquished Inhumans, Simeon and Hechi, straight at him. In a grotesque exhibition of scavenging, Galteran unveils his enormous jaws and consumes the remnants of his own comrades. Dan Yong watches in dread, realizing the creature is leveraging this act of cannibalism to unleash a tremendous surge of power. After devouring the bodies, Galteran undergoes a horrifying metamorphosis into his ultimate state, becoming more muscular and adorned with sharp spikes. He advances, shattering the rooftop beneath him, and taunts the Whitecap, asserting that the Inhumans will ultimately triumph in the war, regardless of this particular confrontation. Nevertheless, the Beast confesses his desire to eliminate our protagonist personally for the sake of entertainment and to solidify his own reputation as a formidable warrior. With a final roar, Galtron charges forward in a flash, determined to end our hero's life with his own hands. His roar is abruptly silenced as the atmosphere on the rooftop changes. Lim Kong remains completely still, but having accessed his deepest reserves, a wave of power emanates from him. This abrupt surge in intensity compels all those present, including the weary master and the watching elites like Behemoth and Jamal Evan, to understand the protagonist is revitalized. Our hero moves with such swiftness that the air shimmers, surprised Galtron, inflicting a significant injury to his chest. The impact propels the monster upward, and with incredible speed, the protagonist catches him in midair to land another crushing blow. Galtron can only whirl in astonishment, utterly outmatched. To conclude the exchange, our character lunges forward once more, delivering a strong upward kick that generates a surge of energy and propels the creature high into the sky. Dan Yong gazes in astonishment at the burst of energy. Recognizing that this embodies the genuine potential of the Whitecap close by, Master Oh Bang-won observes with a somber yet proud demeanor, realizing that although the boy's awareness is divided and the situation is precarious, he is achieving remarkable equilibrium. The elite Harper can only shake. As he observes Galtron's broken body finally plummet, it crashes down, destroying the school's court. High above, our protagonist stays aloft, energy continuing to surge within him. Eyes watch as news drones attempt to capture footage through the haze and debris. The focus transitions to a worldwide broadcast, where a news anchor delivers a desperate update regarding the events in Incheon. With more than 50 Inhumans seizing the campus, it marks the largest unprecedented assault in history. Reports indicate that as heroes like the Black Hat and the elderly man in a suit push back, the most shocking development has been the unveiling of the Whitecap's true identity. It is now revealed that the hero is Lim Kong, a student from a local high school. This revelation has led experts to deduce that the entire invasion was orchestrated with the boy as the primary target. James De Niro, spokesperson for St. Pearl, emphasizes the seriousness of the Korean War during a press briefing. He mentions that due to the unprecedented danger, both St. Pearl and Jane Sonata are en route to Korea to provide assistance, especially when the Black Hat was brought up as joining the battle. Kirilov examines the video, observing that humanity has reached a crucial phase of evolution at an accelerated pace. He cautions that if the 4 champions in Korea are defeated, it will spell disaster for the whole nation. With the Inhumans directing their full force towards Lim Kong, Kirilov contends that every superhuman globally must adopt a straightforward, unified course of action. He points to his projections, stating that all superhumans must prioritize assisting the Whitecap without delay. Despite Basilov's clear irritation at the young student's perceived greatness, his pride leads him to consent to the mission nonetheless. He strides off with an annoyed frown, reminding Kirilov that wherever they venture, he is still the leader. Kirilov gives a subtle, knowing smile, recognizing that the Russian powerhouses are officially joining the conflict. In the center of Seoyan High's schoolyard, Behemoth awakens, directing a piercing, deadly stare at Nan Ji. Though injured and bruised, Nan Ji presses forward with determination. Behemoth observes that now Nan Ji is genuinely fighting, he will respond in kind. Due to the Inhuman's strict timeline, he chooses to unleash his full power to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Nan Ji ridicules the creature's rigid timetable and morphs into a whirling cloud of shadow energy, indicating a change in the battle. He tries to bind the giant by calling forth his shadow ally, Black Mirror. Dense energy bands encircle Behemoth, restricting his powerful physique. This enables Nan Ji to attack with rapid movement, engaging the monster in midair. Nonetheless, the attempt is unsuccessful. Despite unleashing his full strength on the monster, Nan Ji understands that Behemoth's hide is too tough to cut. Consequently, he receives a counter-strike and is propelled through the air, landing amidst the wreckage. As the dust clears, Behemoth remains unscathed. Nan Ji grapples with his balance, understanding that each strike from the tusked elite could be deadly. Given the monster's immense strength, Nanjiai realizes he cannot sustain his defense for an extended period. Behemoth derides the attempt as feeble and uses his brute force to break the Black Mirror's energy bands. Behemoth propels himself into the air, hurtling down toward Nanjiai like a missile. Even as the shadow cautions him to evade, Behemoth's fist crashing into the ground generates a shockwave of dirt. Nanjiai senses the wind pressure from the creature's actions draining the air around him, destabilizing him and exposing him to a subsequent blow that sends him whirling. Noticing his partner's breaking point, Black Mirror urges Nanjiai to escape. Behemoth disregards the request and unleashes a focused energy beam into the atmosphere. The beam hits with tremendous power, causing a far-off explosion that leaves Dan Yong and Master Obang Wan in disbelief. As he strides through the debris, Behemoth clarifies that although their main objective is the Whitecap, this slaughter is merely the initial phase of a grander scheme. The creature asserts that the sequence of their slayings holds no significance, as every hero and human is destined to perish. It cautions that even if the Whitecap endures today, mankind stands no chance against an adversary that is already equipped for battle. It informs the remaining individuals that they will ultimately succumb to hopelessness, leaving them with nothing but tears. Fortunately, Nanjiai remains unbroken. He stands amidst the wreckage, severely wounded, yet ridicules the creature for excessive talking. As Behemoth gazes in astonishment, Nanjiai finds himself enveloped by the Black Mirror. Standing resolutely, he asserts that the Inhumans are precisely what he anticipated. After narrowly avoiding a catastrophic explosion, Black Mirror begins to ponder the nature of the enemy's weaponry. Nanjiai concedes he lacks the answer, yet he is certain of one fact. Had that shot connected, they would have been reduced to mere ashes. He studies Behemoth, whose menacing tusks and crimson eyes exude an overwhelming aura. Nan realizes that every wound he inflicted with his sickle has healed almost instantaneously. This realization forces him to confront the possibility that his efforts may be futile against such a beast. Consequently, his muscular arm is now torn and bleeding, leaving him feeling as if he is treading on fragile ground. Reflecting on the battle, Nanjiai remembers his attempt to unleash his Roar of the Dead technique. Regrettably, even that formidable attack failed to incapacitate Behemoth. Meanwhile, Behemoth observes the dark shadow encasing Nan with a predatory intrigue. He notes that despite the injuries, Nanjiai's resolve remains unbroken, leading the creature to deduce that the warrior still possesses enough spirit to be of interest. Perched on a nearby rooftop, the villain Jamal Evan and his aide Chinver survey the chaos. Since Nanjiai is enduring an encounter with such a powerful commander, Chinver is astonished by the incredible battle. Evan squints as he realizes. He senses Behemoth's piercing stare extending up to the rooftop. Although the creature is engaged in battle, it is cognizant of the onlookers and has opted to disregard them. Evan contemplates a vague forecast made by the young girl Carol about the fate of the Whitecap hero. Given that this battle is surpassing all his anticipations, Evan finds himself burdened with numerous thoughts. Returning to the battlefield, Nanjiai confronts the beast and contemplates his history. He shares that when Inhumans emerged, he was compelled by curiosity about these absurd, perilous beings. He sensed that this minor disruption in time would ultimately lead to significant devastation for the world. Nanjiai recounts his journey of mentally assessing power levels, contrasting the superhumans with the sinister Inhumans. He was convinced that if a genuinely advanced group of monsters were to exist, they would be so dominant that everything else on Earth would appear trivial. Behemoth considers this viewpoint intriguing, sarcastically inquiring about Nanjiai's feelings now that he is finally face-to-face with one of the Inhuman leaders. With a savage, blood-stained grin, Nanjiai acknowledges the creature exceeds all his expectations. Behemoth wonders why Nan persists in obstructing his way, given that he isn't the main target. But Nanjiai just chuckles. He clarifies that as a superhuman, he must rectify the power balance he previously assessed in his thoughts. As the two ready for a decisive, deadly clash, Behemoth steels himself, vowing to honor the warrior's resolve to perish. As they prepare to attack, a figure in a pink cloak soaring through the sky halts them. Danyang yells at Nanjiai to halt, Her involvement was prompted by a chilling secret they had in common. Nanjiai had once revealed to her that his ability, Black Mirror, is typically contained within a tattoo on his wrist. Since the darkness exists alongside him, he can only access a portion of his power while it remains sealed. Fortunately, merging with the Black Mirror bestows him with extraordinary capabilities, but the potential consequences are dire. Nanjiai cautioned that the deeper he delves into that darkness, the more his original self strays. If he fails to detach from the shadow post-fusion, he will ultimately vanish. Currently, Dan Yong observes in terror as Nanjiai permits the dark vortex to engulf him. Understanding he is prepared to sacrifice himself to restrain the commander. The standoff's tension shatters with a brutal impact. The twisted, bloodied form of the inhuman Harper plummets from the sky, slamming into the earth after being annihilated by Lim Kong. The unexpected turn of events leaves both Behemoth and Nanjiai unsettled. Our hero, Lim Kong, appears bruised yet determined, gazing up at the towering commander. Remembering his handler's counsel to communicate before engaging, our protagonist focuses intently on Behemoth and observes with chilling clarity that the creature can indeed communicate. The unexpected arrival leaves Nanjiai and Dan Yong in stunned silence. With Nanjiai about to undergo a desperate fusion with his Black Mirror shadow, the moment feels ill-timed, but Dan Yong experiences an overwhelming sense of relief. From his position atop the roof, the weary master Obangwan observes his pupil with a blend of pride and apprehension. He acknowledges that Behemoth is a being that surpasses typical evolutionary stages. This is why he silently urges our hero to stay vigilant. The mood transforms from fear to a chorus of shared optimism as the students identify the newcomer. Recognizing the white cap as belonging to their classmate, numerous teens lean out of the broken school windows, calling out Lim Kang's name. Their urgent shouts resonate through the air, encompassing everything from heartfelt requests for him to triumph to light-hearted, tearful banter about reuniting in the cafeteria. Even the bully Choi, Taeyik, is spotted crying while urging our boy to stay strong. This astonishing display of backing catches the master off guard, as he understands that even with our protagonist's reserved demeanor, he has created a large family worth defending. In a nearby classroom, Teacher Park Chong-sik attempts to keep the fading Park Gun-do alert, assuring him that they will soon escape due to the savior waiting in the yard. From afar, the villain Jamal Evan gazes intently at the scene with a predatory gaze. He feels that the moment has finally arrived for the decisive confrontation between the two forces. At the same time, Nanjiai assesses the circumstances and chooses to withdraw. Understanding that the protagonist's arrival signifies the final phase of this conflict, Nanjiai recognizes that his own awkward shadow attacks would merely distract from the hero's superior flow. He formally detaches from the Black Mirror entity, opting to retreat and observe the display of abilities from a distance. Attention shifts to the mangled form of the elite Harper, who lies at Behemoth's feet. In a distorted, fading voice, Harper cautions the commander to steer clear of a direct encounter with Lim Kong. It is clear that Galtarin was completely destroyed by one enormous punch, creating a massive crater in the pavement. Harper determines that the boy's abilities are just too great to monitor. This caution, however, enrages Behemoth. Considering himself a godlike leader, he perceives it as an affront for an inferior subordinate to advise him to exercise caution. He regards Galtarin as a valuable yet disposable asset and asserts that Harper's apprehension reflects a lack of strength. Behemoth directs his numerous eyes at our hero, looming above him with a colossal build and malevolence. He responds to the boy's previous inquiry regarding his ability to speak, with a haunting proclamation. Since the hero had the audacity to challenge his position, this day marks Lim Kang's final day. The creature launches its attack with a powerful stomp that fractures the earth. Yet our guide evades with a swift blur that sends chills down the commander's spine. The impact is immediate and devastating. Lim Kong charges ahead with a determined punch, while Behemoth counters with his enormous fist. Their clash generates a circular shockwave so intense it spreads throughout the entire schoolyard. Master O Bang Huan, Dan Yong and Nanjiai observe in complete silence, immobilized by the overwhelming display of power. As the hands-on battle commences in full force, Nanjiai understands that the true extent of the White Cap's strength has surpassed all bounds of his imagination. The aerial clash between our hero and the inhuman commander has escalated to a brutality that is genuinely altering the city's skyline. As a result of the overwhelming force of the encounter, Lim Kong is plummeting through the air, his white shirt torn and his body stained with blood. Yet, he is not the sole one under duress. Behemoth is propelled backward from a rapid strike, compelled to unleash lengthy, white extensions from his form to stabilize his trajectory amidst the towering buildings. This is why the city center is abruptly engulfed in a surge of energy. Our protagonist leaps into the haze, landing a direct hit that hurls the commander against a skyscraper with such intensity that it forms a crater. The protagonist presses on, intensifying the attack, breaking off one of the beast's horns before swinging the massive creature through the air by its other tusk. Consequently, the two fighters fall toward the ground, crashing through glass fronts in a whirlwind of action that sends bystanders into a panic. Within the adjacent office buildings, civilians are facing a terrifying ordeal. As the ground trembles and debris falls from the ceilings, employees are frantically rushing in fear of an earthquake. A traumatized manager stands frozen in regret, longing for a different outcome. He fled as soon as the eerie alarm sounded. Through his office window, he observes the rapid energy projectiles racing across the city, struggling to grasp the magnitude of the devastation. The fight's technical aspects become even more astonishing when seen from the monster's perspective. Behemoth's eye expands in surprise. A colossal surge of dark energy, known as the Roar, strikes him squarely and distorts his form. Even while unleashing this assault rapidly through dense smoke, the commander senses that something is amiss. Behemoth observes that the hero lacked even a moment to shield himself. However, the path of the energy blast altered the instant it made contact. Behemoth deduces that the protagonist is leveraging the wind pressure to enhance his agility, rendering him as elusive as the very wind. As the monster gasps for air, our boy remains steady in a crater. Above, Jamal, Evan, and Chinver observe the destruction from a rooftop, their discomfort escalating. Jamal Evan understands that if his associate perishes, he cannot retrieve the body without incurring the monster's fury. He must assess the danger of potentially being the next victim, yet he takes some solace in the knowledge that Carol has not foreseen his demise. On a rooftop with a view of the tumultuous city, Nanjiai erupts into a haunting laugh, his scarred visage contorting into a sinister smirk. He has managed to locate Jamal Evan, who has been lurking in the background. Nan wastes no time, openly ridiculing Jamal for residing in such a rundown location and asserting that he can detect an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Due to Nanjiai's keen insight, he directly blames Jamal for the bizarre and unnatural experiments aimed at bringing deceased bodies back to life. Jamal Evan is briefly taken aback by the encounter, but he swiftly regains his cool, analytical demeanor. He feigns ignorance, asking how this unfamiliar person recognizes him and asserting that they have never crossed paths. Fortunately, Nanjiai's instincts are more acute than Jamal's evasions. Nan points out that despite being unfamiliar to each other, Jamal's presence implies he might readily engage in terrible deeds. Nanjiai starts to formulate a rational conclusion based on recent world occurrences, particularly the revival of the hero Galen Withrow. Since St. Pearl has an impeccable history as a veteran, Nanjiai contends that her first declaration of Withrow's demise was certainly correct. Thus, the revelation that Withrow is unexpectedly alive cannot be an error. It must stem from an enigmatic and improper power to control the deceased. Nanjiai deduces that Jamal Evan is the one responsible for resurrecting the body, consequently igniting the fierce clash with St. Pearl in Northern Ireland. Understanding he's been discovered, Jamal Evan ceases his pretense and gives a menacing grin, tauntingly inquiring if Nanjiai wishes to be his friend. The idea of friendship only prompts Nanjiai to laugh more, although he concedes they both have a similar disposition as watchers of the world. Nevertheless, he clearly differentiates between them, stating he does not partake in Jamal's cruel pastime of transforming corpses into puppets. As Chinvar, Jamal's subordinate, gets ready to step in, Jamal halts him, concluding that a confrontation at this moment is pointless. He attempts to portray himself as an innocent survivor merely seeking some peace. Yet, Nanjiai is still skeptical. He readies himself to confront Jamal, eager to determine if he is genuinely human or something different. Their tense moment is shattered by a flurry of blows from the adjacent schoolyard. The colossal, otherworldly commander, Behemoth, has become even more formidable in his battle with Lim Kong. Due to this unexpected intensification, Nanjiai redirects his attention to the larger issue at hand. Seizing the moment, Jamal even escapes across the rooftops with Chinvar, confessing that he has narrowly escaped death multiple times merely by being close to the behemoth. He understands that our protagonist is functioning at a level that exceeds his wildest dreams. At the devastated school, the expert sniper bee stands in the courtyard, gazing quietly at the arcs of energy flashing across the sky. Accompanying him is the weary master Oh Bang Wan, who is fighting to remain upright. The master's foremost concern is the students' safety, urging the soldiers to concentrate on the school structure. This selflessness deeply impacts the captain, who conveys his profound appreciation for the superhumans. Due to their unwavering dedication, the military can ultimately rely on these guardians, observing with held breath as the White Cap persists in his incredible battle against the beast. The conflict over the ocean evolves as Pan, the inhuman leader, seizes Jane Sonata. Grasping her bloodied body by the waist, the white-haired creature taunts her. He revels in a warped sense of triumph as he restrains her. His clawed fingers press into her chest and arms, making her acutely aware of the weight of his dominance. She stays resolute, gazing at her captor and implying he is the one who is genuinely confined. This act of rebellion prompts a synchronized reaction as St. Pearl darts through the heavens in a golden flash. A third, organic eye emerges on Pan's forehead to detect the yet levitating rocks divert. Pearl strikes the leader with a rapid punch straight to the face, followed by an unyielding onslaught of blows that propel him backward over the ocean. Pan has to let go. As Jane starts to descend, he conjures a magical circle from his forehead eye and unleashes a powerful vertical beam of purple energy downward. The catastrophic explosion tears apart a massive figure, a hand emerging in the sky, showering pieces of flesh and stone into the sea. Seizing the moment amid the turmoil, Jane secures her stance on a firm surface in midair and races back toward the adversary. The clash intensifies as Pearl plunges down from above. Her downward blow generates a column of light and water at impact. In the surging sea, she delivers a swift flurry of punches. This energy generates an explosion of light in a cross-shaped pattern, tearing apart the villain's crimson cloak and marking his body with severe wounds. Though battered and bloodied, Pan ascends with a wild smile. He concedes that their united power could end his life, yet finds it amusing that they have already uncovered his secret. Jane acknowledges this insight, noting that his actions are closely linked to the third eye on his forehead. The rationale behind his power is now evident. Whenever the forehead eye blinks, Pan immediately shifts to any spot his pupil observes within a 50-meter radius. This dimensional jump has a cooldown period of roughly 5 to 6 seconds. Instead of feeling daunted by the revelation, he appears invigorated. He shares that although his rage typically leads him to strike out at those beneath him, the agony from this conflict has brought clarity to his thoughts. Seeing the two superhumans as the finest playthings he's ever encountered, Pan's gaze intensifies with a wild fervor. He voices a chilling desire for their survival, so they can further enhance his strength. A sphere of violet magical circles forms around him as he laughs maniacally, releasing a wave of energy that leaves Pearl stunned in disbelief. The conflict at sea escalates to a disastrous climax as a colossal fist from Pan descends forcefully, endangering all in its trajectory. Because the force is so intense that Jane Sonata is rendered completely stunned, her face covered in blood as she observes the destruction taking place. St. Pearl propels herself through a surge of energy, yet the overwhelming intensity of the enemy's attack renders the scenario bleak. Numerous energy beams streak through the sky, compelling St. Pearl to swiftly maneuver to evade the chaotic onslaught. She understands that the assaults are relentless and lack any recognizable pattern, rendering it nearly impossible to find an opportunity. This is why she tries to slip through the openings in the energy to strike effectively. Yet the otherworldly leader, Pan, effortlessly transitions through dimensions to evade her. Jane Sonata determines they need to discover a method to dismantle Pan's dimensional barrier, but her thoughts are cut short by a massive fist lunging at her. Due to this distraction, Jane Sonata plummets through the air surrounded by floating stones. Pan exploits her weakness and strikes her face with a savage blow. The blow is so brutal that it leaves Jane with a battered, bleeding face, making her understand she misjudged the creature's physical ferocity. In the vicinity, Saint Pearl is depicted kneeling on a rock in the sea, severely wounded and bleeding. Her surprise intensifies upon hearing Jane shout her name, as a massive hand reaches down from above to end her life. The magnitude of the catastrophe is so immense that it can be seen by bystanders. A nearby commercial aircraft is compelled to alter its route to Russia due to the tragic event in Incheon, rendering the local airspace excessively perilous. As passengers fret, a young boy gazes out the window in wonder. He indicates a gigantic hand sweeping across the clouds, signifying the alarming truth that the conflict has ascended into the upper atmosphere. Once again on the water, two enormous hands rise from the ocean's depths, enveloping Saint Pearl. Jane Sonata yells for her partner to flee, yet the trap is too big to escape. The enormous hands come together around Saint Pearl, generating a burst of energy and water that rattles the amusing aircraft close by. Pan hovers in front of the clasped hands, asserting that Saint Pearl is done. He describes the trap as engineered to elevate pressure until any external material within vanishes entirely from this realm of existence. Yet, Pan's triumph is fleeting. An unexpected burst of energy prompts the inhuman leader to gaze upward in astonishment as a golden glow starts to seep through the enormous fingers. This near-death experience evokes a memory for Saint Pearl. During a previous discussion with James, Pearl confessed that she is neither a god nor an immortal. She is just a person who recognizes that others depend on her. After she officially stepped into the front lines as a superhuman, she became acutely aware of that responsibility, particularly following Withrow's loss. She admitted that her sole desire is to be strong enough to safeguard those who believe in her eternally. Fueled by this altruistic determination, a beam of golden light pierces the ocean in the now. Saint Pearl bursts from the trap, radiating vibrant energy and crackling lightning. This change affects both Pan and Jane Sonata in sheer astonishment. Now emanating an aura that challenges reason, Pearl locks her eyes on Pan and reiterates her inquiry, insisting to understand if he is genuinely the leader of the Inhumans. Jane Sonata, though bruised and bloodied, observes in sheer disbelief, since she has never witnessed her partner display this particular form previously. Saint Pearl seems to have developed wings of pure radiance, resembling a flying phoenix rather than a human being. Jane understands that a miracle has occurred. Although Pan's earlier trap was meant to obliterate the henge spirits completely, Saint Pearl's sheer determination has enabled her to transcend, attracting the lost souls to her as a wellspring of strength. The unexpected burst of energy surprises Pan. While he attempts to uphold his haughty demeanor, the Inhuman leader concedes that his former affection for Pearl has evolved into true discomfort, as her newfound power is increasingly becoming a significant issue. Before he can complete his thought on his leadership style, Pearl attacks like a flash of lightning. She crashes into Pan's side with such intensity that it unleashes a surge of water and energy, pushing him into a defensive battle. Saint Pearl offers him no respite. Enveloped in golden flames, she strikes once more, and strikes a vicious hit straight to Pan's face. This marks a crucial change in the battle, as her actions have transformed entirely. Now quicker, more precise, and considerably more aggressive. In a frantic counterattack, Pan delivers a powerful strike to Pearl's back, sending her flying. He coughs up blood and confesses he was merely toying with her before, yet his anger is evidently escalating. With his multi-pupiled eyes radiating purple energy, he understands that the time for restraint has passed. Nevertheless, Pearl quickly bounces back and unleashes a flurry of swift blows that send the creature howling in pain. To take back control, Pan conjures numerous spinning magic circles in the sky, resulting in a burst of purple illumination. When the smoke dissipates, the antagonist hovers serenely above the water, his hand drenched in blood. He recognizes that the heroes have surpassed his imagination, yet he will not concede that his viewpoint was incorrect. He gazes at Saint Pearl and observes that her strength is almost depleted, heightening his anticipation of the thrill in breaking her. Acknowledging their inability to succeed alone, Jane Sonata determines it's time to embrace a significant risk. Since they haven't managed to deliver a significant hit, she shouts to Pearl, proposing a synchronized attack. Jane gets ready to activate her ultimate support skill, Foundation Stonehenge. Forming a circle of levitating stone slabs. Her strategy is straightforward. She intends to unleash her complete strength to immobilize the creature's legs, providing the ideal opportunity for Saint Pearl to strike the final blow. In a previous meeting inside the advanced environment of Ben's lab, Jane Sonata reveals the true extent of her abilities to an astonished group of supporters. The team recognizes that her Henges consist of 80 distinct souls, each of whom shares in her emotions. Jane presents a significantly more sophisticated idea referred to as foundation. This state arises when the Henges progress beyond simple collaboration and unite as one cohesive entity. Due to the various shapes of Henges, Jane has created 4 unique types of type, transforming the Henges into an advanced aerial bombardment system. This capability enables them to follow a target akin to a precision-guided missile or unleash widespread carpet bombing across extensive regions, making it perfect for engaging large groups. The second variant, the Foundation of Bondage, forms a confining Stonehenge structure that ensnares foes in a designated area, inducing severe psychological torment. The third power is the Cradle Tower, an enormous edifice watched over by 7 colossal guardians, offering an extensive array of healing abilities to those nearby. While Jane acknowledges the existence of a hidden 4th foundation, she declines to reveal its specifics, leaving her teammates Ben and Matt Dion utterly astonished by the extent of her abilities. Nonetheless, these remarkable abilities entail considerable physical and ecological expenses. Jane states that for the Foundation to function safely, all 80 Henges need to be in ideal condition. Due to multiple breakages in recent conflicts, activating a foundation now poses a danger of physical necrosis or the irreversible loss of a Henge's essence. Jane remembers a moment when her arm started to decay because she overextended her abilities without maintaining the right equilibrium. Moreover, their power is directly linked to Earth's energy, indicating that their strength increases as they get closer to the ground. Currently, the circumstances over the Atlantic Ocean have turned extremely severe. Jane Sonata understands that engaging in battle far from shore and relying on a foundation with compromised hinges has left her highly vulnerable. In spite of the necrosis threat and insufficient ground energy, she decides to jeopardize her life to aid Saint Pearl. Consequently, she conjures a multitude of stone slabs featuring anguished faces that encircle the inhuman figure, Pan. Pan remains bruised within his magical circle, observing the howling stones with a frenzied sense of admiration. He sees this desperate stance as a stunning ultimate contest. As the rest of humanity remains oblivious, many are now fleeing in fear or seeking refuge. Pan confronts a grim truth. He gazes at the wounded Saint Pearl and Jane Sonata, realizing that the result of this confrontation will determine the fate of the world. As they embody Earth's greatest hope, the inhuman leader unleashes one last blinding surge of energy, testing whether the heroes can avert the planet's annihilation. The urban battle escalates into sheer brutality as Behemoth strikes Lim Kong with tremendous force. The impact fractures the ground, sending shockwaves that compel nearby onlookers to flee for safety. Our hero retaliates with a swift counterpunch. The sound of the collision echoes as the young champion confronts the multi-eyed creature directly. Yet, Behemoth's sheer power proves to be a challenge. A powerful strike to Lim Kang's face unleashes a surge of energy that cuts through the skyline. This impact sends him crashing through a bridge and a building's exterior, scattering rubble as he skids on the pavement and pivots to steady himself. Lim Kang finds himself landing in a crater. Behemoth approaches him, its clawed feet smashing the concrete. Our protagonist darts like a streak around the giant, yet the commander stays composed. Behemoth assesses the scene, observing that despite Lim Kang's bloodied visage, his determination to advance is unyielding. This constant assault starts to disturb the creature. Behemoth initially thought the battle would end swiftly, but he now understands he was mistaken. As he narrowly avoids a jolt of energy shaking the street, Behemoth contemplates his earlier battle with Nanjiai. He observes that although the Black Hat was a powerful superhuman capable of deflecting assaults, he is of a different caliber. Lim Kong shows no caution, relentlessly attacking without concern for his own safety. As a result, the monster confesses to an increasing fear. Even as the more powerful fighter, Behemoth senses he is battling an unyielding barrier. He gazes into our hero's eyes and realizes that Lim Kong is indifferent to the harm he is enduring. The street bursts with another explosion as the creature's muscles swell, accessing its genuine strength. Dark tentacles charged with electricity lash through the air. Energy blades are hurtling past adjacent structures, putting two young boys, June and his older brother, in jeopardy as they take shelter in the debris. Witnessing civilians caught in the crossfire, our hero redirects his attention. He lands close by, using his body to shield the children from the oncoming debris and shock waves. Fortunately, the boys are safe. Our protagonist, battered and breathless, meets the gaze of the elder sibling, who urges June to escape. While the children dash away, Lim Kong propels himself skyward, landing on an elevated bridge. Behemoth observes from below, a quiet moment sparking a recollection. Behemoth remembers Morel's lesson about the vulnerabilities of superhumans. Behemoth was indifferent at that moment. Morel emphasized that superhumans, despite their abilities, remain fundamentally human beings. In the present, Behemoth ultimately understands the significance of that lesson. Understanding he can take advantage of our hero's humanity, the inhuman commander crouches over and releases a colossal spear-shaped surge of energy across the battlefield. Our protagonist observes the missile as it barely avoids hitting civilians in a nearby edifice and collides with a structure, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Due to the blast's intensity, our hero lies sprawled on the ground, bruised and bleeding. Behemoth descends from above, crashing into him with immense power. The earth explodes, leaving the elderly master Oh Bang-won in disbelief. On a faraway rooftop, Jamal, Evan, and others observe in. Astonishment fills the air as Behemoth rises from the debris, gripping Lim Kong effortlessly in one hand. The creature chuckles while perched in the crater. Behemoth gazes at the shattered hero he holds and cautions the spectators that they are in serious danger. He confesses his astonishment. Experiencing desperation for the first time, he starts to overpower our hero with a grip using both hands. Lim Kong stays still with empty eyes as Behemoth releases a primal roar. Dark energy accumulates within the creature's throat. The electrical surge engulfs the space, and the sound of breaking bones resonates as the light attains a blinding brilliance. The hero's iconic white cap tumbles into the debris, departing Oh Bang-won, Nanjiai along with others stunned. From the rooftop, Jamal Evan sees that our main character is not breathing. He understands that the moment predicted by the future has come. Behemoth looms above the wreckage, panting, with blood trickling from his tusks, and secures the initial triumph of the Great War. Behemoth gazes at his defeated foe, recognizing that the white cap was a deserving competitor. Yet our boy stays motionless. His thoughts wander to a rainy day spent at the academy. He recalls inquiring with his grandpa about dreams. Oh Bang-won conveyed that family transcends blood relations. It revolves around genuine love for one another. Although the master's aspiration was to find happiness with his family, the boy discloses his secret. His aspiration is to safeguard that family. In the present moment, this determination ignites an abrupt transformation. Our hero awakens with a roar as energy surges from within him. The earth below Behemoth fractures, an energy vortex develops. A beam of light ascends into the sky, overshadowing skyscrapers. The blast breaks glass and triggers car alarms across the neighborhood. Behemoth's eye grows wide in sheer astonishment as the ground fractures. He gazes into the light in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how our hero remains standing. Amidst the dazzling radiance, a shirtless Lim Kong appears, locking eyes with the creature. The conflict has reached a terrifying juncture. Behemoth lies utterly destroyed. The hero's fierce counteroffensive has left the creature mutilated, with its arms ripped off at the elbows. As the beast attempts to stall for its regeneration, he perceives an unsettling quality in his adversary. Lim Kong stands among the debris, his whole body shaking intensely as an aura envelopes him. This instability perplexes the commander, who understands that despite the boy's trembling, the danger is escalating. Noticing this, Master Obangwon sees that the boy has reached a stage where he cannot relinquish his power. Lim Kang's eyes shimmer with an erratic glow as he releases a quick breath. Behemoth's instincts kick in, compelling him to tighten his muscles and generate a protective energy around his skin. He is convinced that the boy's attempts will never breach his ultimate barrier. However, for the creature, this resistance proves futile. A colossal surge of energy bursts forth from our hero's location, fracturing the earth and towering over the nearby structures. From the core of this brilliance, a gigantic energy formation crashes into Behemoth. The force of the impact is so abrupt, the commander is left stunned, struggling to understand how his defenses were breached. Lim Kong permits no time for recuperation. A high-pitched energy emanates from his body. He propels himself ahead to unleash a powerful kick against the side of the creature's head. The impact is so intense that it crushes the pavement, smashing Behemoth's face into the ground. Our protagonist looms above the remnants, showcasing bulging muscles, leaving the battered commander questioning how a human could wield such power. As Behemoth's form disintegrates, the blob-like Babylon Vanisher descends from the heavens to gather the remnants. Fortunately, Nanjiai won't allow the scavenger to interfere. He moves with astonishing speed. Nan ambushes and hits the Vanisher, cautioning the creature against interfering as he observes the fight. Consequently, the Vanisher lets out a roar and vanishes into the heavens, allowing Behemoth's dismembered pieces to fall to the earth. In a distant, dimly lit chamber, the esteemed Morel is disrupted by the bloodied Babylon Vanisher. The creature rushes back in distress, whispering Behemoth's name before succumbing to its wounds. The report of the commander's loss stuns Morel, disrupting the power dynamics of the invasion significantly. At the remnants of Sion High School, the triumph has driven our hero to his breaking point. Lim Kong emits a raw, primal scream as his energy field bursts outward, leaving Nanjiai and Master O amazed by the magnitude of the surge. The sound of a creaking bicycle shatters the tension. To the Master's astonishment, Yuri is desperately pedaling towards the heart of the battlefield to reach his companion. Yuri comes to a sudden stop as the energy vortex surrounding Lim Kong starts to implode. Realizing the hero's strength is waning, Yuri abandons his bike and sprints ahead. He catches the unconscious Lim Kong as he collapses, holding him gently amid the debris. With the danger finally gone, Yuri informs the hero that he can relax now. Following the devastating battle, Jamal Evans strolls through the terrain of sharp stones and city debris, nonchalantly observing that the struggle has ultimately come to a conclusion. Close by, Yuri is drenched in sweat and grime. He is stunned upon hearing the villain's voice. Jamal highlights the undeniable truth that superhumans exhibit formidable power, particularly referencing how Lim Kong was able to annihilate a high-level commander with just one strike. As Jamal Evan nears the kneeling Yuri, he gazes down with a contemplative look. He confesses to being truly astonished, as this is the first instance where events have diverged from the future forecasted by his associate Carol. Despite the significant change, Jamal stays concentrated on his objectives. He glares at Yuri, insisting that he step aside, emphasizing that he has arrived solely to take possession of our hero's unconscious form. Fortunately, Yuri stands his ground. He embraces Lim Kong firmly, asserting that he won't release his friend simply because an outsider insists on it. Jamal Evan remains composed, extending his hand while cautioning the boy that his patience is finite. Master Obangwon interrupts this attempt at intimidation. The elderly mentor positions himself decisively between Jamal and the boys, creating a barrier with his unwavering posture. He derisively rejects Jamal's courtesy, claiming he appears foolish for attempting to deceive them with such an obvious performance. Jamal Evan persists in walking over the debris, remarking that he has encountered numerous harsh comments today. The master stands firm, disclosing that he has been aware of Jamal's spying on them since the outset. Jamal is truly amazed by the old man's power, acknowledging that observing the master's earlier match was an insightful experience that could help him avoid difficulties later on. Nonetheless, the master is still repulsed. He emphasizes that although Jamal is evidently superhuman, he opted to observe the carnage from the sidelines instead of intervening, reinforcing that he is a perverse and foolish person. Jamal Evan swiftly becomes disinterested in the dialogue. With his mood darkening, he resolves to avoid any further interruptions. He announces his intention to eliminate the master and claim both his body and the Whitecap's remnants as trophies. Nanjiai laughs at the threat and enters the standoff, proposing a more effective solution. Jamal is the one who must perish. Nanjiai observes that by removing the villain now, they can prevent further suffering for others. This rebellion ultimately drives Jamal Evan to his limit, as he confesses he never thought he could feel such anger toward anyone. Determined not to depart empty-handed, Jamal gestures to Chinvar to engage the portal of their concealed base. An energy vortex surges on the battlefield, acting as an entrance to their true sanctuary. Consequently, numerous elite subordinates of Jamal, featuring a crimson-skinned creature and a ghostly, bird-like figure, appears from the darkness. Jamal Evan gazes at the team of heroes and dares them to prove who truly. Master Obang Wan assesses the newcomers, understanding that every person is a high-level superhuman. He is especially cautious of Alexander Kalin, acknowledging him as the most significant danger in the opponent's team. Jamal Evan, frustrated by the holdups, observes the pleasant weather and resolves that it's time for things to turn in his favor. He orders his monsters to end the conflict. The beings react with a thunderous roar that trembles the earth beneath them. As the monsters get ready to pounce on the terrified jury and the protective master, a startling noise reverberates from above. Alexander Kalin has to leap aside as a gigantic stone shield crashes down onto the ground. In mere moments, numerous colossal shields descend from above, forming a protective barrier that ensnares the creatures and offers an unexpected defense for our champions. As the dust settles, a man with golden hair emerges, positioned on the debris. This is Kirilov, who remains composed behind his conjured shields. He speaks to his ally, the formidable Basilov, remarking that they have made the correct decision to ally with the heroes on this front. The abrupt appearance of the Russians leaves Nangue, Yuri, and the master utterly bewildered. Even Jamal Evan is taken aback, having never encountered these figures before. When Dan Young demands to identify them and question their involvement, Kirilov and Basilov recognize themselves as allies from Russia. As the fiery Basilov shouts from behind for his partner to eliminate the bothersome shields, Kirilov assures that complete details will follow. Basilov clenches his jaw and readies himself for battle, indicating that the reinforcements have arrived. Yuri is instantly impacted by the Russians' presence, realizing that this pig-like figure is a remarkably strong warrior. Basilov's gaze shifts to the ground, where Lim Kong lies unconscious and face down. Even though the boy is out cold, the Russian giant perceives a strong and subtle life force still radiating from him. This thought is interrupted by Basilov's growing annoyance. He sharply inquires about Kirilov's actions, compelling the composed painter to finally consent to join the fight. The shift to battle occurs in an instant. A crimson hand extends toward the fading barriers, resulting in a fierce confrontation between Basilov and the massive appendage that fractures the nearby ground. Once the shockwave dissipates, Jamal Evans' red-skinned subordinate charges ahead. This beast aims to restore order on the battlefield, swinging an enormous arm at the heroes. Despite being overshadowed by the inhuman stature, Basilov stands firm and declines to adopt a defensive position. This compelled the red creature to unleash a maximum strength punch straight into the Russian's torso. The ensuing blast of energy is so powerful that it leaves Nanjiai and Dan Yong in awe of the creature's immense strength. Nevertheless, Basilov's foot stays securely embedded in the fractured pavement. To the monster's bewilderment, the man in the yellow shirt remains upright with his hands in his pockets, bloodied yet entirely unharmed. The attack persists as a blue, shark-like creature lunges forward with its mouth agape, hitting Basilov's face in midair. The impact sends the hero sprawling, making him crouch as the earth fractures beneath him. Observing this, Kirilov and Master Obangwan become alarmed, worried that the Russian is suffering excessive harm. Fortunately, Basilov rises again, his muscles taut with impressive physical density. He brushes off the commotion, His demeanor shifts to intense as he strides through the wreckage toward a known figure. Basilov confronts the scarred, red-eyed Alexander Kalin. Disturbed, he inquires about how Kalin found himself in this condition. This evokes a recollection of a younger, valiant Kalin who extended a warm handshake and a grin, emphasizing that it was irrelevant who captured a monster. In the present, Basilov's grief transforms into rage. He questions whether this empty figure remains the person he once recognized. Kalin replies in a mechanical voice, stating he sees no need to respond to a stranger. Observing from a distance, Jamal Evan is confused by Basilov's actions. He understands that the Russian is an extraordinary superhuman enduring genuine blows without any protection or advantage. Since the transparent shields vanished into light when taken away, Jamal deduces they were mental constructs rather than tangible items. This confusion about the Russians' powers leaves the antagonist feeling that competing with them is beyond his reach. The confrontation concludes as Alexander Kalin lifts his hand, crackling with electric energy. A massive column of light bursts forth from his location, soaring into the sky and overshadowing the city's skyscrapers. Due to the explosion's intensity, the force propels Danyang backward and sweeps across the whole urban region. As the light dims, Basilov remains at the heart of a vast crater. Despite his damaged suit and steaming body, the Russian maintains his focus on his former ally with unwavering determination. Jamal Evans' men watch in utter disbelief as the battlefield transforms. Amidst the ruins, Alexander Kalin is quiet, his visage battered and stained with blood. An unusual noise emanates from him, before Maxim Basilov crashes his foot into the asphalt with earth-shaking power. Basilov looms over the quaking Kalin, his face a blend of rage and acknowledgement. He swears to drive the memory back into his old friend, berating him for neglecting their connection. As Basilov's body starts to emit a seething aura, his physical appearance undergoes a significant change. Kalin charges ahead, yet the Russian hero throws a punch so strong it propels the warrior crashing into a structure in a burst of blood and debris. Observing from the settling dust, Jamal Evan is amazed. He observes that Basilov's energy is now perfect and intense, making him a completely transformed fighter compared to before. The turmoil escalates as Jamal's red-skinned aide attempts to surprise Basilov, but Nanjiai stops the creature with a powerful punch. Nanjiai sarcastically asserts that he'll feel jealous if others get to battle, only to be ambushed by a creature with blue skin from behind. Fortunately, Master Obang Wan steps in, unleashing a blow so fierce it punctures a hole in the creature's chest. In the midst of ascending smoke and city devastation, Master Obang Wan wears a serious look. While he thinks the younger heroes can handle the crisis on their own, he decides to participate without hindering their efforts. Nanjiai chuckles at the elder's modesty, pointing out that despite his humble demeanor, the master is a legend. Together, they stand amidst the devastation, strategizing their next action. Nanjiai opts to confront the formidable Red Inhuman, expressing gratitude to the master for his thoughtfulness before both fighters propel themselves into the sky, generating a shock wave. In a secluded alley, Dan Yang leads Zhu Ri and the unconscious Lim Kong to a secure location. Zhu Ri questions the woman in the pink cloak, wondering why a superhuman isn't actively engaged on the front lines. Dan Yang pauses, showing a pained expression. She confesses that her powers are currently too perilous to wield. Although she can traverse time and space, her core ability is something she has yet to fully comprehend. She cautions Zhu Ri that if she disclosed the true essence of her power, he would probably despise her. The earth shakes violently as arcs of blue lightning hit the city's towers, destroying all in their path. At the center of the tempest, Basilov and Kalin collide in the sky, a fierce burst of energy. Basilov delivers a precise hit to Kalin's head, propelling him through solid walls and into a vast chasm. As Basilov looms over his shattered companion, he is drawn back into a recollection of a snowy expanse. He recalls Kalin arguing over arm wrestling and teasing that Basilov should shed some pounds. The recollection takes a dark turn as it reveals Basilov forcing Kalin to the ground, fervently attempting to persuade him that the beings they pursued were no longer human. He shouted that the monsters were already deceased, while Kalin could only gaze back with empty despair. In the present, Alexander Kalin crouches with blood streaming from his chin. Maxim Basilov gazes down at him, his face filled with anguish and desperation. He begs his friend to utter a single word, to confirm that he remembers him. Yet Kalin stays eerily quiet. Basilov mentioned to Kirillov that prior to their encounter, he had only known one other extraordinary individual, Alexander Kalin. Kirillov was merely intrigued by Basilov's history. The discussion exposed the true danger Kalin posed. Basilov acknowledged that he had suffered defeat in 38 straight arm wrestling contests against the man, but he emphasized that sheer strength wasn't Kalin's main advantage. The true peril stemmed from Kalin's uncanny ability to wield lightning with frightening accuracy. Facing him felt less like a competition and more akin to observing a catastrophic event unfold. Regrettably, the two had lost touch a long time ago. Basilov noted that they never truly collaborated, as Kalin was a nomad aiming to guide all superhumans. Even though Basilov attempted to dismiss it as irrelevant, he secretly felt concerned that something was amiss in his old friend's life. Despite the man's immense strength, Basilov recalled him as a clever individual who often behaved like a fool and rarely took matters seriously. He had envisioned a day when the three of them could unite, imagining it would create a fascinating partnership. That optimistic recollection sharply contrasts with today. A colossal bolt of white lightning abruptly slices through the city, heralding Kalin's fierce entrance. Rather than a warm reunion, Kalin hits Basilov with a punch charged with energy, so strong it propels him through structures. Given that this is not a casual game, Basilov must shift into his massive, powerful form to endure the force. He recognizes that Kalin has lost all restraint, which drives him to retaliate in hopes of bringing his friend back from his chaotic state. As the two giants battle, Kirillov focuses on Jamal Evan, the mastermind orchestrating events from the shadows. He swiftly realizes that Jamal is the one manipulating the puppets causing havoc in the city, prompting him to confront the source directly. Kirillov nonchalantly proposes that eliminating Jamal could swiftly resolve the turmoil. To validate this idea, the superhuman releases a flurry of translucent energy blades and a colossal spectral sword that impacts the pavement. This powerful display of strength alters the tide of the conflict. Jamal successfully avoids the first attack. However, his subordinate, Chinver, sustains severe injuries during this. Due to the distortion of their foresight, Jamal understands he is at a disadvantage. He concedes that he misjudged the Russian superhumans, recognizing that even if he unleashed all his remaining strength, he would still be unable to defeat both Basilov and Kirillov. Realizing that persisting in the battle would result in his inevitable demise, Jamal requests a ceasefire and proposes to negotiate a deal. Kirillov continues to be very doubtful, believing the enemy is merely using language to stall and evade their present situation. Perched on a slender traffic pole above the remnants of Incheon, Jamal Evans is alongside his aide, Chinver, and starts preparing for a retreat. He tells Chinver to set a marker at the traffic light below, suggesting that they may come back to Korea in the future. Knowing that Kirillov, whom he refers to as Blondie, will continue the chase, Jamal establishes a telepathic bond to guide his team's getaway. When Kirillov sarcastically inquires about his next absurd scheme, the adversary proceeds with a formal introduction, disclosing his name as Evan, and proposes that next time, the hero should present his name initially. Evan contemplates how his primary objective was to recover the body of the superhuman called Whitecap. Yet, with Whitecap having survived the conflict, Evan understands that his earlier assessments were misguided. This change in viewpoint prompts him to propose a deceptive peace agreement. He asserts that if they are permitted to depart, he will collaborate moving forward and reveal all aspects of himself. Kirillov doubts the performance, mentioning Evan's servant, Alexander Kalin, who is presently engaged in a struggle with Basilov. Kirillov emphasizes that he has no desire to negotiate with anyone who transforms individuals into puppets, regardless of their superhuman or inhuman nature. Since he perceives the proposal as deceitful, he gets ready to terminate the discussion aggressively. The tension shatters as Nangi is propelled backward by an unexpected shockwave during her battle with a red-skinned inhuman called Del Opere. This disruption redirects attention to the surrounding turmoil. As Del Opere experiences a second transformation, emerging colossal tentacles and radiating strength. Evan recognizes his chance. He mentally instructs his team to get ready for a portal of coordinates that will activate in precisely 2 seconds. As the timer ticks down, Evan issues precise instructions to Gregory to safeguard Behemoth's remains. In the adjacent structure, a bloodied Alexander Kalin confesses to Basilov that he has forgotten everything. Fortunately for the antagonists, the enormous stone portal appears in the sky precisely when the countdown reaches 1. The subordinates quickly cease their battles and hurry toward the portal. Kirillov tries to halt their escape by launching a powerful energy projectile at the gate, but the altered Delo pair blocks the attack with his mutated limbs. Unusually, the creature successfully catches the energy blade, protecting Evan in the process. As the portal starts to shut and the glass-like fabric of the battlefield fractures, Evan urges his remaining teammates to accelerate before the chance slips away. The door of coordinates ultimately breaks apart, marking the complete withdrawal of Jamal, Evan, and his supporters. With the immediate danger gone, attention turns to the extent of the devastation remaining. A news segment on LDS TV exposes the full scale of the brutal invasion, featuring skyscrapers with large openings, holes and blood-stained classrooms at Sion High School. Fortunately, the government is offering recovery assistance, although officials are still assessing the extensive property damage that took place throughout the city center. In the still moments after the fight, Jury leans over a desk,